Yang Luo felt empty. He was extremely wealthy now, but he had lost his joy. At 17, he had become a glorious reborn soul. The following year, his adoptive father, the American John Lehman, passed away, leaving him a considerable fortune. Although most of it was stripped away by other members of the Lehman family, he still ended up with $1 million. That summer, the 1996 European Championship officially kicked off. As an experienced football fan, Yang Luo naturally knew all the results of these matches. In the end, through betting, he successfully grew his wealth to $5 million. Then he went to study at Stanford. On the university campus, he found Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who were still pursuing their Ph.D.s in computer science. These two average-looking tech guys could never imagine they would one day become billionaires, but Yang Luo knew exactly how big an impact they would have on the internet world. So when these two tech guys were just starting their venture, he decisively invested $500,000 and secured 60% equity in their company. Of course, he was self-aware enough to give up decision-making rights in exchange for priority dividend rights. By the way, the company they founded was called Google. He then poured the remaining money into the stock market, $2 million to buy Apple stocks, and another $2 million to trade NASDAQ index futures. He remembered clearly that before 2000, there would be a terrifying internet bubble in the U.S. stock market, and he intended to catch this wave to rapidly expand his wealth. Throughout his college years, he kept a low profile, but his wealth grew exponentially. Incidentally, during the summer break after his junior year, he returned to China for a visit. He first went to Hangzhou to find a man surnamed Ma, who wasn't particularly handsome, intending to provide venture capital to him. However, this comrade Ma was incredibly persuasive. Initially, Yang Luo planned to invest only $5 million, but the man wheedled $10 million out of him with sheer eloquence. But comrade Ma also gave up 20% equity in return. After settling everything, Yang Luo dashed to Shenzhen to find a young man surnamed Ma who was developing a chat software. At that time, the young Ma was worried about lacking funds to expand servers and was preparing to sell this chat software for 600,000 yuan. Yang Luo decisively offered 1 million yuan, solving his urgent problem and successfully acquiring 50% equity in the company. Of course, he still did not take control of the company. All he wanted was money. After making these two venture investments, he returned to the United States. The American internet companies continued to surge ahead, and the NASDAQ index kept hitting new highs. The assets in his account skyrocketed like a rocket. Because of the leverage in index futures, by the last semester of his senior year, his single profit from index futures had reached $10 million. Then, after the NASDAQ index broke through the 500 point mark, he began to gradually close his positions and take profits. He also decisively sold off Apple stocks, which had already increased tenfold. Amid the frenzy of the market, he chose to short. He used half of his net worth to build short positions step by step, becoming one of the largest bears in the market. Sure enough, after the internet bubble burst, the NASDAQ index began to plunge, falling from 500 points to around 100 over 2 years. The massive short positions pushed Yang Luo's net worth directly to $500 million. After clearing all positions, he looked at the 9-digit number in his account and suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. It was now November 2002, and he had been reborn in America for 7 years. Apart from earning this money, he had gained nothing else. Moreover, after graduating from university, he had not chosen to work, making him appear like a worthless slacker in others' eyes. He sighed this absolutely would not do. He had to find something to occupy himself. Just then, a Premier League match was playing on the television. It was a Manchester derby. At that time, Manchester City had not yet been bought by the sheiks, not even by Thatcher. They were still a typical mid-to-low Premier League team, a world away from their illustrious red-clad rivals. Yet there was a reason Manchester City drew Yang Luo's attention. Because Chinese player Sun Jihai had joined the team earlier that year. Yang Luo had even subscribed to a Sky Sports pay channel specifically to follow Premier League matches. In this match, Sun Jihai started. Yang Luo thought that players like Fan Zi, Sun Jihai, and Li Tai had only begun to go abroad, but he didn't realize that this was the peak. 20 years later, there would be no overseas Chinese players starting in the Premier League, and even leaving the country would be half gift, half sale. Thinking of this, Yang Luo couldn't help but sigh. Though he held American citizenship, now his soul was still Chinese. Of course, this body was originally Chinese too. He had been adopted directly from China by John Lehman when he was only 11. He later learned that his biological parents had once saved John Lehman's life in China, so after his parents died in an accident, John Lehman immediately came to China to adopt him. Although his foster father was very kind to him, the other members of the Lehman family were almost all cold toward him. Because of this, he had attended boarding school since high school. After his foster father passed away, the Lehman family members, led by his stepmother, expelled him from the family. He didn't have any particular emotion about this outcome, as he had never felt much sense of belonging to the family. He would often visit his foster father's grave to chat with him. While he was lost in these thoughts, a sudden change occurred. Only 5 minutes into the match, Anelka scored from a rebound, beating Manchester United's goalkeeper. This French genius could have achieved much greater heights, but his frequent club changes and greedy agent ruined. Thus, after shining at Arsenal and Real Madrid, he ended up at a mid-to-lower-tier club like Manchester City at the age of 23. But Manchester City's joy didn't last long. 3 minutes later, Solskjaer, who rarely started, helped Manchester United equalize. Yang Luo became interested. This could be a goal fest. After being equalized, Manchester City didn't panic, but stabilized their rhythm and continued to tangle with United. Manchester City were in good form this season, having won 2 consecutive matches. They continued their momentum in this game, even suppressing Manchester United at times. Their positive attitude eventually paid off. With 2 goals from Goder in the 26th and 50th minutes, Manchester City defeated mighty Manchester United 31 at home. Manager Kevin Keegan, grinning widely, shook hands with the chewing-gum-chewing red-nosed old man Sir Alex Ferguson, then joined the celebrating players. Sun Jihai played the full match and performed commendably. At 25, he was gradually entering his career. Yang Luo believed that if not for his injuries, Sun could have played for Manchester City even longer. This was also the last Manchester derby to be held at Main Road. After this season, the stadium that had accompanied Manchester City for 80 years would be demolished, and the club would move to the city of Manchester Stadium. Watching the Manchester City players engaging passionately with the fans, Yang Luo suddenly had an idea. Maybe I should buy Manchester City and have some fun. At the thought of this, he felt his blood boil with excitement. Now that he had quite a bit of money and his investments in Google, Alibaba, and Tencent were 3 cash cows, it would be a waste not to put all this money to good use. Even though his $500 million in the bank account might not amount to much 20 years later in this era, it was an enormous fortune. To put it into perspective, the current world record transfer fee was Zinedine Zidane's $64 million. This money could buy 8 Zidans. And 6 years later, Thaxton spent only over £80 million to acquire a controlling stake in Manchester City. But he couldn't just waltz up to Manchester City's doorstep to buy the club. He needed a helper. So he decisively bought a plane ticket to England. After arriving in England, he went to the Manchester branch of JP Morgan Chase. He didn't commission them to help with the acquisition. Instead, he said directly, "I want to see your senior manager, Ed Woodward." The receptionist was a very pretty young lady. She asked politely, "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Yang Luo shook his head. "No, I don't." The receptionist asked again, "Sir, may I ask what business you have with Mr. Woodward?" Yang Luo said, "I'd like to discuss a transaction with him." The receptionist hesitated for a moment. "All right, please wait a moment. They'll contact Mr. Woodward first." Yang Luo nodded. After making a phone call, she said politely, "Sir, please follow me." She led Yang Luo into a small meeting room, poured him a glass of water, and then swayed her hips as she left. Yang Luo couldn't help but marvel at her exceptional talent, and then he saw Woodward entering the door. This figure, later reviled by Manchester United fans as Sandetsi, was still just a JP Morgan employee. Although just over 30, his hair was already showing the traditional tendency of British men. Just as Yang Luo remembered, he had a round face with large eyes, giving his overall appearance a somewhat comic. But Yang Luo knew that although this guy was often criticized in the realm of football, he was a master at commercial development. If he brought him on board, the club's commercial operations would be in good hands, as long as he didn't let him meddle in sporting matters. Yes, Yang Luo's purpose in coming here was to recruit Sandetsi. Sandetsi, seeing this overly young oriental face, was completely baffled. He ventured, "Sir, is there something you want to see me about?" Yang Luo looked at him. "Mr. Woodward, my name is Yang. I want you to help me acquire Manchester City Football Club." Sandetsi was taken aback, looked Yang Luo up and down carefully, and asked tentatively, "Mr. Yang, which Manchester City club do you mean?" Yang Luo was also startled. "How many Manchester City clubs are there?" Sandetsi smiled sheepishly, still somewhat incredulous. "Is it the Manchester City Football Club?" Yang Luo said matter-of-factly yes. Sandetsi shuddered and took another careful measure of Yang Luo. This man looked refined and somewhat handsome, not like someone with mental issues. So he asked tentatively, "Mr. Yang, Manchester City Football Club is currently valued at over £80 million. Are you sure you want to acquire it?" Yang Luo looked at him. "Mr. Woodward, do you think I traveled all the way from America to joke with you?" As he spoke, he pulled a proof of assets document from his bag. Sandetsi stared at the string of numbers on it. His eye. He couldn't help but take a gulp of water and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, that was rude of me." Yang Luo didn't bother to argue. "Have you ever had any understanding of Manchester City Football Club?" Sandetsi sighed. "To be honest, my father is a diehard Manchester United fan." Yang Luo looked at him. "Does that mean you're not willing to take this deal?" Sandetsi immediately put on a smile. "How could that be? I'm a professional investment manager. Solving clients' needs is our job." Yang Luo nodded. "All right, I hope to see your acquisition plan within 3 days." Sandetsi worked very efficiently. Just one day later, Yang Luo received his call. He had already communicated with Manchester City's owner John Wardle, who was open to selling his ownership of the club. Yang Luo understood this attitude perfectly while the man was simply testing the market. So he asked Sandetsi directly what is Mr. Wardle's asking price. Sandetsi said £100 million. Yang Luo smiled, but said nothing. Currently John Wardle held 68 of Manchester City's shares, and his friend David Martin held 25. For a club valued at only £80 million, the price was clearly too high. But he knew that Sandetsi wouldn't simply pass on such an outrageous figure. He was waiting for the follow-up. Sure enough, Sandetsi continued, but I've already communicated with Mr. Wardle on your behalf, and he is willing to lower his asking price. Yang Luo didn't let him beat around the bush. So what is his asking price now? Sandetsi said Mr. Wardle is willing to sell his shares at around £70 million. This price was about 20 above the valuation, but still within a reasonable range. So Yang Luo said directly, "I'll offer £90 million. Sandetsi was stunned. Why was he adding more money? Yang Luo smiled. £90 million is the price to acquire all of Manchester City's shares. Sandetsi finally understood. Yang Luo added, as for how low you can negotiate, that's your skill. The surplus can serve as your performance bonus. Sandetsi was overjoyed. Great, Mr. Yang, wait for my good news. He hung up the phone and Yang Luo began to calculate. Actually, £90 million was the fair value in his mind. After all, Manchester City didn't have any major operational risks at the time, so any acquisition would have to tolerate some premium. By offering £90 million outright, he was both testing Sandetsi's capability and trying to buy his loyalty. Sure enough, with the lure of money, Sandetsi's efficiency soared. Another day passed, and he informed Yang Luo that the price had been settled. Yang Luo asked what's the final price. Sandetsi was in a good mood. £88 million. This meant the company had earned £2 million in performance fees, and he himself could get at least £1 million. And Yang Luo took the opportunity to ask him a question. Mr. Woodward, would you be willing to join Manchester City as CEO? Sandetsi was taken aback and fell silent for a while. Then he said, Mr. Yang, do you know that my father is a diehard Manchester United fan? Yang Luo said, so what is your answer? Sandetsi said, word by word, you have to pay more. On December 12, 2002, Manchester City Football Club suddenly announced that a mysterious billionaire from the United States, Yang Luo, had acquired all shares of the club for $88 million. At the same time, Yang Luo cleared the club's debts of several million, and along with the service fees paid to JP Morgan, was expected to spend $100 million. This news immediately ignited a media frenzy. Yang Luo. Who is he? Even the most knowledgeable individuals could find no information about him. It was not until Yang Luo appeared alongside John Wardle at the press conference that reporters were astonished to see that he had an Eastern appearance and was quite young. Everyone's mind flashed with the question, is he just another rich second generation? After a brief introduction by the host, all the media eagerly prepared to ask questions. A reporter stood up first. Hello, Mr. Yang, I am Per Smith from The Sun. I think everyone doesn't know much about you. Could you please introduce yourself briefly? The Sun. Yang Luo frowned. Doesn't this newspaper love to dig into scandals? They clearly want to extract some explosive news. Therefore, he responded expressionlessly, I am a Chinese-American, 24 years old, and unmarried. Per Smith was taken aback and grudgingly pressed on, as an American, what drives you to come to England to acquire? Yang Luo glanced at him, a love for football. Per Smith was stunned and had to sit down in disappointment. He never expected this young man to be so tight-lipped, unable to extract any useful information. At this moment, a reporter from The Times stood up. Hello, Mr. Yang, I am Kevin Johns from The Times. May I ask if you have ever been involved in football before? And what is your purpose in acquiring this club? Yang Luo answered without hesitation, I have never been involved in any football-related work. As for the purpose, I want to transform Manchester City into a powerful team, perhaps the greatest team in England. This statement immediately stirred the reporters in the audience. At this point, a reporter from The Guardian stood up. The Guardian is a local Manchester newspaper, and many reporters there were diehard fans of local teams, with this man being a Manchester United supporter. He stood up with a mocking expression. Mr. Yang, I think you may not understand English football very well. To become the greatest team in England, there are many teams you need to surpass. Not to mention Manchester United, Arsenal, and Liverpool, just Blackburn and Aston Villa would be enough for Manchester City to chase for a while. Yang Luo looked at him. Mr. Reporter, what is your name? I am David Jones. Yang Luo smiled. Mr. Jones, how old are you this year? I am 31. What's the problem? Yang Luo glanced at him. You are lucky. You have enough time to witness the rise of Manchester City. When you turn 50, you will surely believe what I said today. On that day, I will invite you to witness it all. I hope, Mr. Yang, is not just all talk. Yang Luo replied, being good at words is your strength as I am only good at turning dreams into reality. David Jones wanted to say something more, but was directly signaled by Yang Luo to move on to the next question. Then another reporter stood up. So, Mr. Yang, what will you use to support your vision? You should know that building a powerful team is not an overnight task. Yang Luo responded expressionlessly, I have money. The reporter did not expect such an answer, leaving him at a loss for how to continue. Beside him, John Wardle showed a speechless expression. This young man indeed had money, but this was a bit too arrogant. However, he realized that Yang Luo had purchased the club outright with cash, which explained his confidence. This kid clearly has plenty of money. If he truly invests real money into the club, he might just improve Manchester City's performance. However, to become England's most successful club, even he himself found that hard to believe. After the press conference, all the reporters could feel this new owner's distinctiveness. Perhaps he should be called arrogant. Especially The Guardian, whose headline read, "A complete outsider utterly arrogant." In this report, they mercilessly criticized Yang Luo, believing that an outsider like him would ultimately lead Manchester City to ruin. Among Manchester City fans, voices of dissent against Yang Luo were also incessant. Many fans surrounded the club's headquarters protesting this acquisition. Especially the Manchester City supporters group 1894, whose protests were the loudest, demanding an explanation from the club. John Wardle, who was preparing to run away with the money, had no choice but to step up. Dear fans, you must believe in Mr. Yang. His financial strength is far beyond ours, and he will give Manchester City a brighter future. A 30-something fan stepped forward. We want tradition, we want passion, not cold hard capital. John Wardle recognized him as the famous Manchester City fan leader Glenn Stone, who held a high position in the hearts of Manchester City fans. He knew he couldn't offend this person, so he patiently explained, like everyone else, I love Manchester City, but with my financial strength, I cannot lead Manchester City further. I hope everyone can give Mr. Yang more trust. Glenn Stone loudly said, how can I trust an outsider who has never been involved in football? At that moment, a voice rang out, does it matter whether you trust me or not? Glenn Stone was taken aback and turned to look at the speaker. Yang Luo walked over. I bought Manchester City with real cash, not through some so-called financing schemes, to get something for nothing, which is 100 times better than someone like you, who only knows how to wave flags and shout slogans. Don't talk about passion. I spent nearly 100 million to buy the club and pay off its debts. What have you done? Glenn Stone was momentarily speechless. Yang Luo continued, true supporters should maintain enough patience with the team rather than coming here to make grandiose statements right from the start. So I hope everyone can give our management some time. I assure you that the club will be much better than you imagine. Glenn Stone's expression fluctuated and he remained silent. However, most fans nodded, seemingly satisfied with Yang Luo's statement. They had come to seek an attitude from the club, and since Yang Luo had said so, they naturally felt their goal had been achieved. Yang Luo clapped his hands. Then everyone should go back. I hope you continue to support Manchester City. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Glenn Stone standing there, his expression uncertain. With more than half a month remaining until the winter transfer window opens, he must first arrange the club's affairs. David Bernstein, the current chairman of the club, is a devoted fan of Manchester City. He took over the club when it fell into the third tier of the league and successfully led it to 2 promotions within 2 years back to the Premier League. In Yang Luo's plan, he is an indispensable figure. Sanderson is responsible for the commercial operations while he handles the team's affairs, making him Yang Luo's right-hand man. Moreover, with the club recently changing ownership, Yang Luo needs to leverage his influence to stabilize the morale and reduce staff turnover. However, David Bernstein frowned and said, Mr. Yang, I am resigning. Mr. Bernstein, Manchester City needs you. I still have deep feelings for Manchester City, but the current development path of the team seems to conflict with my views. So Yang Luo naturally understood what he meant. He had previously followed Manchester City's history and knew that David Bernstein would soon resign, primarily due to a disagreement with the then head coach Kevin Keegan's philosophy. Bernstein believed that the team should not excessively recruit famous stars, as this would place a significant financial burden on the club. However, Keegan was infatuated with star players, which greatly dissatisfied Bernstein. Ultimately, Bernstein resigned from the position of chairman. Yang Luo spoke, Mr. Bernstein, I know you are unhappy with the club's recruitment, but things are different now as I share your views. Bernstein was taken aback. Yang Luo said sincerely, I will not allow Mr. Keegan to continue bringing in numerous famous veterans. My main goal moving forward is to target players under 25. Moreover, Mr. Keegan does not align with my long-term plans, so he will not remain as the head coach of Manchester City for long. Bernstein's expression shifted slightly, as this disagreement with Keegan was indeed the main reason for his resignation. He pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Yang, what is your long-term plan? To become the #1 club in England. Bernstein was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly and replied, Mr. Yang, can we discuss something more practical? Do you think I am joking? Bernstein was truly taken aback this time. He looked at Yang Luo seriously, saying, Mr. Yang, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. It will require at least 10 years of sustained effort. Yang Luo smiled and said, I am still young. Bernstein was stunned. After a while he nodded and said, "All right, I believe you." Yang Luo smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Mr. Bernstein, I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Bernstein also smiled and shook his hand. With Bernstein's retention, the overall framework of the club would not undergo significant changes, and Yang Luo's next task was to meet with the coaching staff and players. Before the acquisition, he had already learned about Manchester City's current roster. Goalkeepers Schmeichel, Weaver, Nash; defenders Dunn, Javi, Distin, Howie, Bischoff, Metamo, Richie, Nicholas, Jensen; weekends midfielders Sun Jihai, Vivian, Fo, Horlock, Seiko, Bernarbia, Naguya, Belkovic, Tiato, Wright, Phillips, Duffield; forwards Anelka, Goder, Macken, Hackney, Wanchope, and Kieran. Of course, there is also the Suntoretire Old Holland. Yes, the one who was sidelined by Roy Keane, the father of the kid, who could devour opponents. Looking at this lineup, Yang Luo couldn't help but curl his lips. What kind of team is this? A typical configuration for a mid-to-lower-tier Premier League team. From the perspective of an old fan like him, this lineup is quite lackluster. Old Schmeichel has a great reputation, but at 39 he is about to retire, and he is not someone to rely on. The defenders Dunn, Distin, and Nicholas Jensen have some recognition, but they cannot be considered top-tier players. As for the midfield, Sun Jihai, who frequently appears as a right midfielder this season, is clearly more suited to a right-back position, and Captain Bernarbia is about to retire. Wright Phillips is still young, and as for Vivian Fo, Yang Luo couldn't help but sigh he should really go get a heart checkup. The most notable forwards are undoubtedly Anelka and Wanchope, but it is unrealistic to expect them to challenge for the title. Goder, although instrumental in City's promotion, clearly lacks the capability to compete in the Premier League. Moreover, their overall age is quite high, aside from Dunn, Distin, Sun Jihai, Anelka, and Wanchope, who are still in their prime. Most of the other key players are already over 30, urgently needing a refresh. As for Vivian Fo, Yang Luo hopes he can retire, as football can never take precedence over life and death. Overall, this lineup is almost entirely outside of his plans. Of course, the most outside of his plans is their head coach, Mr. Kevin Keegan. This former Ballon d'Or winner has clearly not succeeded as a coach compared to his playing career, and his 442 tactic will eventually be phased out, so Yang Luo has no reason to keep him. Of course, during the midseason, he wouldn't rush to change the head coach as the team's performance is relatively stable, leaving no reason for a managerial change. Thus, after securing Bernstein, he arranged a meeting with Kevin Keegan. Kevin Keegan is 51 this year, considered middle-aged among coaches. He is not tall, but he appears quite spirited. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then Yang Luo asked, "Mr. Keegan, what are your thoughts on the first-team players at the club now?" "Mr. Yang, are you planning to bring in players during the winter transfer window?" Yang Luo nodded. "I have this idea, but it depends on whether there are suitable opportunities. If possible, I would like to bring in a left winger and a forward." Yang Luo politely inquired, "Do you have any target players?" Without hesitation, Keegan replied, "McManaman and Robbie Fowler. They are undoubtedly talented players. Moreover, McManaman's contract with Real Madrid is about to expire, making it a very cost-effective deal." Yang Luo's mind buzzed upon hearing this. While these two are good, one is aging and the other is injury-prone, making their cost-effectiveness rather mediocre. Moreover, historically, it was precisely these two transactions that led to a rapid increase in Manchester City's financial pressure, prompting Bernstein to resign. This old guy Keegan. This further solidified Yang Luo's determination to dismiss him next summer. Yang Luo naturally did not agree with Giggs' idea. He subtly indicated that the team would focus more on bringing in quality young players in the future. Giggs fell silent for a moment, but ultimately expressed his support for Yang Luo. Previously, he had significant influence in transfers at Manchester City, but it now seemed that this power was about to be stripped away. Perhaps he already had a faint premonition in his mind. Wise individuals often do not speak too explicitly, and both Giggs and Yang Luo were clearly among them. Giggs guessed that he might not stay in this position for much longer, and Yang Luo could sense that he was aware. However, Yang Luo was not too worried about the impact on the team's performance, as he had not included this season in his plans. As long as Giggs did not bring Manchester City down to relegation, everything would be manageable. After communicating with Giggs, he reserved a restaurant and invited the club members to a feast. He needed to reassure the players to prevent any negative thoughts. Although most of these players were not part of his plans during the gathering, he assured them that the team's cash flow was sufficient and he would continue to inject funds into the club, guaranteeing a bright future. Most players showed excited expressions except for Anelka and the older Holland, who appeared indifferent. The older Holland could understand since he was about to retire, but Anelka, Yang Luo couldn't help but frown. He had talent, but he indeed lacked a sense of belonging in the various teams he played for. Such players need to be dealt with swiftly. During this gathering, his main targets were two individuals. The first, now at 25 years old, he was at the peak of his career. As long as he stayed injury-free, he could serve as a rotation player for many years at the club. More importantly, he was backed by the vast market of Huaxia, and as long as he was on the team, he could bring countless attention to Manchester City. Attention and exposure mean money. With the commercial development capabilities of Sandetsi, it would be difficult not to establish a commercial chain in Huaxia. Thus he approached Sun Jihai. Hello, brother Sun. Sun Jihai quickly stood up. Hello, Mr. Yang. He had spent years in Huaxia and understood these rules better than the foreigners. Yang Luo smiled. Brother Sun, there's no need to be so polite. From now on we are on the same boat. You can just call me by my name. Sun Jihai quickly waved his hand. How can that be? Yang Luo laughed heartily. This is England. There aren't so many rules as back home. We meeting here is a kind of fate. Let's keep in touch more often. Sun Jihai was taken aback. This new boss didn't seem like an American-born Chinese, but rather like a seasoned veteran who had spent years in domestic drinking circles. In fact, before his transmigration, Yang Luo had indeed been immersed in drinking circles for many years. In his previous life as a finance professional, he not only had outstanding achievements in the secondary market, but was also an unbeatable presence in drinking parties with capital moguls. Unfortunately, one day in 2023, at the age of 36, he suffered a heart attack from overwork and woke up in the body of the 17-year-old Yang Luo. His career had traversed countless drinking venues, making him an elite tested by alcohol. After a few exchanges, the relationship between him and Sun Jihai quickly grew closer. However, in such a setting, he could not talk too much with Sun Jihai. After chatting briefly, he moved to the older Holland, who was sitting alone in a corner. The older Holland was quietly observing his cheerful teammates while holding a piece of steak, yet he did not put it in his mouth. The joyous atmosphere around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Due to severe knee injuries, he was about to face retirement, which meant he would soon leave the club. However, when he saw Yang Luo approaching, he still stood up. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Luo clinked glasses with him. Mr. Holland, I heard you are considering retirement. Why not give it another shot? Our club will fully support you. The older Holland let out a bitter smile. Mr. Yang, you know my legs. It's already very hard to sustain the intensity of professional matches. If this continues, it might even become a problem to walk. Yang Luo sighed. That's truly sad news. What are your plans for the future? The older Holland thought for a moment. I'll probably return to Norway and teach kids how to play football or something. Yang Luo looked at him. What if I want you to work for Manchester City? The older Holland was taken aback. Work for Manchester City? Yang Luo replied matter-of-factly, isn't that possible? The older Holland looked at Yang Luo in disbelief. Oh, after all, he had played less than 50 minutes, yet this young boss was willing to offer him a job. His lips quivered, slightly unsure of what to say. Yang Luo said, although your time at Manchester City has not been long, we admire your professional spirit, so I hope you can pass this resilient spirit to our young players. If possible, I hope you can take on the role of our youth team coach after retirement. The older Holland was stunned, and a different emotion began to emerge in his eyes. In fact, the money he earned during his career could not guarantee a completely laid-back life in his later years. This job was still very important for his family. After a while, he finally said quietly, thank you, Mr. Yang. However, I need to discuss this with my family. Yang Luo nodded in understanding. After all, they were all preparing to pack up and leave England, and having a job suddenly dropped in front of them meant he had to discuss it with his family. However, even if the older Holland still wanted to return to Norway, that was fine. Arranging for him to be a scout for Manchester City would work too, as he needed to keep his family locked into Manchester City. After all, his son, he was a real talent. He must be turned into a part of their youth training. Yang Luo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. After finishing his conversation with the older Holland, Yang Luo had achieved the purpose of the gathering, so he deliberately accelerated the pace of the event and finally wrapped it up before 10. Although most people did not drink, the atmosphere was quite pleasant overall. After the gathering ended, Yang Luo specifically called out to Bernstein. Bernstein, would you accompany me to Paris in a few days? Bernstein was taken aback. What are we going to Paris for? Yang Luo stretched. To buy players. Bernstein could not help but ask, by whom? Yang Luo smiled. A guy with buck teeth. Bernstein's heart stirred. Paris, buck teeth. Yang Luo smiled. Looks like you figured out who it is. Bernstein said uncertainly. It can't be that Brazilian, right? Yang Luo chuckled. Who else could it be? Bernstein looked at him as if he were a monster. Him. Is it even possible for us to acquire him? After all, he performed so well in the World Cup. Yang Luo replied, but I have money. Bernstein sighed. In the world of football, having money doesn't mean you can buy everything. Yang Luo smiled again. That's because they don't have enough money. The next day, Manchester City announced another news. The club's owner, Yang Luo, injected 150 million into the club. This news once again shocked the entire football world. People could hardly imagine just how wealthy this mysterious Yang Luo truly was. But only Yang Luo himself knew that he was on the verge of exhausting his own fortune. His initial expectations before acquiring the club were too optimistic. Because the current exchange rate of the pound to the dollar is 1:1. 56, he put in $400 million, which ultimately converted to just over £250 million. After spending £100 million to acquire the team, the rest was all invested. This made Yang Luo a bit depressed. A $400 million looked like a lot, but in the world of football, it was merely a drop in the bucket. It seemed he needed to earn more money. Thinking of this, he habitually opened his stock account. Apart from leaving $5 million for his personal use, the remaining $100 million had all been invested in a company's stocks. Not Apple nor Microsoft, but NetEase. Because in his memory in the U.S. stock market of 2003, neither Apple nor Amazon saw growth as significant as that of NetEase. After gradually closing his positions and shorting the Nasdaq futures, he slowly began to build a position in NetEase, and now it was fully established with an average cost price of around $4. Now NetEase's stock has risen to $12, which means the market value of the stocks in his account has reached $300 million again. This finally brightened his mood. He wasn't in a hurry to liquidate, but chose to hold on. This was just the beginning of the rise. Just as he was closing his stock, Yang Luo couldn't help but smile. Fiona in Manchester. The girl on the other end gasped. What? Could it be that mysterious wealthy man is really you? Yang Luo had no secrets from her. It's me. Fiona exclaimed. Brother Luo, where did you get so much money? You mustn't be doing anything illegal. Yang Luo laughed. Don't worry, Fiona, every penny of mine is clean. Fiona then felt relieved. That's good. But how did you manage to earn so much money without a sound? I didn't know. Yang Luo spoke the truth. I made it from stocks. I was lucky and used the money your uncle left me, and in just a few years it multiplied several hundred times, leading to my current situation. Fiona immediately expressed jealousy. Oh my. You were the Buffett hiding beside me all along. When are you coming back? Treat me to a meal soon. Yang Luo laughed. I've been quite busy here lately. How about you come to Manchester to find me? I'll take you out for a few days. Fiona said dejectedly. Sigh, I've been interning lately. I'm really busy. Yang Luo then remembered she was already a senior, so he smiled and asked, where are you interning now? Fiona said proudly, J.P. Morgan. Yang Luo was taken aback. That's one of Sandetz's colleagues. So he encouraged her. J.P. Morgan is a top investment bank. It's a rare learning opportunity for you. Fiona playfully pouted. All right, I know. You're going to start lecturing again. Yang Luo sighed. I'm doing this for your own good. Fiona seemed to remember something. By the way, I heard the news from Alex and Gary. They might cause you trouble. Yang Luo's expression immediately turned cold. Those two. What reason do they have to trouble me? I have nothing to do with them. Fiona sighed. I know, but in China there's an old saying, be cautious of others' intentions. Yang Luo replied. Okay, I will be careful. You can rest assured. Fiona said. All right then, it's break time. I have to go back to work. Bye. Yang Luo. After the two hung up, Yang Luo furrowed his brows. Fiona is the only peer from the Lehman family who is close to him and has kept in touch even after he completely left the family. Perhaps it's because her mother is also Chinese. Both mother and daughter have treated him very well. But unfortunately, among the Lehman family, only the two of them are worth his nostalgia. Alex and Gary, on the other hand, are his nominal brothers, biological sons of his foster father John Lehman. They have always been hostile towards him, making things difficult for him back, then even coming to pick fights after he left the Lehman family. Especially after he graduated from university without a proper job, they mocked him relentlessly. Now that they learned he suddenly became so wealthy, it would be out of character for them not to cause trouble. But Yang Luo didn't care at all. He never took these two spoiled brats seriously. Just then his phone rang again. He looked at the number and couldn't help but frown even tighter. So he decisively hung up. But that number was persistent and called again. Yang Luo couldn't help but reminisce about the smartphones of 10 years later, which can directly add numbers to a blacklist. He knew these two flies well. They would not rest until they disturbed him. So he answered the call. A frivolous male voice came through. Yo, Jamie. Yang still hanging up on me. Feeling guilty. Jamie is the name Yang Luo used in the Lehman family. Yang Luo coldly replied, what do you want? Alex. Alex sneered. You shameless little thief. You stole our Lehman family's money and dare to flaunt it so openly. Yang Luo retorted coldly. Watch your mouth. I didn't take a single penny from your Lehman family. That $1 million was my tuition given to me by my foster father. Alex snorted. 1 million. What a joke. If you only took 1 million, how could you have so much money to buy Manchester City? Do you take me for a fool? Yang Luo suddenly turned his anger into a smile. You finally realized your own intellectual level. Congratulations. In the realm of insults, not even 10 elixirs could match Yang Luo. He was furious, declaring, all right, just you wait. I will make you return every penny you stole. Yang Luo remained calm, saying, come on, I'm waiting for you. Elixirs snorted coldly, get ready to face an investigation. With that, he hung up the phone. Yang Luo chuckled indifferently, as such a fly would not affect his mood at all. Of course, if he dared to bully him. Yang Luo let out a cold laugh. 2 days later, Yang Luo invited Bernstein, and they boarded a plane to Paris. Bernstein had already contacted the sporting director of Paris Lecornu, who replied that they were willing to hear an offer. Young Luo remembered that Paris Saint-Germain was currently in a financial crisis, otherwise they wouldn't have sold that buck-toothed lad to Barcelona at a low price in the summer of 2003. Now he aimed to snatch this Brazilian player before Barcelona could. After disembarking the plane, they did not linger, but headed straight to Paris Saint-Germain's club. At that moment, Ligue 1 was in its winter break and many players had gone on vacation, but the club's staff had to. As soon as they arrived at Paris Saint-Germain, a young and beautiful staff member approached them asking, "Are you Mr. Young from Manchester City and Mr. Bernstein?" Bernstein's eyes lit up. "Hello, beautiful miss, we are indeed from Manchester City." He reached out to shake the young lad. Young Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Bernstein, you're nearly 60, can you not be so lewd?" The staff member gracefully shook their hands and then led them to Lecornu's office. Lecornu was already seated properly in his office. Upon seeing them, he immediately stood up with a beaming smile. "Mr. Young, Mr. Bernstein, hello." In his eyes, these two were undoubtedly money bringers. Paris Saint-Germain today is not the powerhouse it will become in a few years. Currently, they are falling behind in the arms race, with teams like Lyon leading the club into financial trouble. The most valuable asset in the club is undoubtedly that adorable buck-toothed player, so he knew that Paris would definitely not be able to keep him. But he must find a good home for the lovable buck-toothed player and collect a hefty bride price. Although Manchester City is not a top club, they have a budget of £150 million. Surely the bride price must be substantial. After some casual chit-chat, they took their seats. Bernstein spoke up. "Mr. Lecornu, I believe you know the purpose of our visit. What price would your club be willing to sell Ronaldinho for?" Lecornu cleared his throat and revealed a warm smile. "You both know that Ronaldinho is our team's treasure, very important to us. I would say he is priceless in my heart." He paused, blinked his big eyes, and looked at the two with an innocent expression. Young Luo looked at him. "Mr. Lecornu, if I recall correctly, your club seems to have some financial issues." Lecornu's expression changed instantly, casting a resentful glance at him. "How can you, an Eastern person, be so straightforward?" Young Luo smiled. "So, Mr. Lecornu, could you please provide a psychological price? We have come with genuine intent." Lecornu appeared thoughtful, as if making a difficult decision. After a while, he looked up and reluctantly said, €50 million. Bernstein immediately responded, "Mr. Lecornu, that seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Lecornu was firm. "He is only 22 years old. This price is quite reasonable." Bernstein countered, "The highest transfer fee this summer for Ferdinand was only €46 million. Ronaldinho is great, but he's just a rising star." Lecornu replied, "He is a player of Ballon d'Or caliber. This price is not high." Thus the two began a heated discussion over the price. Young Luo remembered that in the summer transfer window of 2003, Ronaldinho's transfer fee was €25 million. However, the buyer was Barcelona, whose bargaining power is much stronger than that of today's Manchester City. Therefore, the price he could accept was between €35 million and €40 million. Indeed, after about 10 minutes, the negotiations between Bernstein and Lecornu reached this range. Bernstein offered €34 million, while Lecornu asked for €40 million. Just as they were about to reach a stalemate, Young Luo spoke up, €37 million to be paid in full. Lecornu's heart leapt with joy. €37 million was already a good price, and unexpectedly the owner chose to pay it all at once, which was a significant boon for their finances. He immediately called the president, Greer, who had no objections to the deal. Ultimately, both sides reached an agreement at the club level. Next was the players' willingness. Young Luo knew this was the most difficult hurdle. As a contemporary superstar, Ronaldinho shone brightly at the World Cup in Korea and Japan, or would he be interested in transferring to a mid-tier Premier League club like Manchester City? Young Luo's only reliance was on that filthy money. However, our cheerful buck-toothed lad was currently on vacation in Brazil, so Lecornu made a call to see if he could spare some time to discuss the transfer. After a lengthy wait, someone finally answered the phone. "This is Roberto Assis." "Mr. Director, what can I do for you?" This Roberto Assis was indeed Ronaldinho's brother and also his agent. Lecornu immediately said, "Roberto, a club has come to offer for Ronaldinho. I hope you can come back to discuss his." Young Luo's heart stirred. Was this the legendary agent brother of Ronaldinho? If he came back to negotiate, it would certainly be much easier. After all, this guy was quite unreliable. He had once gotten little Ronaldinho a fake passport to enter Paraguay, which led to his detention. However, eventually little Ronaldinho turned misfortune into fortune, achieving an astonishing feat in prison, winning the Golden Jail Award, an honor no current superstar had ever received. Perhaps such a person could be swayed by money. Young Luo and Bernstein spent a day in Paris. The next morning, a weary Roberto rushed back to Paris. He couldn't afford to rest and went directly to the club. Upon receiving the news, young Luo and Bernstein immediately headed to the club, where they met in the reception room. The lucky older brother who had a good younger brother bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Luo, though he was slightly more handsome. After exchanging pleasantries with him, young Luo couldn't help but ask Mr. Assis, didn't your brother come back with you? Roberto waved his hand dismissively, saying, my brother said he would leave everything to me. He is still on vacation in Brazil. Young Luo rolled his eyes internally. This Xiao Luo was truly unconcerned. Since this was already a matter between Manchester City and the player, Lecorne politely said, I'm sorry everyone, but I have some matters to attend to. You can discuss among yourselves, and if there are any issues, feel free to contact me directly. With that, he waved goodbye to the three and left the reception room. Once the unrelated personnel had left, young Luo spoke. Mr. Assis, we would like to know your and your brother's thoughts on transferring to our Manchester City club. Roberto showed a hesitant expression. Mr. Young, you know that our Ronaldinho has grand ambitions. A prestigious club is his next target. Young Luo rolled his eyes internally, thinking, if you look down on our club, why did you rush all the way back from? What you're saying is merely an attempt to drive up the price. Those family members of stars who act as agents are primarily focused on money. Not to mention, don't you currently have an Anelka in your team? So the best way to deal with people like them is to throw money at them. However, since he was trying to play tricks on himself, he certainly wouldn't just go along with it. Thus, he said, it seems you are not interested in joining Manchester City. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. With that, he stood up to leave. Roberto immediately panicked. He merely intended to show a high attitude, but unexpectedly they had pulled the rug out from under him. If they left, he would look like a fool for rushing back from Brazil. So he quickly spoke. Mr. Young, what I meant to express is that Manchester City has proven its determination to become a prestigious club with your sincerity, so we are willing to negotiate with you. Young Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Bernstein, both of their lips curling upward. After all, not being professional agents, they were still quite easy to manipulate. Next, it was the mutual tug-of-war between Bernstein and Roberto. However, young Luo and Bernstein both understood that to sign a player of this caliber, it would be impossible without a significant financial outlay. Ultimately, they reached an agreement setting Ronaldinho's weekly salary at £65,000. Don't underestimate this figure. The highest salary in the Premier League today is only £90,000 for Roy Keane. Moreover, Manchester City also paid a signing fee of €200,000. This meant that Manchester City had spent a total of £26 million to sign Ronaldinho. This was nearly a record-breaking price. Yet young Luo knew that he had truly made a profit. To secure a player of this caliber was a massive win. To avoid any prolonged issues, Bernstein signed the contract with Paris Saint-Germain that very day and had Roberto call Ronaldinho from Brazil to Manchester for a medical examination. After the medical examination was completed, both parties officially signed a 5-year contract. However, at Roberto's request, a conditional release clause was added to Ronaldinho's contract. Starting in 2005, teams participating in the Champions League could buy Ronaldinho for €80 million. Young Luo understood Manchester City's current status, so he did not oppose this release clause. Additionally, Ronaldinho's peak period wouldn't last long, he intended to cash in at the top. The moment both parties put pen to paper, young Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. The buck-toothed guy next to him also put down his pen and said to young Luo, Mr. Young, since there's nothing else, can I go back to Brazil now? Young Luo sighed helplessly. He had indeed promised him that he could enjoy this holiday. But he didn't expect him to be so carefree, even delaying his reporting to the new club to enjoy life first. However, if he didn't act like this, he wouldn't be the same Xiao Luo. Bernstein also looked at young Luo helplessly, feeling a bit of a headache. Can we trust this Brazilian? Young Luo smiled at him. Don't worry, Ronaldinho is a true genius. On December 23, 2002, Manchester City officially announced that the team had signed Ronaldinho from Paris Saint-Germain for €37 million. This news once again shook the entire European football scene. Since the Korea-Japan World Cup, Ronaldinho had attracted the attention of many prestigious clubs, but unexpectedly, it was Manchester City who acted first and secured him. And this was only the 11th day since young Luo took over the club. This made many realize that this new boss was not to be trifled with. At the press conference, Bernstein said spiritedly, signing Ronaldinho is a significant transaction marking the beginning of a new era for Manchester City. A reporter asked what will be Manchester City's strategy in the transfer market following this deal. Bernstein smiled. As long as there is an opportunity, we will continue to strike. Another reporter pressed, can you reveal your targets? Bernstein smiled mysteriously, just wait for the news. The next day, a reporter interviewed Arsenal's coach Wenger about this matter. Mr. Wenger, what do you think of this transaction? Wenger frowned. Ronaldinho is a true genius. Manchester City made a great deal. The reporter pressed further, what impact do you think young Luo's addition will have on the entire Premier League? Wenger shook his head. Money is a powerful force. This will have a significant impact on the entire Premier League. But whether that impact is good or bad, I'm not sure. Another reporter interviewed the old man with the red nose. Sir Ferguson, what do you think of this transaction? Ferguson laughed. This might be the first step for Manchester City to get on the right track. However, this transaction is simply too expensive. How should I put it? Mr. Young Luo might just be too rich. The reporter pressed Sir Ferguson, how long do you think it will be before Manchester City can challenge Manchester United? Ferguson smiled mysteriously. Football is round. At this moment, Young Luo was at the Manchester airport. Yesterday, he received a notification from the California police requesting him to return to California to assist in the investigation. Indeed, the Lehman family had reported the case, accusing themselves of embezzling family assets. Young Luo scoffed, thinking that this group of incompetent fools was only good at eating, drinking, and causing trouble for him. Although he could directly hire a lawyer, he wouldn't be able to see their defeated expressions, so he decided to return to California himself. With 20 minutes left until boarding, he held a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly, feeling a bit bored. Nowadays, phones are just phones, watching videos, and such were completely out of the question. At that moment, his phone rang. Fiona's voice came through. Brother Luo, I heard that Alex and Gary reported. Young Luo replied, they're just clowns. I'm not worried at all. I just have to return to California, which takes up some of. Fiona asked, when will you be back? They'll pick you up at the airport. Young Luo thought for a moment and said, probably in about 12 hours. Fiona said, all right, I'll go to the airport to pick you up then. Not long after hanging up, Young Luo boarded the plane. 12 hours later, he appeared at the California airport. Among the crowd of people waiting, he immediately spotted the tall and slender Fiona. Today, she was wearing a long trench coat and fitted jeans that accentuated her long legs. Her straight black hair and fair skin made her stand out prominently in the crowd. As soon as Fiona saw him, she excitedly waved her arms. Brother Luo, over here, over here. She spoke. Since her mother was Chinese, her Chinese was quite fluent, and she communicated with Young Luo solely in Chinese. Young Luo smiled as he walked over to her, and Fiona casually linked her arm with his, let's go tycoon. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, aren't you too old for this? Fiona proudly tilted her head. So what? You're my brother. Young Luo replied, theoretically, I'm no longer your brother. I have no legal ties to the Lehman family. Fiona tightened her grip even more. So what? I like it. Young Luo helplessly allowed her to cling to his arm as they walked to the parking lot. In the parking lot, there was an old Beetle parked, and Young Luo knew this was Fiona's vehicle. He couldn't help but chuckle. Can't you change your car? It feels old when I sit in it, he added. Fiona pouted. I'm not as rich as you. Young Luo suggested, how about I get you a new car? Fiona shook her head decisively. I won't do it. I'll change it when I earn money myself. Young Luo knew she was very stubborn, so he didn't insist further. By now it was already evening, and Fiona pulled him into a Chinese restaurant. Tycoon, how about treating me to a meal? Since Fiona was also studying at Stanford University, they often came to this restaurant together. Young Luo smiled, saying, we could go for something more expensive. You don't have to save money for me. Fiona rolled her eyes at him and walked in ahead. The owner of the restaurant immediately recognized them and greeted them with a smile. Fiona's level of beauty indeed left a deep impression on others. Her presence made everyone in the restaurant steal a few glances at her. Unlike other mixed-race individuals, her features distinctly reflected her Chinese heritage, giving her an exquisite look that surpassed even the top beauties from Europe and America. If one had to compare, she resembled a more delicate version of Sophie Marceau with fairer skin. She casually chose a table and expertly ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes without asking Young Luo's opinion. Seeing this, Young Luo shrugged. He had already gotten used to it. The dishes were quickly served, and they didn't hold back, starting to feast. After finishing, Fiona took him to his place. I'll go with you to the police station tomorrow. Young Luo quickly refused, saying, what do you need to go for? After all, you're still a member of the Lehman family. Fiona snorted. Do you know why I would rather intern at J.P. Morgan than at Lehman Brothers? Young Luo was taken aback. Fiona waved her hand and drove off in her Beetle. The next morning, Fiona arrived punctually downstairs at Young Luo's house, taking him to the police station. Since there was no evidence at the police station, Young Luo merely cooperated with the investigation. When they arrived, the officer in charge led them into a room resembling a conference room. Fiona couldn't help but glance around. This is my first time at a police station. Young Luo shrugged, as if I've been here before. They couldn't help but smile at each other. At that moment, a burly white police officer pushed the door open and, seeing the two still smiling, frowned and said, what are you doing? Young Luo glanced at him. You asked me to cooperate with the investigation, and I came here promptly. Is there? The white police officer snorted coldly. Someone reported that your enormous assets have an unclear origin, suspecting that you illegally appropriated their family's property. If this is true, you will face more than 15 years in prison. Young Luo sighed. They baselessly suspect and frame me. Can you summon me for investigation without evidence? The white police officer coldly replied. I brought you here to cooperate with the investigation, not to let you. Young Luo understood this white police officer must have some dealings with the Lehman family, or he wouldn't be acting this way. Thinking of this, he also turned cold. I can provide evidence, but I want to confront the accuser face to face. The white police officer sneered. Just in time, the accuser has already arrived at the police station. They want to see your so-called evidence. Saying this, he turned and left the room, bringing in two white men. Upon seeing them, Young Luo's expression immediately turned cold. The newcomers were Alex Lehman and Gary Lehman, the biological sons of his adoptive father John Lehman. From the moment Young Luo joined the Lehman family, they had targeted him at every turn, and even after he left the family, they didn't let up. As soon as Alex saw Young Luo and Fiona, he immediately wore a strange smile. "Oh, why is our Eastern princess here? You still like to hang out with this useless thief?" Fiona's face revealed anger. "You are the useless ones. Brother Luo is 1,000 times better." Gary Lehman sneered, still defending him. "If he's proven to be a thief later, let's see how you'll speak for him." Young Luo looked at them as if they were fools. "I called you in here just so you could witness your own stupidity." Upon hearing this, Alex and Gary were taken aback, then exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Alex, with a mocking expression, said, "Do you think I'm foolish? When we expelled you back, then we only gave you $1 million. How could you possibly earn 4 or 500 million in just 6 or 7 years? You didn't steal our money. Who would believe that?" The white police officer beside them couldn't help but smirk, clearly preparing to apprehend this alleged thief. Young Luo sighed, saying, "It's not the stupidity that's frightening, but the ignorance of one's own foolishness is truly terrifying." He then pulled out a stack of paper from his bag. "I only received $1 million. However, I'm quite lucky. During the European Cup back then, I invested some money in betting. Here's the record of my bets with the betting company." He laid the papers out one by one. "The records here are very clear. Officer, all of this was bet in Las Vegas, where gambling is not illegal, right?" The white police officer's eyes were fixed on each betting slip, which bore the logo of the largest betting company in Las Vegas along with their unique anti-counterfeit mark. Clearly, each betting slip was authentic. Young Luo had also meticulously arranged them by date, detailing how he won $5 million. As they examined the slips, the onlookers couldn't help but think this person is extraordinarily lucky. Alex felt a strange unease and couldn't help but swallow hard. "This is just $5 million. What about?" Young Luo sighed, the mockery in his eyes becoming more evident. "Next, I will make you lose all hope." He then took out another stack of paper from his backpack. "After earning $5 million through betting, I ventured into the..." He began to open the first page. "I bought $2 million worth of Apple stock and another $2 million in NASDAQ futures." He paused for a moment. "In less than 4 years, the value of my stock account reached $100 million. Then, seizing the opportunity during the burst of the internet bubble, I shorted the market and expanded my assets to $500 million. He pushed the trading records and fund flows in front of them. "These are the trading records and fund flows printed by the brokerage firm, complete with their company stamp. If you don't believe it, you can verify it with the brokerage firm." Alex and Gary's expressions turned incredulous as they slowly flipped through the records, their faces gradually paling. These trading records were very authentic, and Young Luo could not possibly fabricate such a low-level lie. This also meant that he truly had not stolen a single cent from the Lehman family. In other words, their report to the police was entirely a joke. Now they no longer displayed their previous arrogance, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Yet Young Luo did not intend to let them off so easily. "Officer, this should be enough to prove my innocence, right?" The white police officer instinctively nodded. Young Luo added, "Officer, I would like to ask, what legal responsibility should they face for such unfounded accusations and defamation?" The white officer's expression also changed. Young Luo shrugged. "It seems you're not aware either. That's fine, I've already hired a lawyer." He then took out his phone, dialing a number. "Sherlock, please come to the San Francisco police station. I have a case that needs your assistance." He then slowly began to pack up the documents on the table. "I will wait for my lawyer to arrive. You may also find..." The white police officer's expression turned grim as he wanted to say something, but Young Luo stood up, taking Fiona's hand and leaving the conference room. Fiona's eyes were filled with admiration. "Brother Luo, you were so cool just now." Young Luo smiled. "They just walked into my line of fire." 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared at the police station. Young Luo approached him. "Mr. Sherlock, hello." The lawyer smiled. "Mr. Young, leave the rest to me." He then approached the white police officer. "Officer, you are in charge of this case, correct? I have reason to believe that these two Mr. Lehman have defamed my client, Mr. Young Luo, and I am now prepared to pursue their legal responsibility on behalf of my client." Alex and Gary trembled. Defamation charges could be serious, and if the lawyer and Young Luo pursued this relentlessly, they would at least not be spending this Christmas at home. At that moment, 3 people hurriedly entered the police station. The leader was a middle-aged woman who, although her figure had changed, she still wore a pink trench coat, appearing somewhat mismatched. Upon seeing her, Alex and Gary instantly felt as if they had seen a savior mom. The person was indeed their mother, Chris Lehman, who had previously been Yang Luo's nominal adoptive mother. She shot a cold glare at Yang Luo, then quickly walked up to her two sons. "Don't worry, I'm here." The two lawyers behind her also approached, having been brought by Chris. After briefly understanding the situation, their expressions became somewhat grim. They whispered to Chris Lehman, "Madam, we believe the best approach to this matter is to seek a settlement." Chris Lehman frowned. "Why?" One of them replied, "Given the current situation, as long as the other party insists on pursuing this matter, although your two sons may not be imprisoned, some compensation is inevitable. Moreover, during the litigation period, once the media gets wind of it, it would be extremely detrimental to the reputation of the Lehman family." Chris Lehman frowned, unable to suppress her disgust, as she looked at Yang Luo. Yang Luo, however, did not back down, staring at her intently. Ever since his first arrival at the Lehman family, she had shown him absolute disdain. If it weren't for his adoptive father, she would never have allowed him to stay in the Lehman home for even a second. As for the various distinctions made towards him in daily life, thinking back, they were all remnants of the pain that was indelibly etched in the heart of the previous Yang Luo. Thus he held a deep-seated aversion towards this woman. He knew that this time it was unlikely to cause much impact on those two, but he was waiting for this woman to bring those two to bow down to him. Chris Lehman's expression was fluctuating. Finally, she couldn't help but ask one of the lawyers, "Please ask him how much he wants for a settlement." The lawyer approached Mr. Yang. "How much would you need to settle?" Yang Luo smiled. £100 million. The expression on Chris Lehman's face turned green. She strode over. "Yang Luo, don't be too overbearing. Madam, your two sons have framed me without reason, causing great damage to my reputation. Do you think my reputation is not worth £100 million? Chris Lehman let out a cold laugh, but did not respond. Yang Luo shrugged indifferently. "It seems you don't think my reputation is worth £100 million after all." Saying this, he walked toward Sherlock. "Mr. Sherlock, I will do whatever it takes to ensure they receive their deserved punishment." Chris Lehman trembled all over and finally couldn't help but approach. "Yang Luo, we admit we were wrong. £100 million is too much. Will you let them go this time?" Yang Luo suddenly laughed. "Are you trying to plead with me?" Chris Lehman hesitated for a moment and finally whispered, "Consider this my plea, given that we have looked after you before." Yang Luo sneered. "Looked after? Do you feel no guilt in saying that? I stayed in the Lehman household for 5 or 6 years. Did you ever treat me kindly?" Chris Lehman's expression stiffened, but she didn't know what to say. Yang Luo glanced at the anxious Alex and Gary, sneering. "Did these two useless fools consider the impact when they framed me? They wanted me dead, and you want me to let them go?" Chris Lehman finally couldn't hold back any longer and trembled as she said, "I'm sorry, Yang Luo, we were in the wrong. Please let them go this time, and I promise they won't do it again." Yang Luo maintained a cold expression, saying nothing. Seeing no reaction from him, Chris couldn't help but say, "Yang Luo, please, for the sake of your foster father, forgive them this time." Yang Luo's heart trembled. His foster father, John Lehman, had always treated him particularly well. Although he was busy with work and often not at home, whenever he would fulfill his responsibilities as a father as much as he could. It could be said that he and Fiona were the only light in the entire Lehman family. Now with his two sons, Yang Luo sighed inwardly. "You let them come over and apologize to me." Chris was overjoyed and quickly called them over, quickly apologized to Yang Luo. At this moment, the two no longer had their previous arrogance and hurriedly spoke. "Yang Luo, we're sorry, it was all our fault. We hope you can forgive us." Yang Luo maintained a cold face. "If you dare to provoke me again in the future, I will not spare you." The two quickly waved their hands. "We won't dare to do it again." Yang Luo sneered, said goodbye to Sherlock, and directly turned to leave the police station. Of course, this time, he was returning a favor to his foster father. In the future, he still had many ways to bring them down. Fiona quickly followed him out. Looking at their departing figures, a trace of resentment appeared on Chris' face. As Yang Luo and Fiona exited the police station, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Luo, are you just going to let them off so easily?" "From my understanding of them, Chris will definitely not let this go." Yang Luo smiled nonchalantly. "If they dare to provoke me again, they will have to weigh the consequences. This time I let them go for your uncle's sake. Next time I won't let them off so easily." Fiona nodded. "Then you must be careful." Yang Luo patted her shoulder. "Relax. Let's go, we'll treat you to something delicious." Fiona cheered, hugged his arm, and skipped away with him. After lunch, Yang Luo returned to his place, packed his luggage, and prepared to return to Manchester. Fiona's expression fell. "Today is Christmas Eve, and you plan to spend it on the plane." Yang Luo smiled nonchalantly. "I'm from Huaxia. Oh, I don't celebrate this holiday." Fiona rolled her eyes at him. "You're just like my mom." Yang Luo laughed. "I'm not going to see Aunt Sun this time. I'll come back to see her later." "All right, you should hurry back to your family to celebrate." Fiona pouted. "You know I don't like the Lehman family either." Yang Luo smiled. "You're different from me. You still carry the Lehman surname." Fiona pouted. "I envy you." Yang Luo remembered something. By the way, I've already bought this house. If you want, you can live here. You also have the key anyway. Fiona was overjoyed, really. That's great. Then I can save some money. Yang Luo waved his hand. Of course, feel free to live here. Fiona gleefully said. Then he'll move in the day after tomorrow. All right, you can leave now. Yang Luo helplessly shook his head, preparing to leave. Fiona chased up from behind and grabbed his arm. Let's go, we'll see you off. Yang Luo smiled. As he walked through the security check, his phone suddenly received a message. You must call me often from now on. Otherwise, you're finished. Yang Luo chuckled and put his phone back in his pocket. After going through another 10-plus-hour flight, Yang Luo returned to Manchester. As soon as he got off the plane, he felt the temperature difference between California and Manchester. He couldn't help but shiver, thinking that the climate in Manchester was truly unappealing. Returning to the hotel, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. There were several missed calls on his phone, all from Bernstein. It turned out there was a match that night between Manchester City and Aston Villa, and he wanted to ask Yang Luo if he wanted to go watch. Given this opportunity, Yang Luo certainly wouldn't miss it. Thus, at 7:15 in the evening, he appeared in the VIP area with Bernstein. When the announcement mentioned his name, a sparse applause erupted from the audience. There were even occasional boos. Yang Luo frowned. It seems the fans are not very enthusiastic about him. Bernstein glanced at him. You offended the fan leader as soon as you came in. His ability to stir up trouble is quite something. Yang Luo snorted coldly. Good at nothing but the best at inciting trouble. Bernstein sighed. There's no way around it. Enjoying the fans' support means enduring their insults and doubts. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow and said nothing further. Under their watch, Manchester City performed well in this match, winning 3-1 against Aston Villa. However, Yang Luo gently shook his head. What kind of football is this? Although they won, he was not satisfied with the performance. After all, Aston Villa was currently a relegation team ranked 15th in the Premier League, and Manchester City had almost no advantage in the game, managing to win solely due to better opportunity conversion. It seems Kevin Keegan's coaching ability is just about this level. Thinking of this, he turned to Bernstein and said, Bernstein, we still need to continue buying players. Bernstein asked who to buy. Yang Luo replied, go to Brazil and buy a handsome player. Bernstein couldn't quite grasp his tactics, but since Yang Luo was the leader, he could only follow him to Brazil. After all, Manchester was freezing cold, so a few days in Brazil would be nice. Thus, the two quickly bought their plane tickets and set off for Sao Paulo, Brazil. This time their target was a guy named Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite. Of course, he was better known by another name, Kaká. Yang Luo remembered that he would be bought by AC Milan in the summer of 2003, so he prepared to act first. When they arrived at the Sao Paulo club, the club's president, Hu Wenxiao, was already waiting for them in the reception area. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats on the sofa. Hu Wenxiao smiled and said, Gentlemen, to be frank, you are the sixth club to inquire about Kaká. Yang Luo couldn't help but exchange a glance with Bernstein, a sense of crisis suddenly rising in his heart. Of course, this was also a signal intentionally released by Hu Wenxiao to raise the price. So Yang Luo spoke up directly. Mr. Hu Wenxiao, then why hasn't a deal been made yet? Is it because you don't want to? Hu Wenxiao's face showed a hint of awkwardness. Yes, it's because our asking price for him is higher. Then Mr. President, what is your asking price for Kaká? Hu Wenxiao thought for a moment. AC Milan offered us 8 million euros, which we rejected. Yang Luo chuckled inwardly. This president was rather charming. In reality, the transfer fee for Kaká to AC Milan was indeed 8 million euros, and he had deliberately claimed they rejected that price, clearly intending to raise it. Yet he didn't dare to throw out an outrageous price, only saying he had already rejected 8 million euros, indicating he hoped to get a slightly higher offer. For a moment, Yang Luo felt a bit emotional. People nowadays were indeed straightforward. Just think, a decade or two later, those shady clubs like Benfica, Porto, and Brighton would dare to demand 100 million euros for anyone. What Caicedo, he simply didn't have that capability. Look at Kaká today, not asking for 100 million euros, nor even 50 million euros, and the president only dared to raise the price starting from 8 million euros. So he didn't hesitate. 10 million euros. Hu Wenxiao's eyes lit up, tentatively negotiating 12 million euros. In his heart, he thought if the other party refused, they could still negotiate the price. Unexpectedly, Yang Luo laughed heartily. Deal. Hu Wenxiao was taken aback, instantly regretting his lack of ambition. But there was nothing he could do. The deal was done, and he could only accept the price. However, he still reminded them, although I agree here, Kaká's own willingness is also very important. Frankly, your club will need to work hard to persuade him to join. Yang Luo nodded. Please inform Kaká. Hu Wenxiao nodded and took out his phone to contact Kaká. An hour later, a sunny young man arrived at the club. When Kaká pushed the door open, Yang Luo couldn't help but think to himself, he is really damn handsome. Even I need to step back from the spotlight. Bernstein also couldn't help but nod slightly. With such looks, he could probably sell tickets for the club and break even. Kaka politely greeted the two. "Hello, gentlemen." Yang Luo extended his hand for a handshake. "Hello, Kaka. I am Yang Luo from Manchester City." Kaka's face showed some confusion, but he maintained a polite smile. He knew AC Milan was very interested in him, and he was also interested in joining Milan, but this Manchester City. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to refuse the two in front of him, a voice came from the door. "May I come in?" Everyone's gaze was drawn to the newcomer. A young man with prominent teeth and a characteristic smile walked in. Kaka's eyes instantly lit up. Yang Luo smiled. This guy's timing was just perfect. Yes, he had called Ronaldinho before coming to Brazil to ask him to visit Sao Paulo. The purpose was, of course, to persuade this young brother of the Brazilian national team. Although Ronaldinho was still on vacation, he was very enthusiastic and agreed to help out immediately. In the summer of this year's World Cup in Korea and Japan, Kaka was selected by Scolari for the squad and had spent a lot of time with Ronaldinho. It was hard not to like someone with Ronaldinho's personality, so they got along very well. Upon seeing him, Kaka immediately stood up and embraced him. Ronaldinho smiled and said to Kaka, "Hey, my little Kaka, come to Manchester City with me. Here you will get every—" Kaka hesitated for a moment. Yang Luo couldn't miss this good opportunity and quickly said, "Although Manchester City is still just an ordinary Premier League team, I assure you that in the next 3 years, I will build Manchester City into a top team in the Premier League." Ronaldinho nodded. "Mr. Yang has expressed his ambitions to me, and I believe he will work towards that goal. Little Kaka, trust your brother Ronaldinho, it will be fine." Kaka was now deep in thought. Yang Luo continued, "If within 3 years Manchester City fails to qualify for the Champions League, I will absolutely not obstruct your departure." Kaka looked up and carefully observed Yang Luo's expression. Ronaldinho calmly said to Kaka, "There is a clause in my contract that will take effect after June 30th, 2005. At that time, as long as a team in the Champions League offers me 80 million euros, it will trigger a mandatory release." Kaka thought for a moment. "All right, as long as a similar clause is added, I agree to transfer to Manchester City." Yang Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then it settled. The next step was the negotiation between Bernstein and Kaka's agent Gaetano Paolillo. Yang Luo relaxed and started sipping coffee with Ronaldinho. Yang Luo winked at him. "Thanks." Ronaldinho smiled. "Just give me a few extra days off then." Yang Luo shrugged. "I am a blood-sucking capitalist." The two burst into laughter. Soon Bernstein and Gaetano Paolillo reached an agreement, signing a 5-year contract with a weekly salary of £35,000. Ronaldinho was smiling like a flower next to Kaka, and having a fellow Brazilian to hang out with would surely make life in Manchester less dull. Yang Luo sighed on the side. How could there be such a big difference in looks among fellow Brazilians? On January 2nd, 2003, the transfer window opened. Manchester City announced that they had signed the Brazilian sensation Kaka for 12 million euros. However, Kaka will remain with Sao Paulo until June 30th, 2003, and will officially join the team on July 1st. Yang Luo remembered that the Premier League would soon introduce a special talent clause, making it easier to apply for a work permit for Kaka at that time. On the same day, Manchester City announced the official appointment of Ed Woodward as the CEO of the club. This old chap finally finished his business with JP Morgan and officially joined the team. The news immediately shocked many people. Who is this guy? Where did Yang Luo find such a talent? Soon Woodward's professional background was scrutinized. They were astonished to discover that this person's previous career had no experience related to football. Thus, David Jones of The Guardian promptly wrote a report. Manchester City has appointed a new CEO. However, as far as we know, Mr. Woodward has no prior experience in football and has not obtained any sports management qualifications. Perhaps his only connection to football was assisting Mr. Yang Luo in acquiring Manchester City. Is Yang Luo's decision to place such a person in such an important position a vision or mere folly? Let's wait and see. A reporter cornered Yang Luo, who was dining in the restaurant. "Mr. Yang, what was your intention in hiring someone with no experience as CEO?" Yang Luo smiled. "Mr. Woodward is a genius. I believe he can generate more commercial income for the club." The reporter asked again, "But he lacks experience. Don't you think this is a gamble?" Yang Luo looked at him strangely. "Manchester City is mine. Oh, what's wrong with a gamble? It's not your money." The reporter was left dumbfounded. After acquiring the Brazilian duo, Manchester City had spent less than £35 million on their budget. According to Yang Luo's plan, he aimed to spend the remaining £115 million as well. Thus, he teamed up with Bernstein and headed straight for Portugal. This time, he had his sights set on that man from Portugal. However, the management of Sporting CP was not as straightforward as Mr. Juvencio from Sao Paulo. They were notorious members of the 3 black shops in Portugal. With Manchester City's current prestige, buying players from them would require a high premium. Moreover, that man's agent is named Mendes. Yang Luo felt a headache coming on. But that man was simply too tempting. He couldn't bear to let that red-nosed old man have him. Thus, he arrived at Sporting CP. Initially, he offered 15 million euros, but was directly rejected. He decisively raised the offer to 20 million euros. Bernstein frowned. He couldn't look favorably on this flashy little guy, let alone at such a high price. He couldn't help but give Yang Luo a glance, but Yang Luo remained unmoved. To Yang Luo, 20 million euros for Cristiano was like picking it up for free. Indeed, this generous demeanor impressed the chairman of Sporting CP, and they ultimately reached an agreement at 23 million euros. Next was the negotiation between Manchester City and the player. While the chairman of Sporting CP stepped out to make a phone call, Bernstein could no longer sit still. "Boss, we can't spend money like this even if we have it. I've watched tapes of this Cristiano Ronaldo. While he has some skills, his speed and physique are decent, but he's just a flashy player and not worth this price." Yang Luo smiled. "In my eyes, he is a future Ballon d'Or level player, so I am willing to pay any price." Bernstein was taken aback. Yang Luo glanced at him. "Don't worry, we have plenty of money." Bernstein opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a while, a very capable-looking man knocked on the door and walked in. He was followed by a somewhat youthful Yang Luo recognized at a glance that this was the future five-time Ballon d'Or winner, the greatest player in Portuguese history, Cristiano Ronaldo. However, at this moment, he lacked the superstar aura of the future and still seemed a bit rustic. After all, he was a player from a small island and still lacked some experience in facing the spotlight. Mendes politely approached to shake hands with Yang Luo and Bernstein. "Hello, Mr. Yang Luo and Mr. Bernstein." Yang Luo's heart stirred. He was the only foreigner who could accurately call him by his full name at their first meeting. This top agent indeed had some insight. He must have researched him. Sure enough, after Mendes and C. Ronaldo sat down, this future top agent immediately struck up a conversation with Yang Luo and the others. He said, "Mr. Yang Luo, since you took over Manchester City, you have made frequent major moves. You must be looking to revamp the club, right?" Yang Luo did not hide it. "The current lineup cannot meet my plans for the club, so a revamp is necessary." Mendes said, "Then I would like to ask, what position do you envision for my Cristiano in the team?" Yang Luo replied candidly, "He is the cornerstone of my team." C. Ronaldo shifted slightly. Mendes scrutinized his expression and then said, "Thank you for your honesty. However, the club's facilities and the coaching staff still have a significant gap compared to top teams, which may hinder Cristiano's growth." Yang Luo said, "I understand your concerns. This is also the issue I need to address next." Mendes said, "Do you have any target candidates in mind?" Yang Luo smiled. "How about your old acquaintance Mourinho?" Mendes was startled. He had many players under Mourinho. If he could hire him, that would be wonderful. But Yang Luo added, "I was just joking. Mourinho is a top tactician, but he may not be the best at nurturing young players. I plan to bring in a coach who is good at utilizing young talents." Mendes looked at him with a questioning gaze, such as, Yang Luo smiled, "Mr. Mendes, this involves our next step in planning." Mendes also smiled. "Sorry, I spoke out of turn." Yang Luo glanced at him. "I wonder if Mr. Mendes and Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo are interested in joining my team." Mendes glanced at Cristiano Ronaldo and spoke, "Mr. Yang Luo, joining a major club to play has always been our dream. From this perspective, Manchester City was not initially in our consideration." Yang Luo knew he had more to say, so he remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Sure enough, Mendes paused and continued, "However, out of respect for your plans, and from the perspective of Cristiano's growth, we are willing to negotiate with Manchester City." Yang Luo couldn't help but smile inwardly. Mendes truly was eloquent. These words not only provided us with a way out, but also showcased his high stance. Thus, they would inevitably hold a relatively advantageous position during the negotiations. Of course, these were minor matters, as long as they could secure this talent, a little financial cost was acceptable. After bargaining between Mendes and Bernstein, both parties eventually signed a 5-year contract with a weekly salary of £35,000. There was also a clause stating that after 3 years, if a Champions League club sought to buy out the contract, the buyout fee would similarly be 80 million euros. Additionally, Manchester City paid a commission of 1 million euros. This is Mendes, who seeks benefits for players while ensuring he does not shortchange himself. For this transaction, Manchester City paid a total cost of 24 million euros. Yet this exceeded Yang Luo's expectations and was very worthwhile. After a series of physical examinations, Cristiano Ronaldo showed no health issues and would join Manchester City this summer. After officially announcing Ronaldo, Manchester City quickly acquired 3 young players, sparking discussions in the famous English star and current football commentator Gary Lineker said on the program, "Since the new owner took over, Manchester City has been wildly overpaying for young players. It seems their upcoming team-building strategy will focus on youth. However, there is only one Ferguson in Manchester. Will they achieve success?" Alan Hansen, sitting nearby, shot him a glance and said, "Do you want me to repeat my famously incorrect remark?" Lineker held back a laugh. "Do you think they can succeed with a bunch of kids?" Alan Hansen glared at him, but replied, "Their situation is completely different from Ferguson's back then. Ferguson's class of '92 consisted of players who had been playing together since childhood. The chemistry among them cannot be matched by just a few purchased players. Lineker raised an eyebrow. So you mean? Alan Hansen let out a snort, refusing to continue commenting. That famous slip-in-the-face comment from over 7 years ago made him realize that some things should not be said. Meanwhile, reporters interviewed Arsenal's head coach Wenger about these transactions. Mr. Wenger, what are your thoughts on Manchester City's recent deals? Wenger sighed. What do you think? Cristiano Ronaldo is undoubtedly an excellent young player. We once reached out to Sporting Lisbon, but now he belongs to someone else. The reporter asked, do you have high hopes for this young player's future? Wenger replied, of course, Manchester City made a good. Naturally, someone also interviewed Manchester City's current head coach Kevin Keegan. Mr. Keegan, how will you utilize these young talents? Keegan smiled, looked at the questioning reporter with a strange expression, waved his hand, and did not answer the question. His reaction, however, led those observant to sense something amiss. While the football community was fervently discussing, Manchester City announced a seemingly inconspicuous piece of news. The team's defender Erling Haaland chose to retire due to long-term injuries. Simultaneously, Manchester City announced that Erling Haaland would join the team as the U19 youth team coach. During the brief retirement ceremony, young Luo appeared on site. Old Haaland's family was also wearing his jersey, standing by his side. Now just 30, he should be in his prime, yet he could only choose to retire in disappointment, causing this Nordic warrior to shed tears. Young Luo sighed. Roy Keane truly was not a decent person. There are many useless players in world football, but few openly admit to being intentionally useless. This kick had caused this family of 5 to lose their main source of income. However, Manchester City had offered him a job, although the income couldn't compare to before. It was enough to support their living. Old Haaland's wife expressed her gratitude to young Luo. After all, they had been living in England for nearly 10 years, and returning to Norway would require a long adjustment period. Young Luo's attention was drawn to a cute little child in her arms. This was Old Haaland's third child. Strangely, this little boy now had well-proportioned features. One could hardly tell that in over a decade, he would grow up to look different. At this moment, he was wearing a Manchester City jersey, gazing blankly at this strange uncle staring at him. Young Luo couldn't help but say to his mother, "This little friend is so cute. Can I hold him?" His mother smiled and said, "Of course." As she spoke, she handed little Haaland over to him. Young Luo reached out to take him. Wow, he is really heavy. He did not expect that this little friend, not yet 3 years old, would be so heavy. He didn't look like he had that much fat. It must be the bones that are heavy. No wonder he would charge around the pitch in the future. He must have had such sturdy bones as a child. Little Haaland looked at young Luo curiously, then instinctively reached out and grabbed young Luo's hair. Young Luo's expression immediately changed. Ouch, that hurts. He hurriedly bared his teeth and shouted, "Kid, let go." But little Haaland just laughed. His mother rushed over to help, and with a combination of pulling and scolding, she finally pried his little hand loose. Young Luo had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his chest. His face froze. This little rascal wouldn't. He lifted little Haaland away from his embrace, and sure enough, there was a wet patch in his pants. Little Haaland, on the other hand, was quite excited, clapping his hands and laughing heartily, uttering words he didn't seem to understand. Young Luo was at a loss for tears. If this kid didn't have such a bright future, he would have spanked him already. His mother hurriedly took him back and quickly apologized to young Luo. Young Luo could only wave his hand with a generous smile, saying, it's fine, he will be fine soon. For this investment 20 years down the line, I can endure." A few days later, Xiao Luo finished his vacation and reported to Manchester. With only 3 days until Manchester City's next match, Kevin Keegan chose not to include him in the starting lineup. This left Xiao Luo feeling a bit gloomy. He had performed so well in training. So he could only wrap himself up warmly and sit on the substitute bench at Main Road. The winter in Manchester is absolutely freezing. In this match, Kevin Keegan once again deployed his traditional 442 formation, which made young Luo in the stands roll his eyes. The 442 formation isn't ineffective, but you need strong wingers like Manchester United has. The players on our team simply lack that capability. The state of the game also reflected that his tactics were somewhat ineffective. From the very beginning, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle, but neither created many opportunities. At this point, Leeds United was no longer the youth army of the previous 2 years. Due to financial pressure and forced player sales, their strength had significantly declined. Yet even so, Manchester City found themselves evenly matched. In the 35th minute of the match, Manchester City suffered a heavy blow as Leeds United's Australian striker Kewell broke through their defense with a quick counterattack and scored. 1-0. Manchester City was trailing at home. This goal plunged the Manchester City fans into silence. Kevin Keegan furrowed his brow and couldn't help but glance at the players on the bench. When his gaze landed on the Brazilian wrapped up like a dumpling at the far end of the bench, he couldn't help but frown. As a traditional English coach, he preferred strikers like Alan Shearer and did not favor those who appeared somewhat. Before this match, he had already decided not to let this guy even get a minute on the field. However, as the match progressed, there was still no sign of improvement for Manchester City. Strikers Anelka and Vassell were in mediocre form and couldn't find space to shoot against Leeds United's relentless defense. As the first half ended, the score remained unchanged. Yang Luo sighed and said to Bernstein, "It's hard to achieve good results with the current players." Bernstein nodded in agreement. Today's Manchester City is simply a mid-table team both in terms of player strength and the coaching staff's capabilities. Meanwhile, Kevin Keegan was in the locker room fuming. "What are you guys playing? What I see is a disorganized, unmotivated. Against a team like Leeds United, you have no desire to win at all." The players hung their heads in silence. Only Xiao Luo sat quietly shaking his leg, having sat there for an entire morning feeling quite cold. Kevin Keegan shot him a harsh glare and continued to lay out his tactics with a stern face. At halftime, he made no personnel changes, simply instructing the team to maintain their overall formation, hoping a more aggressive strategy would yield goals. However, for the first 15 minutes of the second half, the team's performance still did not satisfy him. Reluctantly, he opted to make a substitution, bringing on Goder for Vassell. Yet Goder's entry still failed to change anything. The team continued to create no threatening attacks. Yang Luo in the stands couldn't help but complain, "Why not use Ronaldinho?" Bernstein added, "Yes, Ronaldinho's technical abilities are clearly on a different level compared to these players. Why not use him?" Yang Luo frowned. "Mr. Keegan is too stubborn." Bernstein nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, time continued to tick away, and the Manchester City fans grew anxious, their boos growing louder. Xiao Luo couldn't help but rub his nose. Watching the situation on the field, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Why hadn't he been substituted yet? He clearly could change everything. At this moment, Kevin Keegan made another substitution. Veteran Benarbia came on, replacing Horlock. Ronaldinho's gaze flickered. With only one substitution left, surely he would have a chance to play in this match. Another 5 minutes passed, and only 15 minutes remained. Just then, Ronaldinho heard the coach's voice, "You go warm up, prepare to come on." His heart instantly perked up as he took off his thick, long-down jacket, dashed to the sideline, and began to do some simple shuttle runs. 3 minutes later, taking advantage of a dead ball opportunity, Kevin Keegan substituted Ronaldinho onto the field, replacing the ineffective Anelka. Looking at Ronaldinho's back, Kevin Keegan sighed. He had no other choice. After all, the remaining players were all somewhat lackluster and couldn't change the situation. Although he disapproved of this Brazilian, he was now the only one in the team who could solve the problem. 5 minutes later, Ronaldinho got his first touch of the ball. After coming on, he played in a shadow striker position. Upon receiving the ball, he used his speed to break away from Leeds United's midfield and then faced Leeds United's defensive stalwart Lucas Radebe. This South African player was nearing 34 years old. Although he was physically robust, his speed was not on the same level as Ronaldinho's. The Brazilian wizard's feints left the aging defender momentarily confused. He suddenly changed direction rapidly and easily left Lucas Radebe behind. Lucas Radebe was taken aback and attempted to reach out to pull him back, only to find he had no opportunity at all. At this point, Ronaldinho had already entered the penalty area. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he executed a delicate chip shot, sending the ball soaring over the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the net. Main Road erupted with excitement. This was an absolutely brilliant goal by a true genius. The fans went wild, not just because of the equalizer, but also because they witnessed such a spectacular goal. After scoring, Ronaldinho joyfully shook his head and performed a spontaneous dance. Many players rushed over to hug him in celebration. This cheerful Brazilian was hard not to like. On the sidelines, Kevin Keegan also jumped up in excitement. Although he wasn't fond of this Brazilian, the goal had certainly relieved some of his stress. Yang Luo in the stands raised his arms and shouted, "Beautiful." Bernstein excitedly remarked, "This is genius, this is skill." In the 80th minute, Manchester City equalized through Ronaldinho's brilliant strike. With just over 10 minutes left, could Ronaldinho create another miracle? Yang Luo looked at the figure of the Brazilian and said, "Keep going, give Main Road a little shock." After leveling the score, Manchester City's morale surged, and for a time, they formed a dominating presence against Leeds United. Realizing they needed to change their expectations for the match, Leeds retreated into their penalty area, preparing to defend for a draw. Faced with Leeds' defensive shell, Manchester City found themselves with limited options. As time ticked away, the clock reached the 89th minute. At that moment, the ball came to Ronaldinho's feet. He was positioned about 3 to 4 meters outside the arc with 3 defenders in front of him. Inside the penalty area, there were also 6 Leeds players, making it almost an impenetrable fortress. The Manchester City players were all tightly marked, seemingly left with no choice but to force a breakthrough. He nudged the ball, creating an angle for his shot, and unleashed a powerful long-range strike. Ronaldinho's core strength was remarkable. Even with limited space, he managed to deliver a shot that posed a significant threat. The football soared towards the goal, and Leeds goalkeeper Nigel Martin leaped high getting a hand to the ball. However, he could not clear it far enough. Forward Gotza was perfectly positioned at the ball's landing spot and deftly nudged it and sending it into the net. 2-1. Manchester City turned the tide at the last moment. Although the goal was scored by Gotza, the primary credit undoubtedly belonged to Ronaldinho. All the fans erupted in jubilation and young Luo couldn't help but embrace Bernstein passionately. On the sidelines, Kevin Keegan too put aside his previous biases against Ronaldinho, celebrating excitedly, while his eyes couldn't help but glance at the football genius in the distance. Perhaps this is how a genius should be. During the ensuing stoppage time, Leeds pressed forward hoping to grab a point, but Manchester City's defense thwarted all their efforts. In the end, thanks to Ronaldinho's outstanding performance, Manchester City reversed the score to 2-1 against Leeds United, securing a valuable 3 points. Post-match, the game-changing Ronaldinho received unanimous praise, with many football commentators hailing him as a true genius. However, their tone towards coach Kevin Keegan was far less courteous. They unanimously believed that it was Keegan's stubbornness that forced what could have been an easy win into a nail-biting finish. Given Keegan's previous tendency to favor seasoned players in the transfer market, perceptive individuals had already started to speculate. Perhaps Kevin Keegan's time at Manchester City would not be long. Bernstein was quite clear about this matter and asked Young Luo, "Boss, do you have any candidates for the new coach?" Young Luo smiled, "I currently have 2 candidates." Bernstein inquired, "Can you reveal who they are?" Young Luo shook his head, "Not yet. When the time is right, I will take you to meet him." Bernstein glared at him, "Why do you always keep things so mysterious?" Young Luo chuckled, "There's an old saying in our culture, some secrets must not be revealed." After winning this match, Manchester City rose to 10th place, landing in a relatively comfortable position. For Young Luo, banking on Manchester City breaking into the European competition this season was unrealistic. If they forced their way up, it might lead to a collapse in the next season's dual campaigns. Thus, as long as Manchester City's performance didn't plummet, he wouldn't consider replacing Kevin Keegan mid-season. However, he had identified a pressing issue that needed addressing. That issue was the goalkeeper. Schmeichel was aging and was set to retire at the end of this season. Therefore, this position needed reinforcement. Fortunately, he already had a candidate in mind. He called Bernstein. "Bernstein, shall we take a trip to France?" Bernstein knew this young boss had a new target to buy. "Who?" "A fellow named Petr Cech," Young Luo said. Bernstein nodded. "I know this goalkeeper. He is indeed a very outstanding young talent." However, Young Luo asked, "What is it?" Bernstein replied, "Last summer Arsenal made an offer for him, but due to work permit restrictions, he couldn't join the team." Young Luo was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about that. Darn work permits. Yet even so, he couldn't let this top goalkeeper slip away. He had to secure him before Chelsea did. So he told Bernstein, "Even if he can't join now, we must still get him. Let's go, let's snatch him up." Bernstein sighed, resigned to follow this money-hungry guy to make a purchase. A day later, the two arrived and the president of Rennes received them. Having heard about their intentions beforehand, he bluntly stated, "We know that Petr Cech will certainly not stay, so we are willing to consider your reasonable offer. However, for you Premier League teams, the biggest obstacle for Petr is the work permit." Young Luo replied, "Without hesitation, we are willing to wait a year for him. Next summer, Cech should be able to apply for a work permit based on his national team appearances." Kuf was stunned. This also meant that Manchester City would have to wait a year and a half for Cech. This was truly unheard of. But having said that, Manchester City's sincerity was evident, and it would be unreasonable to block it further. Thus he asked, "How much is Manchester City willing to offer for Cech?" Young Luo immediately replied, "Without hesitation, £7 million a firm offer." This price coincided with the historical transfer fee to Chelsea, and Young Luo found it quite reasonable. Kuf hesitated briefly. This price was indeed hard to refuse. So he nodded in agreement. Next came the player's own willingness. When Young Luo first laid eyes on Petr Cech, he was nearly mesmerized. Accustomed to his tank-like physique, he had to adjust to the young, handsome version of Cech. He must be well protected. Oh, cherish life, stay away from reading. Petr Cech had no significant objections to joining Manchester City. For him, it was about stepping onto a larger platform first before considering future developments. Therefore, when he heard Bernstein's offer of £30,000 per week, he did not hesitate too much and accepted their proposal. After undergoing a medical examination, Manchester City officially signed the transfer contract with Rennes. Petr Cech joined the team for £7 million, but before that he would remain on loan at Rennes until June 30th, 2004. As Young Luo felt relieved, he couldn't help but sigh. During this time, he still needed to find a transitional goalkeeper. Darn work permits. In fact, Young Luo also had some excellent candidates for the goalkeeper position. He preferred to find someone older who could mentor the younger players. Among them, Edwin van der Sar, currently playing for Fulham, was undoubtedly the top choice. It is worth noting that van der Sar transferred to Manchester United 2 years later, where he blossomed into a club legend. Therefore, van der Sar's current form was absolutely fine. Moreover, acquiring him would directly weaken the local rivals, leaving that red-nosed old man to agonize over his goalkeeper choices for a few more years. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Of course, this transaction could wait until the end of the season. After completing the signing of Petr Cech, nearly £60 million of the £150 million budget had already been spent. However, this did not stop Yang Luo from splurging further. He set his sights on the forward position. This time his target comprised two players. The first was Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who was currently at Ajax. For Yang Luo, this player caused him some inner conflict. As the top striker in football, his ability was beyond question, but his playing style made it seem unlikely that he could mesh well with those legendary players. Moreover, teams built around him usually did not perform well in cup competitions. Yet letting such a genius slip away was something Yang Luo found hard to tolerate. Thus, he decided to buy him and try his luck. If it didn't work out, he could always sell him off in a few years without losing money. Excitedly, he took Bernstein with him to the Netherlands. Upon arriving at Ajax, they were received by the club's president Van der Plag. Hearing they were there to buy the Swedish player, a strange expression crossed his face. He said, "Ibrahimovic is indeed an outstanding talent in our squad. Despite his tall stature, his technical skills are astonishing. You could say he is our top striker at Ajax since Marco van Basten." Yang Luo raised an eyebrow, impressed by the president's eloquence as he praised Ibrahimovic to the skies. However, the president was not entirely off the mark. Ibrahimovic could indeed be considered Ajax's first striker since Van Basten, even surpassing Patrick Kluivert. Since this president was raising the stakes so high, it was clear that his asking price would not be low. After all, Ajax was known as one of Europe's original black market clubs. Thus, Bernstein tentatively inquired, "Mr. President, what is Ajax's psychological price for Ibrahimovic?" Van der Plag displayed a look of regret. "I'm sorry, we are currently in the midst of the season and will not sell our..." Bernstein smiled. "We are here precisely for the summer transfer. We can set Ibrahimovic transfer for this summer." Van der Plag immediately relaxed. "In that case, we can discuss the transfer." Bernstein asked, "So, Mr. President, what is your psychological price for him?" Van der Plag flashed a sly smile. "Our psychological price is €40 million. Bernstein inhaled sharply. Ronaldinho had only been €37 million, and this Swedish kid dared to demand such a high price. Yang Luo suddenly interjected, "Mr. President, this price is ridiculous. Our initial offer is €15 million. If you think we have something to discuss, we can continue. If not, we won't waste each other's time." Van der Plag immediately smiled. "And business negotiation is key. How about €35 million? Yang Luo shook his head. €17 million. Van der Plag knew his asking price was a bit outrageous, so he raised it €30 million. Yang Luo remained expressionless. €19 million. Van der Plag replied, €27 million. Yang Luo countered, €22 million. Van der Plag offered €24 million. Yang Luo thought for a moment. Deal. Van der Plag nodded. "That price is quite fair. I will notify Ibrahimovic right away." Yang Luo watched as he struggled to conceal his rising smile, thinking that this old fellow's heart must be blooming with joy. More than a year ago, he had bought Ibrahimovic for €7.8 million, and now his price had tripled, filling his pockets considerably. However, for Yang Luo, €24 million for Ibrahimovic, though slightly overpriced, was still quite worthwhile. 15 minutes after he notified Ibrahimovic, there was a knock on the office door. Moments later, a young man over 6 feet tall walked in. Although he currently sported short hair, his expression bore a hint of rebelliousness. Yang Luo couldn't help but nod secretly. At that moment, he already exuded the aura of a little show-off. After all, being able to directly say, "I am Zlatan, who the hell are you?" at Ajax indicated he was born to be flamboyant. One must maintain a high profile. But just as he was considering how to use words to intimidate the little show-off, the young man suddenly spoke. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but my career plan does not include Manchester City, so I cannot transfer to your club." Yang Luo and Bernstein were taken aback. They had not expected him to refuse so decisively, not even listening to their initial persuasion. Van der Plag felt somewhat embarrassed as well. His players showed no respect for them, making it awkward for him. At that moment, Yang Luo suddenly burst into laughter. He had been concerned about whether the player could integrate into the team, and now this saved him the trouble. He stood up and said to the show-off, "Mr. Ibrahimovic, I can only feel sorry for you because you have missed the best opportunity to achieve glory." After speaking, he nodded at Van der Plag, called Bernstein, and left Ajax club without looking back. "In terms of show-off, would a billionaire like me lose to you? What a joke." Van der Plag hurriedly chased after them. "Mr. Young Mr. Bernstein, we still have Sneijder and Van der Vaart in our team. I can offer you a discount." Yang Luo waved his hand. "Sorry, we don't need those." On the way back, Bernstein kept observing Yang Luo's expression. Yang Luo smiled at him, indicating that he was completely unconcerned. In fact, he really didn't care, as he was preparing to pursue his second target. That was Samuel Eto'o, who was currently playing for Real Mallorca. This was a top-notch assassin, perfectly suited to complement the presence of Xiao Luo. Moreover, he was also a true man of great occasions. He had scored in 2 UEFA Champions League finals and was once a back-to-back treble winner. He was much more effective on the Champions League stage than Ibrahimovic. The rejection from the king of pressure gave Yang Luo the resolve to choose E2. However, just as Yang Luo was about to leave, something suddenly came to his mind. He turned to Bernstein and said, "Since we are here, we can't go back empty-handed, can we?" Bernstein was taken aback. "Who are you planning to buy?" "All young Robin." Yes, it was Robin, who had become stronger despite being bald, only capable of cutting in from the wing, one of the Dutch Three Musketeers, a marathon enthusiast, and someone who could play for 5 minutes after charging for 5 minutes, growing stronger with each injury. Currently, he was dominating at PSV Eindhoven, and a player of his caliber would definitely attract the attention of top clubs. Thus, he wanted to seize the opportunity to sign him. Bernstein, of course, knew this magical kid and had no objections to the deal. So the two immediately changed direction and headed to Eindhoven. In fact, Feyenoord still had another member of the Three Musketeers, the famous loyal boy Robin van Persie. However, this guy had a lot of quirks and was quite fragile. Yang Luo didn't want to provoke such a character. Wenger had given him so much patience back in the day, only to ultimately face his betrayal. Such a person was not suitable for his team. After arriving in Eindhoven, they were received by PSV chairman Rob Westhoff. Upon hearing that they wanted to purchase their prized asset, he immediately showed a troubled expression. Thus, Yang Luo employed his best tactic, throwing money. When he offered £12 million, Westhoff's expression began to change. And when Yang Luo directly offered £15 million, Westhoff hesitated for a moment. "I'm sorry, I need to discuss this with head coach Gus Hiddink." Hiddink was the most successful coach in PSV's history, and his words naturally carried weight. So Yang Luo and Bernstein waited in the office for the response from this magical coach. Before long, there was a knock on the office door. Hiddink walked in, carefully looking at Yang Luo and Bernstein. It was the first year this magical coach had taken over the team, and he naturally wanted to keep the team's top striker. But he also knew that the Eredivisie stage was still too small, and PSV could not retain Robin. After contemplating, he spoke, "Gentlemen, in principle I agree to Robin's departure, but I hope to finalize the transfer at the end of the season." Yang Luo chuckled. "Of course, that's no problem." Originally, he also intended to let Robin join after the season ended, so this was perfectly aligned with his plans. Thus, an agreement was easily reached at the club level. When the still-haired Robin came before Yang Luo and the others, Yang Luo convinced him with just one sentence, "Would you like to play alongside Ronaldinho?" Robin's eyes flickered for a moment, and he ultimately agreed to join Manchester City. In the end, he reached a contract with the club worth £30,000 a week for 5 years. As long as he completed his medical examination, he would become a part of Manchester City. After securing Robin, they hurriedly headed to Mallorca. On their way to Real Mallorca, they passed by a tennis court. On the red clay, several young tennis players were sweating. Although it was winter, the temperature in Mallorca still allowed them to run freely outdoors. At that moment, one of the long-haired youths caught Yang Luo's attention. He quickly asked the driver to stop the car and couldn't help but walk to the edge of the tennis court. He saw the young boy execute a signature overhead swing, winning a beautiful match point. Yang Luo couldn't help but applaud. "Beautiful." The young boy turned in surprise at the sound of applause. Yang Luo gave him a thumbs up. "Keep it up." The boy smiled back, revealing his white teeth. Yang Luo waved at him, turned, and got back into the taxi. Bernstein curiously asked, "Do you know him?" Yang Luo shook his head and nodded. "Sort of. His name is Rafael Nadal." Bernstein thought for a moment and said he hadn't heard that name. Yang Luo smiled. "In a few years, this name will shock the whole world." Yes, this tennis boy from Mallorca would later become the world-renowned tennis superstar. At that moment, he was still just a dream-chasing boy. At this time, he still had a lot of hair. Yang Luo was his fan, but he didn't think about taking a photo or getting an autograph. He merely offered a word of encouragement to this tennis boy at their chance encounter by the court. Perhaps in a few years, when they both achieved success, they could meet again and reminisce about the warmth of that winter sun. The taxi continued to speed along, soon arriving at Real Mallorca. After negotiations with Chairman Alemany, they quickly reached an agreement at a price of £16 million. However, they encountered significant obstacles in negotiations with E2. E2 was adamantly unwilling to play in England, even when Bernstein offered him a weekly salary that was double his current one. Just when negotiations reached an impasse, Yang Luo suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Do you want to stay in La Liga to take revenge on Real Madrid?" E2 trembled, looking at him as if he were a monster. Although he came from Real Madrid's youth training, he had never been given a chance at the club, and thus he became a typical anti-Real Madrid figure. Throughout his career, he played particularly fiercely against Real Madrid, driven by a desire to devour his opponents. He was even fined for insulting Real Madrid during a championship celebration at Barcelona. One can imagine how much he hated Real Madrid. Yang Luo chuckled, "You can't beat Real Madrid playing for Mallorca. As long as you transfer to Manchester City, I can guarantee that if there are offers from Barcelona or Valencia in the future, I won't hold you back." E2's expression softened, and he nodded. "All right, I agree to join Manchester City." On January 17, 2003, Manchester City officially announced that Arjen Robben and Samuel Eto'o would join the team after the season. Since the new owner Yang Luo took charge of Manchester City, the club has completed 6 transfers. This almost frenzied spending has drawn the attention of all other teams. The new owner has splurged £90 million, making him the ultimate tycoon during this period. Even Wenger couldn't help but sigh, this owner is truly rich. He was so envious that it was almost written on his face. Due to the construction of the Etihad Stadium, Arsenal has already begun to tighten their belts. He foresaw how difficult Arsenal would be in the transfer market over the next few years. Seeing such a new moneyed owner splurge, how could he not feel envious? A reporter also interviewed the old red-nosed man from Manchester United. The old man chewed gum. A strong team cannot be built overnight, Mr. Yang Luo's extravagant spending is somewhat hasty. The reporter pressed on, Sir, what do you mean by that? The old man smiled. So many new recruits will undoubtedly affect the mindset of the current players in Manchester City, which will be extremely detrimental to their performance in the second half of the season. Indeed, the day after the old man made this statement, Manchester City lost decisively to Newcastle. Although there is indeed a significant gap in strength between Manchester City and Newcastle, the players' mental state during this match greatly dissatisfied Yang Luo. Especially the forwards, their movements were very unenthusiastic, and they could not form a collaboration with Ronaldinho. Yang Luo had to admit that Sir Alex's words held some truth. Thus, he decided that barring any exceptional circumstances, he would not buy any more players for the time being. When he shared this decision with Bernstein finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking over the team for just over a month, having spent £90 million, no one could waste money so extra. Sandetti also decisively aligned with Bernstein, believing that there were still many areas where the team needed to spend, and it was wise to keep £60 million for emergencies. Although Yang Luo looked at his stock account and thought Manchester City need not worry about saving money, he still needed to consider the current state of the team. Thus, in the following days, Yang Luo finally settled down. He did not go to the club, but stayed at the hotel focusing on his stock account. Now the stock price of NetEase has reached $15, meaning his $100 million has turned into over $300 million. He sighed, having spent less than he earned, which was quite frustrating. One day, he went to the training ground, hiding on the side to watch the players train. However, a figure on the field suddenly caught his attention. Marc-Vivien Foé. He slapped his thigh, wondering how he could have forgotten this. He hurriedly informed the team doctor and took all the players to the best hospital in Manchester for a checkup. Moreover, he specifically spent a large sum to have the doctors conduct a thorough examination of everyone's hearts. Sure enough, during this checkup, they discovered a problem. Marc-Vivien Foé's heart had a minor issue, or it might not pose any problems during normal times, but during intense exercise there was a certain probability of sudden cardiac arrest. When this report was presented to Marc-Vivien Foé, he was somewhat incredulous. His body had always seemed fine, filled with energy every day, and it was hard to believe there would be such a hidden danger. Yet this report cast a huge question mark over his professional career. He trembled slightly at the corners of his mouth. Could it be a mistake? However, when he saw the serious expressions on Yang Luo and the others' faces, he finally realized that this was not a joke. Clutching the report, his head buried deep in his arms, his body began to shake. Clearly, he was crying. His entire family depended on him to support them. What would happen if he could no longer continue his professional career? This 28-year-old Cameroonian was completely devastated. Yang Luo sighed. Mark, compared to football and money, life is undoubtedly more important. We cannot allow you to continue taking risks. Bernstein interjected. Mark, although we will not let you continue to play, we will pay you the remaining salary of your contract. Furthermore, if you are willing, we will offer you a position in the club in the future. Marc-Vivien Foé calmed down at this point. He rubbed his face and said to Yang Luo and Bernstein, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yang and Mr. Chairman, but I think I need to discuss this with my family. Yang Luo nodded in understanding. I hope you can make the best choice for yourself and your family. Marc-Vivien Foé nodded. Thank you for your support, boss. A day later, Manchester City announced that midfielder Marc-Vivien Foé would retire due to heart problems, and he would take up a position in the club afterwards. This news shocked the entire English football community. As a key player for both Manchester City and the Cameroon national team, and being in his prime, his retirement was indeed a huge loss. However, there was no other way. Life always takes precedence. And for Manchester City, Foé's retirement opened up a gap in their lineup. Bernstein looked at the eager Yang Luo and couldn't help but shudder. What are you going to buy someone again? Yang Luo replied matter-of-factly. With Marc-Vivien Foé retiring, we must find someone to fill his position. Bernstein and Sandetti exchanged glances. Didn't you say you wouldn't buy players? You big liar. Yang Luo sighed. This is an unexpected situation. I am also doing it for the team. Bernstein couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. But the next day, he was dragged by Yang Luo to Corsica, France. This is Napoleon's hometown and home to the Ligue 1 team Bastia. Here there was a future top defensive midfielder Michael Essien. During his prime, he was an unstoppable force in the Premier League and UEFA Champions League. Nobody could match him. However, at this moment, he was still a young midfielder with a reputation limited to League One. So, he did not encounter any major obstacles during the transfer process. 2 days later, Manchester City officially announced that the club had signed midfielder Michael Essien from League One's Bastia for a transfer fee of £9 million. Unlike the previous few players, he immediately reported to Manchester City to fill the gap left by Marc-Vivien Foe. The entire press circle was stunned. Does young Luo have a shopping addiction? In just 1.5 months, he spent nearly £100 million to buy 7 players. Truly reckless. Through nearly frenzied acquisitions, Manchester City has attracted considerable attention across the entire European continent. Of course, in the eyes of many, this is merely a reckless display of wealth. In recent years, how many gamblers with delusions of grandeur like this have emerged? Just look at Leeds United, aren't they such a team? In fact, many people believe that Manchester City's future performances may even be worse than Leeds United's. Even Fiona, who usually doesn't pay attention to football, called young Luo, "Brother Luo, have you been stimulated by something? How can you spend money like this? It's so wasteful." Young Luo laughed. "What if I say I have plenty of money?" Fiona earnestly replied, "No amount of money can justify this. As the saying goes, a little stream flows for a long time." Young Luo sighed. "It's not that I don't want to save, it's just that money comes too easily, and it makes me uncomfortable not to spend it." Fiona. Amidst these doubts, the winter transfer window gradually came to a close. In a match before the winter transfer window closed with outstanding performances from Ronaldinho and Anelka, Manchester City easily defeated Fulham 41, which somewhat restored their reputation. However, immediately after, in the first match following the winter window, Manchester City unexpectedly lost 12 at home to relegation-threatened West Bromwich, which left everyone astonished. Kevin Keegan's tactical blunders in this match also became a focal point after the game. Many reporters gathered at the club's entrance eager to question the management about their views on Kevin Keegan. But they were only able to corner a person named Sandetsi, who knew almost nothing about football. At this moment, young Luo and Bernstein had already flown to Barcelona. Recently, there has been quite a stir in Barcelona. Last summer, they brought back the distinguished coach Louis van Gaal to manage the team, but the performance over this more than half a season has been nothing short of disappointing. Aside from arguing with players and the media, he has hardly done anything substantial. Consequently, Barcelona's performance plummeted, even reaching as low as 12th place in the league table. Naturally, this chef Van had to resign honorably. Yet young Luo knew that this chef indeed had considerable talent, and he had a knack for working with young players, making him quite the fit for Manchester City. Although this guy has a terrible temper, how many top coaches are known for their good temper? In fact, young Luo had 2 preferred coaches besides Van Gaal. There was also Ralf Rangnick. Both of these coaches are adept at utilizing young talent, and Rangnick is even more skilled in team building. However, Rangnick's ceiling is nowhere near Van Gaal's, so young Luo ultimately leaned towards the Dutchman. Of course, the ideal candidate would be Wenger, but the difficulty of luring Wenger away is probably second only to that of persuading the red-nosed old man. Now that Van Gaal has just been dismissed, this is a prime opportunity to swoop in. Historically, he will soon return to Ajax as a director, and by then it will become much harder to approach him. Thus, they met Van Gaal in an apartment in Barcelona. This famous coach now appeared somewhat fatigued, clearly not having a pleasant time in Barcelona. It's understandable. If you're constantly arguing with everyone, including the heir, it's hard to be happy. Bernstein, being an old acquaintance of Van Gaal, chatted briefly before he proactively mentioned their purpose for the visit. Van Gaal clearly paused for a moment. Manchester City head coach. Upon hearing this news, he thought he had misheard. After all, he had previously coached teams like Ajax, the Dutch national team, and Barcelona. Why would a small club like Manchester City invite him to coach? Although he had just been sacked, Manchester City is not at his level, and he thought would accepting their invitation mean. Bernstein nodded. "Yes, we are here to invite you to be the head coach of Manchester City for the next season." Van Gaal fell silent for a moment before lifting his head. "Bernstein, I'm sorry, I want to take a break for a few years. I don't want to be a head coach in the short term." This was a rather polite way of saying it. If it weren't for his past acquaintance with Bernstein, he would have told them to get lost. At that moment, young Luo spoke. "Mr. Van Gaal, I understand your feelings, but we have a bunch of talented players in our team who lack a master to guide them. Moreover, I know you are someone who cherishes talent. Just think about coaching talents like Ronaldinho, Arjen Robben, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Kaká. Doesn't that make your heart race?" Van Gaal's eyes twitched. He certainly knew how terrifying these talents were. At that moment, he admitted that he was indeed tempted. When he was in Barcelona, he had long coveted Ronaldinho, but his poor relationship with the management had left him with no opportunity to secure him. Now having the chance to coach him was an enormous temptation. Not to mention Robben, this renowned Dutch talent, had always been someone he held in high regard. Young Luo did not continue speaking, but simply watched him quietly. A few minutes later, Van Gaal lifted his head. I want to know if I take the coaching position, what salary can you offer me? Yang Luo replied, we are willing to offer you a top-tier salary. A basic annual salary of £3 million plus some bonus terms that can go up to £4 million. Van Gaal's hand trembled. This is indeed among the highest tiers in football. It's worth noting that Ferguson and Wenger currently earn only £3.5 million and £2.5 million respectively. He sighed inwardly as he had 2 daughters to support. Earning more dowry money for them would be good. Thus he pressed on, what are the bonus terms? Bernstein explained, if you qualify for the Champions League, there is a £100,000 bonus. If you qualify for the UEFA Cup, there is a £50,000 bonus. Yang Luo added, of course we will continue to recruit in the summer window to build a strong team for you. He paused and continued, moreover we will not interfere with your tactics. You will have full control. Van Gaal's gaze flickered momentarily, and he finally made up his mind. All right, I am willing to coach Manchester. Thus they reached a preliminary verbal agreement that Van Gaal would take over the team after the season with a contract lasting 3 years. Yang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. At last this ship of theirs had found a capable captain. After dealing with Van Gaal, Yang Luo fell into a period of idleness for a long time. He even returned to California for a while. Fiona had entered the second semester of her senior year, bustling between her internship and school every day, which caused her to lose quite a bit of weight. Yang Luo wanted to help her, but she directly refused. In her words, she wanted to handle her own affairs. However, her personal abilities were quite outstanding. Not only did she receive unanimous recognition for her performance at JP Morgan Chase, but she also made significant progress in her graduation project group. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should graduate smoothly and has a strong chance of entering the investment department at JP Morgan Chase. Yang Luo couldn't help but feel happy for her. However, during this time, Manchester City's performance had been rather dismal. On February 8th, they managed a 11 draw against Manchester United away. On February 22nd, they suffered a crushing 14 defeat at home to Arsenal. On March 1st, they drew 11 against Blackburn away. On March 16th, they won 20 against Birmingham at home. On March 22nd, they faced a humiliating 15 loss to Chelsea away. On April 5th, they lost 0-2 to Bolton away. On April 12th, they were held to a 11 draw by Middlesbrough at home. After these 7 matches, Manchester City's ranking slipped to 12th place, just 7 points above the relegation. At this point, Yang Luo grew increasingly displeased with Kevin Keegan, even contemplating firing him and bringing in Van Gaal. However, old Van was busy dating now and claimed he had little time. Yang Luo had no choice but to endure Keegan for the time being. After all, there were still 5 rounds left in the league, and as long as Manchester City didn't make any major mistakes, the possibility of relegation seemed slim. However, Keegan surprised him with a huge turnaround. On April 18th, Manchester City, playing away, managed to win 30 against Tottenham Hotspur thanks to Ronaldinho's 1 goal and 2 assists. Immediately after, Manchester City won another match 30 against Sunderland, the league's bottom team, effectively sending them down to League One. With 2 consecutive victories, Manchester City had almost secured their place in the league. However, they soon lost 12 at home to West Ham United, ranked 18th, which nearly gave Yang Luo a stroke. Fortunately, in the last 3 rounds, Manchester City achieved 1 win and 1 loss, ultimately finishing 9th in the Premier League. Although they appeared to be in the top half of the table, they were only 9 points ahead of West Ham United, who were 3rd from the bottom and lagged behind 5th-placed Liverpool by a full 13 points. It could be said that Manchester City was now a clearly mid to lower-tier team. After the season ended, Bernstein also had a conversation with Kevin Keegan. Kevin Keegan understood that his time at Manchester City had come to an end, so he calmly accepted his fate of being dismissed. On May 12, 2003, Manchester City officially announced that Kevin Keegan had been dismissed. The club paid £3 million in severance. Then on May 14th, Manchester City announced that the renowned Dutch coach Van Gaal would take over as the head coach, instantly making the club the center of attention in the news. At the press conference, David Jones from The Guardian was the first to jump in. Mr. Van Gaal, given your reputation, why would you choose a club like Manchester City? Bernstein frowned. He recalled that this Guardian reporter seemed to always target Manchester City, popping up in his articles with snide remarks every time the team lost. Now he was the first to jump in again, which was truly annoying. Van Gaal also frowned. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to belittle me or Manchester City? David Jones didn't expect Van Gaal to be so direct. He quickly replied, Mr. Van Gaal, I didn't mean to belittle you. Van Gaal sneered. So you were belittling Manchester City? David Jones was taken aback, not expecting Van Gaal to speak so bluntly. I didn't mean that. Van Gaal glared at him. Then what are you trying to express? Let me tell you, if you belittle Manchester City, you are belittling me. If you don't mean that, then shut your mouth. Next, David Jones' face turned pale, and he could only sit down in frustration. He didn't expect Van Gaal to be so bold at his first press conference, giving no face to him, a local media representative. Bernstein couldn't help but chuckle. He had heard about Van Gaal's boldness, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. If Yang Luo had been there, it would have been even more exciting. In the following questions, Van Gaal instead took his time to carefully answer each of their inquiries. At the end of the press conference, Van Gaal summarized his arrival with a single statement: "From now on, Manchester City will bear my imprint." This statement eventually became the headline for most newspapers. With Van Gaal's arrival, the Premier League was bound to become even more interesting. Yang Luo did not attend this press conference because he was negotiating with a person along with Sanddetsi. This person was named Antonio Pintus. Perhaps he wasn't well known to many fans, but he was a heavyweight fitness coach. After following Chi Xuanzong to Real Madrid, he helped create a physically robust team. The Real Madrid team, which won the Champions League in 2017 and 2018, often turned games around in the final moments thanks in large part to Pintus' contributions. Later, he followed Conte to Inter Milan, where he significantly contributed to the team winning the league title. It could be said that with him around, there was no need to worry about the player's physical training. At this time, he was originally working for Chelsea, but since the club was soon to be acquired by Abramovich, Yang Luo saw the opportunity to lure him away. So he personally went to London to present an offer to Pintus. Currently, his weekly salary was £6,000, but Yang Luo directly raised it to £15,000. This offer stunned the Italian coach. After considering for a few minutes, he agreed to Yang Luo's proposal. Sanddetsi, standing nearby, felt heartbroken. The boss was quite generous, casually offering such a high salary to a fitness coach. However, remembering that his salary was more than twice that of Pintus, he felt that having a generous boss wasn't so bad. The next day, after paying Chelsea £300,000 in severance, Pintus officially became a member of Manchester City's coaching staff. Since Van Gaal had his own coaching team along with fitness coach Pintus and some of Manchester City's previous staff, the coaching team for the new season was basically established. Although this transaction did not have a grand announcement, its importance was even higher than that of the joining of a certain key player. Next, it would depend on how the coaching team could elevate the team to a new level. After taking care of Ping Tusi, Yang Luo flew directly from London to California. He had promised Fiona that he would attend her graduation ceremony, which would take place in 2 days. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw Fiona waiting for him. Today, she was wearing a pair of hot pants, showcasing her long, fair legs that were nearly translucent. This undoubtedly made her the center of attention, and the men nearby couldn't help but glance at her repeatedly. Yang Luo couldn't help but frown and quickly walked up to Fiona. "Why are you dressed so short?" Fiona looked down with a smile. "What are you getting jealous?" Yang Luo couldn't help but say, "I'm your brother." Fiona raised an eyebrow. "Do we have any blood relation?" Yang Luo threw his shirt to her. "Wrap it around." Fiona happily tied his shirt around her waist, completely covering her thighs. The two of them hopped into her little Beetle and drove toward Yang Luo's house. Yang Luo asked, "You really don't plan to continue your studies? Your grades are so good, it's a pity not to continue." Fiona said proudly, "J.P. Morgan has already agreed to me starting there next month." Yang Luo looked at her. "So what are your plans?" Fiona laughed. "Of course, I want to grow quickly into an investment manager who can handle things independently and successfully complete a few merger projects." Yang Luo nodded. "That's a lofty goal." Fiona raised her head proudly. "Of course, our supervisor said I have..." While they were talking, they arrived at the door of Yang Luo's house. Just then, a flashy sports car sped in from the distance and stopped in front of them. The car door opened, and a tall, handsome young man got out. Fiona frowned. "Gleezer, is there something you need?" Gleezer smiled. "Fiona, are you free tonight? How about we have dinner together?" Fiona replied coldly, "I have to accompany my boyfriend tonight." As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Yang Luo's and walked toward the house. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that he had become a shield again. This was a job he was all too familiar with. Since Fiona turned 16, countless boys had asked her out, and he had played the role of a shield countless times. What can I say? Practice makes perfect. But just as the two of them took a few steps, Gleezer called out from behind, "I already know this is your brother. Don't use that excuse to brush me off." Fiona frowned even tighter and turned her head. "Legally and biologically, we are not siblings, so you're mistaken." Yang Luo chimed in, "This is my home, and we are spending the night together, so you can leave now." Gleezer's expression finally changed. He looked closely at the two of them and suddenly smiled. "You can't fool me. See you at the graduation ceremony." With that, he turned and drove away in his sports car. Fiona shook her head helplessly. "What are we going to do about this?" Yang Luo looked with interest at the direction he had gone. "Actually, he's not bad, good-looking, and his family background should be decent." Fiona angrily said, "What are you talking about?" As she spoke, she pulled her arm out of Yang Luo's embrace and walked into the house without looking back. Bang! The poor door was slammed shut with a loud protest. Yang Luo rubbed his nose and smiled. He took out his keys to unlock the door and found that Fiona had already run into her room, closing the door behind. Yang Luo's house was a 2-story small building. Since moving in, Fiona had taken over the room on the second floor that originally belonged to Yang Luo, forcing him to sleep on the first floor. He sighed, wondering why this girl had such a bad temper. With no other choice, he could only walk into his room and go. The more than 10 hours of flight had made him somewhat tired, and he took this opportunity to adjust his jet lag. He slept until evening when he was awakened by a delicious smell. He rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a smile. It must be Fiona cooking dinner. He jumped up and pushed the door. Sure enough, in the kitchen was Fiona, busy at work. She had learned excellent cooking skills from her mother, Sun Lan, and often cooked for Yang Luo. With a smile on his face, Yang Luo rushed into the kitchen to wash his hands. Fiona, what delicious food did you make today? Fiona didn't even look back. What does it have to do with you? Yang Luo leaned closer. Why are you angry? Fiona glared at him. The very fact that you don't know why I'm angry is why I'm angry. Yang Luo carefully pondered her words, realizing how profound the Chinese language was. He saw her serving ribs onto a plate and directly reached out to grab a piece, shoving it into her mouth. You eat first. Fiona shot him a glare, but still opened her mouth to eat the rib. Just a few seconds later, she spat out the bone. Half human, half dog, the rest is for you. Yang Luo smiled helplessly, casually throwing the bone she spat out into the trash. Then he took the plate of ribs. Is there anything else? Fiona said, there's also a pan-fried cod. Hurry up and get out, you're in my way. As she spoke, she pushed him out of the kitchen with her backside. Yang Luo carried the dishes to the dining table, only to find 3 dishes and a soup already laid out. He couldn't help but say, so sumptuous. We can't finish this. Fiona replied irritably, what does it have to do with you? Yang Luo raised his eyebrows, knowing he was at a disadvantage. A few minutes later, Fiona came out with a plate of pan-fried cod in her left hand and 2 wine glasses in her right hand. Yang Luo chuckled, are we having a drink tonight? Fiona glared at him, turned around to grab a bottle of red wine, and then casually lit 2 candles on the table. Yang Luo's heart stirred as he remembered what day it was. Today was his birthday. Ever since his parents passed away, he had always deliberately forgotten his birthday, but Fiona would always remember. Fiona turned off the lights, and the surroundings suddenly seemed to quiet down. She raised her glass. Brother Luo, happy birthday. Yang Luo smiled. Fiona, thank you. They both drank it down. Halfway through the meal, Fiona got up to take a cake out of the fridge. She inserted a few candles. Come on, quickly make a wish. Yang Luo cooperatively closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and blew out the candles. Fiona looked curious. What did you wish for? Yang Luo smiled. I hope our country thrives. Fiona shot him a glare. Be honest. Yang Luo looked at her. I hope you can always be happy and joyful. Fiona's heart fluttered, and her eyes instantly turned into crescent moons. That night, the two of them drank quite a bit, especially Fiona, who became increasingly excited, insisting on sharing a bottle with herself. Yang Luo could only helplessly comply, forced to drink a lot. Only when the alcohol at home was completely consumed did Fiona relent. Later, she pulled Yang Luo to snuggle on the sofa and watch a movie. However, neither of them managed to stay awake until the movie ended, drifting off into a hazy sleep. When Yang Luo woke up the next morning, he found Fiona still sprawled on his chest, drool soaking a large part. He couldn't help but sigh. At her age, how could she still drool in her sleep? If all those admirers outside saw this, they would surely be disillusioned. But to be fair, she looked somewhat adorable like this. Yang Luo felt an impulse to draw a turtle on her face. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. Today seemed to be her graduation ceremony. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. It appeared that the graduation ceremony started at 10, and it would take at least 40 minutes to drive to the school from here. So he gently poked Fiona. It's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside. Fiona snuggled against him. No, just a little longer. Yang Luo raised his voice. You're sleeping on me. Fiona jolted, springing up from Yang Luo's chest, her face turning bright red. She smiled awkwardly. I shouldn't be too heavy, right? Yang Luo moved a bit. You're not heavy, but I think you might miss your graduation ceremony. Fiona exclaimed in shock. What time is it? Yang Luo pointed to the clock on the wall. It's 3 minutes past 9. Fiona screamed and scrambled towards her room. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow and quickly took a shower in his room, changing into a suit. This was still a birthday gift from Fiona. When he stepped out of his room, it was already 20 past 9. Fiona rushed out of her room dressed in a graduation gown, flustered. Let's go, you drive. Today she also had to give a speech as a student representative, and being late would be a big deal. Yang Luo understood the stakes. He pulled Fiona into the car, speeding towards the school. While he was driving, Fiona was busy putting on makeup, but today was her big day, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, traffic was favorable today, and they managed to arrive just in time. As soon as Fiona entered the venue, she rushed to the front row, getting ready to speak. Yang Luo also surveyed the area and found a Chinese woman quietly sitting in a corner. He hurried over. Aunt Sun. That Chinese woman was Fiona's mother, Sun Lan. Sun Lan immediately smiled. Xiao Luo, you finally made it. Yang Luo laughed. I overslept, but luckily we made it. Sun Lan patted the seat next to her. Sit down quickly, you look all sweaty. Yang Luo promptly sat down. How have you been lately? Sun Lan smiled, faintly. Pretty good, not much going on. Yang Luo smiled, that's good. Now that Fiona has graduated, you can take some time to go out and have fun. Sun Lan smiled, I still prefer staying at home. At that moment, the graduation ceremony officially began. Their process was quite fast, and soon it was time for Fiona to deliver her speech. When Fiona, dressed in her graduation gown, stepped onto the podium, there was an immediate stir in the audience. She was simply too outstanding. Like a luminous pearl in the darkness, she was always the most dazzling one wherever she appeared. Moreover, not only was her appearance remarkable, but her academic achievements were also exceptional. Such a perfect goddess naturally evoked a sense of admiration from the audience. Throughout her 4 years in university, she had not accepted any suitor, and some even speculated she might be a lesbian. Fiona stood at the podium scanning the audience and immediately spotted Yang Luo and Sun Lan sitting together. A big smile appeared on her face as she waved at them. Then she cleared her throat and began her speech. Today is the second happiest day since I came to Stanford. The first was the day I started school. This slightly humorous opening line instantly relaxed the atmosphere in the audience. It must be said that she was very confident on the podium. At this moment, she seemed to exude a dazzling radiance, captivating everyone's attention. Sun Lan looked at her daughter proudly. In her life, her daughter was her greatest pride. Fiona's speech was brief, and she quickly finished her last sentence. Thank you for listening, and I hope everyone can maintain happiness and joy in every day to come. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. She gracefully bowed to the audience, preparing to step down from the stage. But just then a man holding flowers strode towards the podium. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Yang Luo stood up abruptly. It was Glazer from yesterday. Fiona's expression changed. She looked at Glazer quietly, her eyes already flickering with anger. In front of everyone, Glazer boldly stepped forward. Fiona, please accept my pursuit. Yang Luo's face darkened as he walked out of the audience. Fiona glanced at Glazer, then at Yang Luo, who was approaching her, gently shaking her head. Classmate Glazer, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Saying this, she turned to Yang Luo, taking his hand. This is my boyfriend. Please don't pursue me any further. Glazer scrutinized them, sneering, I've already inquired with your brothers. He's just an orphan adopted by your... He is merely your nominal brother. Yang Luo shook his head. I have no ties with the Lehman family anymore. Glazer looked at him. That doesn't matter. What matters is that Fiona can never be with you. Fiona no longer concealed her anger, raising her voice. Daniel Glazer, my affairs are not for you to judge. After saying that, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Luo, whispering a few words. Cooperate with me. Yang Luo was taken aback. Oh, what did she want to do? Just as his mind was racing, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Yang Luo's lips. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. At that moment, Daniel Glazer's face turned green. His hand instinctively clenched the flower he held, and if looks could kill, he would have already torn Yang Luo to pieces. After a moment of shock, the students at the scene erupted into noisy whistles. Although they felt a twinge of jealousy towards the man, they naturally wouldn't miss such excitement. Only Sun Lan displayed a hint of relief and a smile on her face, though her brows soon furrowed slightly. Moments later, Fiona and Yang Luo separated. Her cheeks still held a slight blush as she turned to Daniel Glazer and said, now you believe me, right? Please don't bother me anymore. After saying this, she took Yang Luo's hand and left without looking back. Daniel Glazer's expression was cold, lost in his thoughts. He then quickly left from another direction. The crowd's gaze followed them as they exited, and the noisy sounds gradually subsided. Until the graduation ceremony concluded, everyone's focus remained on this dramatic scene. They discussed the day's events with great enthusiasm, completely forgetting the other contents of the ceremony. At that moment, Fiona and Yang Luo sat awkwardly across from Sun Lan. Sun Lan couldn't help but ask, are you two really together? Fiona cast a furtive glance at Yang Luo, replying, of course not, I just had Luo Ji block the bullets for me. Yang Luo blinked. The price for blocking those bullets was not small. Seeing Sun Lan's disbelieving expression, Fiona quickly explained, it was just a position exchange earlier, we didn't really kiss. As she spoke, she pinched Yang Luo hard under the table. Yang Luo hurriedly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, it was just a position exchange. Yet at that moment, he distinctly felt the touch of lips. Sun Lan looked at the two of them with skepticism and finally sighed, I won't interfere in the matters of young people. With that, she waved her hand and left the restaurant, leaving Yang Luo and Fiona staring at each other. Moments later, Fiona seemed to react and chased after Sun Lan, exclaiming, Mom, wait for me. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow, settled the bill, and left the restaurant as well. That night, Fiona did not return to Yang Luo's house. He called her, but no one answered. Moments later, he received a text message, I'm staying with my mom for a few days and won't be coming back to your place. Don't forget to finish the leftovers from last night, don't waste them. Yang Luo smiled helplessly and replied with a text, I'll be back to England tomorrow. Spend more time with Aunt Sun. Fiona's reply came quickly, safe travels. Yang Luo put down his phone and focused on dealing with the leftovers from the previous night. Early the next morning, he boarded a flight back to England. After more than 10 hours, he returned to Manchester. There were many matters to attend to in the city, with the most pressing being the clearing of excess personnel. Since Yang Luo had only brought in midfielders and forwards, he planned to deal with all the midfielders and forwards as much as possible. Among them, the former captain Bernardo had already confirmed his departure to play in Qatar, and Yang Luo had not charged any transfer fee. Of the remaining players, Sun Jihai would return to defense in the new season, while Wright Phillips as a homegrown player could serve as a backup right winger. These two were certain to stay. Aside from them, Haloka Seiko, Naguya Belkovic, Teado Duffield, Anelka Goat McKinn, Hackby Wanchope, and Kieran all needed to be dealt with, which was quite a significant task. Upon returning to Manchester, Yang Luo immediately had Bernstein release news, pushing all these players onto the transfer market. This thoroughly shocked the entire English football scene. Has Yang Luo gone mad? Although he wanted to rebuild, he couldn't be this radical, could he? Putting the entire midfield and forward line on the transfer market. Was he trying to get relegated? David Jones directly wrote in his article, Manchester City's new owner has once again reshaped our understanding. He actually pushed the entire midfield and forward line of last season onto the transfer market. This is simply insane. It shows that he has no understanding of football at all and relies solely on his own whims. Having someone like this as the owner is truly a nightmare for Manchester City. Other football commentators also shared their opinions, but most believe that Yang Luo's actions were indeed too hasty. Lineker wrote in his column, I can understand Mr. Yang's eagerness to transform Manchester City, but he is just too impatient. Such a massive overhaul is bound to cause severe turbulence within the team, which is deadly for a club. Moreover, having too many new players next season will affect the team's chemistry, which is quite disadvantageous for the initial phase. Some even interviewed the old Sir Alex, who chuckled, I wouldn't dare to use Manchester City's approach. The reporter continued to ask, do you have confidence in Manchester City's prospects next season? The old man waved his hand saying, I only focus on Manchester United, and as long as Manchester City doesn't pose a threat to us, I won't care. Meanwhile, Manchester City's fan organization, the 1894 Group, surrounded the city headquarters under the leadership of Gladstone, shouting, You are committing a crime. You are ruthlessly purging the club's veterans. This is a removal of Manchester City's culture. Upon seeing this guy, Yang Luo felt furious. He stepped out the door and approached them, saying, Manchester City's culture. What culture? The relegation culture. Can these players help Manchester City qualify for the Champions League? Gladstone refused to back down. Let's not talk about others. Nicolas Anelka is only 24 years old. He is the future wealth of the team. Yang Luo scoffed coldly. Anelka. He's only 24, and how many teams has he switched to? Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal, Real Madrid, Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool. Are you counting on him to become the backbone of the team? Is there something wrong with your brain? Gladstone was taken aback, unsure of what to say. Yang Luo turned to the other fans. I'm clearing the excess personnel from the team to bring in more capable players. I promise everyone this summer window, I will invest no less than 100 million euros in new signings. All the fans present erupted into cheers. Having already spent 100 million pounds in the winter window, they were astonished that he would spend another 100 million euros in the summer window. This owner is simply a benevolent person. They immediately changed their stance, starting to support Yang Luo. The boss is awesome. Long live the boss. Gladstone's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Yang Luo didn't even glance at him. Everyone disperse now and wait for good news from the club. The crowd responded in unison. As expected by Yang Luo, after Anelka learned that he was on the transfer list, he did not hesitate at all and immediately asked his brother to help him find a new club. Last season, he scored 14 goals at Manchester City, which is quite impressive for a mid to lower tier team. Thus, he wasn't worried about finding a new club, and soon offers from two clubs arrived at Manchester City. One was Fenerbahce from Turkey, and the other was Blackburn. The offers from both teams were similar, around £7 million. Although Anelka was transferred to Manchester City for £13 million, Yang Luo welcomed the offers and instructed Bernstein to negotiate with them. Before long, Anelka reached an agreement with Fenerbahce. The transfer fee was £7 million, and Anelka's brother received a commission of £300,000. Yang Luo sighed. With a brother like that, Anelka's career planning was utterly chaotic. At his age, he should continue playing in a mainstream league for better development. However, his brother was clearly only considering money, which led Anelka to go to Turkey for riches at the age of 20. With his talent, he could at least have reached the heights of Trezeguet, if not Henry. Yet now he could only become a well-known drifter, wasting his talent year after year. However, this no longer had anything to do with Yang Luo. With Anelka as an example, other players began to seek their own paths. Among them, veteran Gotza had already entered negotiations with Reading in the championship. For this absolute contributor to the team's promotion, Yang Luo did not make things difficult for him and directly allowed him to join Reading for free, helping him secure a higher salary. For these veteran players, Yang Luo was not stingy, always doing his utmost to help them secure some financial benefits. This also helped build a good reputation for Manchester City, which would greatly aid future signings. Under Yang Luo's generosity, this group of players successfully found new clubs. Through handling these players, Manchester City recouped a total of £10 million. In reality, only Anelka, Van Camp, and Horlock returned a bit of transfer fee. The other players were mostly sold for half the price or given away. After completing the handling of the surplus forwards, he turned his attention to the defense. In the goalkeeper position, Schmeichel confirmed his retirement after this season, and Cech would join next summer, so he needed to add a goalkeeper. The substitute Weaver was trained at Manchester City, and continuing as the second-choice goalkeeper posed no problem. As for third-choice Nash, Yang Luo planned to recall the loaned-out little Schmeichel to replace him. In the defense line, as Sun Jihai would return to the right side next season, Dunn, who often played as a right-back, could move to the center-back position alongside Distin. The left-back position would continue to be held by Danish international Niklas Jensen. The remaining players, Javi, Howie, Bischoff, Metamo, Ritchie, and Wiggins, were all targets for him to clean out. These tasks were left to Bernstein, while he called on Van Gaal to head to Fulham. He intended to buy Van der Sar. During the transition period of these years, Van der Sar was a very trustworthy person. He had worked with Van Gaal at Ajax for many years, and even during his time in Ajax's youth team, he had already been coached by Van Gaal. Not to mention, he also played as Ajax's main goalkeeper under Van Gaal's guidance, and won the UEFA Champions League in 1995. The Dutch coach was indeed his mentor. Thus, Yang Luo called Van Gaal to act as a negotiator. Since Van der Sar was already 33 years old, Fulham was open to his departure. When Yang Luo raised the price to £4 million, Fulham readily agreed. Next was to discuss the players. When the nearly 2-meter-tall Van der Sar walked into the office, he immediately spotted Van Gaal sitting on the sofa. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Coach." Van Gaal smiled at him. "Edwin, long time no see." Van der Sar stepped forward and shared a deep embrace with Van Gaal. Laughed. "You still have so much energy." Van der Sar smiled back. "It's all thanks to your training back then." Yang Luo smiled at the side. Given their relationship, it was settled. As expected, when Van Gaal invited Van der Sar to join the team, Van der Sar did not hesitate at all. No problem. With the strong willingness of the player, the discussion of the contract proceeded very smoothly. Ultimately, both parties signed a 3-year contract with a weekly salary of £30,000. Although giving a 3-year contract to a 33-year-old veteran is somewhat risky, Yang Luo knew he was getting better with age. He even played until 41 at Manchester United. If Cech establishes himself as the #1 goalkeeper in a year or two, Van der Sar would not worry about finding another. Van der Sar then returned to Manchester with them, and after undergoing a medical examination, Manchester City officially announced that veteran Van der Sar had joined the team. Meanwhile, the cleaning of the defense line was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Except for Wiggins and Ritchie, the others had already found new clubs. Although these players only brought in around £1 million to Manchester City, Yang Luo did not care. Wiggins and Ritchie seemed to have no interest from anyone. Fortunately, their contracts only had 1 year left, so even if they remained, it wouldn't be a big deal. Yang Luo instructed Bernstein that if it really didn't work, they should try to loan them out, even if it meant covering part of their salaries. This tactic proved effective, and soon Wiggins and Ritchie joined championship teams on loan, after which they could leave freely when their contracts expired. Thus, only 13 players remained on Manchester City's roster for the next season: Van der Sar, Weaver, Little, Schmeichel, Sun Jihai, Dunn, Distin, Jensen, Eschen, Ronaldinho, Kaká, Robinson, Ronaldo, and E2. Next, Yang Luo's main goal was to buy to fill Manchester City's first team to 25 players. Thinking of this, Yang Luo couldn't help but complain about the UK's work permit system, because several players he wanted to buy couldn't obtain work permits. Especially in the defense line, the targets he wanted to reinforce were either Brazilians or Eastern Europeans, who now found it very difficult to obtain work permits. After thinking it over, he could only buy a French player first. So he called Bernstein. "David, accompany me to Bernstein looked at him. "Who are you going to buy this time?" Yang Luo pondered. "To be precise, we should go to Monaco to buy a guy named Patrice Evra." In truth, Yang Luo's primary target for the left-back position was Ashley Cole. However, Arsenal's stance was quite resolute, directly stating that they would not consider any offers. Left with no choice, Yang Luo had to secure this future top left-back before Manchester United could act. At this time, Evra had just transferred to Monaco for a year and had already become the main left-back for the team. Thus, Monaco's asking price for him was quite high, directly set at £10 million. It's worth noting that a few years later he transferred to Manchester United for only £5,500,000. However, Yang Luo's principle was that as long as they were willing to negotiate, it meant the deal could happen. After some bargaining, they eventually settled on a price of £7 million. There were no issues with the contract either. Evra was very interested in joining a Premier League club, and ultimately both parties signed a 5-year contract worth £25,000 per week. After signing Evra, the £150 million Yang Luo had previously injected into Manchester City still had £40 million remaining. Along with the £11 million from selling a player, Manchester City now had £51 million in the account. However, when they returned to Manchester, Sandu approached him with the financial report. Boss, I think I need to inform you about Manchester City's financial situation from last season. Go ahead, Yang Luo nodded. Sandu sighed. To put it simply, it's quite bad. Yang Luo had already anticipated this. I understand, with a bunch of veterans last season, high wages and poor performance losses were inevitable. Sandu confirmed, indeed. Excluding your investment of £150 million and the transfers made after your takeover, the total expenditure last season was £70 million with total income at £48 million. The bulk of the expenditures was player wages and transfer fees, while income mainly came from ticket sales and broadcasting revenue shares. Yang Luo remarked, so we suffered a loss of £22 million. Got it. Sandu quickly added, I'm not done yet. Next season, we'll be moving from Main Road to the Manchester City Stadium, and the seating capacity will drop from 80,000 to 48,000, resulting in a significant decrease in ticket revenue. What are you trying to say? Yang Luo asked. Sandu replied, our financial outlook is not optimistic. We need to be cautious when acquiring players. Yang Luo glanced at him. Wait until I have time to inject another £100 million, then you don't need to worry about buying players. Sandu felt a pang in his chest at this. Boss, I'm the CEO responsible for the club's commercial development and operations. How can I work effectively if you keep throwing money around? I'm not here to take it easy. I want to prove my worth. Yang Luo smiled. Are you feeling like you have no room to showcase your abilities right now? Don't be too anxious. So wait until this winter when I buy the new stadium, then you can really show your skills. Sandu shivered. Buying a stadium? How rich are you? Yang Luo patted him on the shoulder. Within a week, £100 million will arrive. You don't need to worry. After saying that, he sauntered away. Sandu watched his back with only one thought in his mind. If you're this wealthy, am I really necessary here? After bidding farewell to Sandu, Yang Luo opened his stock account. Now the price of NetEase had risen to $33 and his account had grown to over $800 million. Although he knew NetEase could double from this position, he needed cash now. So he sold 1/5 of his holdings, converting it into $170 million. On the third day, Manchester City announced that owner Yang Luo had injected another £100 million into the club for its operations. Everyone who heard this news had only one expression left on their faces. What kind of tycoon is this? In just a few months, he had already injected £250 million into the team, and the speed of this financial influx even outpaced Marathi, who was known for his lavish spending on the team. Coupled with his earlier public commitment to invest €100 million during the summer transfer window, they all realized that this guy was treating football like a marketplace. Meanwhile, fans of other teams had begun to envy Manchester City. At the very least, the owner was wealthy and willing to spend. The squad's improvement was a certainty. Regardless of future achievements, at least the fans saw hope. They were already curious about whom this owner would be. At this moment, Yang Luo arrived at the club's youth training camp. He remembered that there were several promising talents in Manchester City's youth academy. One of them was Micah Richards, a right back who had once been a mainstay for Manchester City. However, he was still under 15 years old with a long way to go before he could play for the first team. He encouraged the round-faced young black player, little Micah, work hard. The future is yours. The naive Micah Richards nodded earnestly. Mr. Young, I will keep working hard. Another right back was named Kieran Trippier. Yes, this future regular for the England national team was also in Manchester City's youth academy. However, he didn't establish himself at Manchester City and gradually made a name for himself only after transferring to Burnley. Of course, Yang Luo would not let this talent slip through his fingers. Yang Luo smiled as he patted his shoulder and turned to a rather frail young man. Although he was a member of the youth team, he had already made several appearances for the first team, making him somewhat of a semi-finished product. His name was Joey Barton, a name that would become quite notorious in the future English Premier League. Well, not to say he was feared by all, but at the very least he was infamous. Known for fighting teammates, gambling, and bullying opponents, he was indeed a notorious figure on the pitch. Yang Luo certainly wouldn't let such a player remain in his team for long, but for now he was vital to Manchester City. Firstly, he could greatly supplement Manchester City's midfield. Secondly, he was a homegrown talent. Currently, there were only 3 academy graduates in Manchester City's first team, and they needed another for European competitions. A player like Barton, who could be a starter, was certainly a hot commodity. He looked at the young man, who was not yet 20, and said, Joey, we plan to promote you to the first team next season. Barton was delighted. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I will keep working hard. Yang Luo glanced at him, but we also have a... Barton was taken aback. What condition? Yang Luo stated, if you violate team discipline, we will impose. This includes, but is not limited to fines, internal suspensions, and contract termination. Barton felt a weight in his heart. It seemed this new boss understood his temperament. However, with his future in the new boss' hands, he could only nod. Rest assured, Mr. Yang. Yang Luo looked at him deeply, and finally, said perform well in the new season. After promoting Barton to the first team, there are now 15 players in the front line. But this is still far from enough, especially in the center-back position where Manchester City urgently needs reinforcements. Thinking of this, Yang Luo couldn't help but sigh. The two players he is currently very fond of are Thiago Silva. However, one is Brazilian and the other is Serbian, making it quite difficult for them to obtain work permits. As for other top defenders, Ferdinand is firmly in the hands of the old red-nosed man. Terry is the Prince of Chelsea. Puyol is the banner of Barcelona, and Nesta just transferred to Milan last year, so there are no opportunities to make a move. Among the few possible candidates, Lucio has clearly rejected Manchester City, dreaming of joining a bigger club, specifically referring to the Southern King. Manchester City is not part of their career plan. As for Pepe, the team already has a Joey Barton, and putting these two together would create a rather unpleasant scenario. Thus, he could only take Bernstein with him to Italy. Their two targets this time are Samuel from Roma and Chiellini from Livorno. Samuel has become an indispensable pillar in the Roma lineup, but Roma has performed quite poorly this season, finishing 8th in the league. Missing out on the Champions League, Roma is also beginning to show signs of a financial crisis, so Yang Luo is quite confident that he can impress the Roma club this time. The one responsible for receiving them is Rosella Sensi, the eldest daughter of the current Roma club president. Her father is already 77 years old and almost no longer participates in club affairs, so Rosella Sensi is effectively the actual power holder of the Roma club. Bernstein had communicated with her over the phone before and learned that she also had intentions to sell Samuel. After some back-and-forth negotiations, both parties agreed on a price of £20 million. Just as they were preparing to inform Samuel, there was a knock at the office door. Rosella Sensi got up to open the door and was surprised to find an old fat man standing there. She instinctively supported the old man, saying, "Father, what are you doing here?" This old man is the president of the Roma club, Franco Sensi. He frowned and said, "I heard you're going to sell Samuel." Rosella Sensi nodded. "Yes, father, we need funds to improve the club's financial situation." Franco Sensi glanced at her and said, "Are you trying to dismantle the club? Don't you know how important Samuel is?" Rosella sighed. "Father, I know, but..." The old man looked at her and said, "I know missing out on the Champions League this season has a significant impact on us, but we cannot sell our pillar. You can imagine what would happen if we sold Totti one day." Rosella was stunned and fell silent. The old man, leaning on his cane, walked into the room and said, "Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry, but we are not selling Samuel." Yang Luo was taken aback. "Mr. Sensi." The old man smiled apologetically. "I'm truly sorry, Samuel is just too important to us. We cannot sell this defensive cornerstone." Yang Luo did not expect to be disrupted at the final moment by this old man. But he knew this old man was a tough nut to crack. Once he made up his mind, it would be hard for others to change it. It seemed this deal was hopeless. But then a light bulb went off in his head. "Mr. Sensi, since you are not selling Samuel to us, would you be willing to sell De Rossi from your squad as compensation?" Franco Sensi was taken aback, not expecting this young man to make such a request. Indeed, he had just made a fool of them, and it would seem rather unreasonable to refuse him again. Moreover, De Rossi had just recently joined the first team, and he didn't seem so indispensable. He turned to look at his eldest daughter, and Rosella Sensi immediately understood her father's meaning. "Mr. Yang De Rossi is a promising young star in our team. We do not have a strong desire to let him go." Yang Luo immediately understood her implication. "We are willing to offer £5 million for De Rossi." Rosella Sensi hesitated for a moment. "I believe we should at least ask for £15 million for us to consider." Yang Luo thought for a moment. "A flat price of £10 million. The father and daughter exchanged glances and finally nodded. For them, although De Rossi has a bright future, selling a substitute player who is under 20 for this price is already. Thus, on the club level, both parties reached an agreement. Next would be the issue concerning the players. When De Rossi arrived at the office, Yang Luo couldn't help but sigh. He's truly a young, handsome lad. Of course, it's not that he is particularly handsome, but compared to what he would look like 10 years later with a full beard, he looks remarkably delicate now. But when De Rossi learned that the club had agreed to Manchester City's offer for him, a hint of sadness crossed his face. Yang Luo knew of his feelings for Roma, and also knew he would later become the soul of the second team. But for now, he is just a young man who has only been with Roma for a little over 2 years. His emotions are likely not that deep, so Yang Luo still has a chance to lure him away. Thus he spoke. "Mr. De Rossi, we sincerely hope you can join Manchester City. Now we have the renowned Van Gaal as the head coach, as well as talented players like Ronaldinho and Cristiano Ronaldo. This environment will be more conducive to your growth." De Rossi hesitated for a moment and did not speak. Yang Luo continued, "Moreover, we will offer you a generously paid contract, which will at least double your current salary." At present, he is still on a youth contract. Young Luo can at least offer him a weekly salary of over £15,000. De Rossi said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Young, for valuing me. But I still want to ask Mr. Sensi if I can." Young Luo was taken aback this. Franco and Rosella Sensi were also surprised. Normally, facing the temptation of a salary increase, anyone would waver. But De Rossi's attitude was, "Old Sensi spoke. De Rossi, are you saying that even if Roma cannot offer you an equivalent salary, you still wish to stay?" De Rossi nodded without hesitation. "I am willing." A touched expression appeared on Old Sensi's face. After a moment, he turned and said, "Mr. Young, I'm very sorry. Our De Rossi does not wish to leave Roma, and we cannot go against his wishes. I am terribly sorry." Saying this, he bowed deeply to Young Luo and Bernstein. Young Luo quickly supported him. "Mr. Sensi, I truly cannot accept this." Since the acquisition at the Roma club was a complete failure, Young Luo had no choice but to head to Livorno to pursue Chiellini. At that time, Chiellini was still a little-known left-back, and his height of 1.86 m did not provide any advantage in a position that required constant movement. It wasn't until the 2006 phone scandal that coach Deschamps shifted him to the center-back position, allowing him to gradually become a top-tier center-back in Serie A. Indeed, in Leghorn, they faced little resistance, quickly reaching an agreement at the club level for £5 million. As for the player himself, although he was somewhat hesitant about moving to the Premier League, he quickly agreed to the transfer upon being offered a weekly salary of £20,000. Thus, Chiellini became the third player acquired by Manchester City during the summer transfer window, following Van der Sar and Evra. Currently, there are 3 players in the squad capable of playing as centre-backs: Dun, Distin, and Chiellini, but Dun is only a makeshift option, and Chiellini still needs time to adapt, so Young Luo needs to acquire at least 2 more centre-backs. Young Luo's next target is the Czech centre-back Ujfalusi from Hamburger SV. As a key centre-back of the Czech golden generation, Ujfalusi's name may not be as prominent as Nedved Cech or Rosicky, but he is a remarkably fierce defender. Whether at Hamburg or Fiorentina, his performance has been outstanding. Now at 25 years old, he has just entered the peak of his professional career, making him a valuable asset. Moreover, although Hamburger SV finished 4th in the league this season, there are no Champions League spots for the 4th place in the current Bundesliga, so Ujfalusi does not have a strong desire to participate in high-level competitions. Ultimately, both parties reached a deal for £6 million with Manchester City, signing Ujfalusi to a 4-year contract with a weekly salary of £40,000. With the acquisition of Ujfalusi, the main framework of the defense line was basically completed, and now only 1 or 2 substitute players are needed to finalize the squad. Back in England, Young Luo made another trip to Wolverhampton and conveniently acquired a young player named Julian Lescott from their youth academy. Julian Lescott is also a regular in the England youth team and eventually transferred to Manchester City in reality, but that was in 2009 when City was a wealthy club. Although he is not a top-tier center-back, he has served as the first substitute center-back for the England national team for quite a while, making him a suitable addition to the team. This transaction cost £3 million, and both parties signed a 5-year contract with a weekly salary of £15,000. On June 15, 2003, the very day the English transfer market opened, Manchester City officially announced the acquisitions of Chiellini, Ujfalusi, and Lescott. This caused quite a stir in English football. The new owner's frequency of signings was simply too high. David Jones from The Guardian chimed in again: "Manchester City is splurging once more. But what kind of players are they signing this time? Chiellini, a left-back with mediocre talent. Can he compete with Nicholas Jensen and Evra? What is the point of bringing him in? Lescott, a 20-year-old center-back, is he just going to supplement the youth team? But the first team isn't even filled yet. Sometimes I really can't understand the new owner's team-building philosophy. He is a bit like some women with a shopping addiction, buying things regardless of whether they fit or not." This statement naturally caused considerable displeasure at Manchester City. Chairman Bernstein directly retorted to journalist David Jones during an interview: "Some reporters just like to flaunt their so-called little football knowledge to appear unique. In reality, his comments are quite ignorant, but he himself does not realize it." At that moment, Van Gaal found previously, apart from Van der Sar, he had not been involved much in the team's transactions, but after Young Luo's continuous buying spree, he could no longer hold back his requests. Young Luo was somewhat surprised. "You want to buy Stam?" Van Gaal nodded. Although Stam is over 30, his experience and willpower can greatly aid the team. Young Luo clapped his hands. Great. He had indeed considered Stam before, but first, he was a bit too old, and second, Stam might not think highly of Manchester City, so he hadn't acted. However, with Van Gaal's involvement, perhaps he could be persuaded. So he directly said, "Mr. Van Gaal, if you can convince Stam, I am willing to directly pay the transfer fee." Van Gaal nodded. "Wait for my news." Although Stam is not from Ajax, Van Gaal's status in Dutch football is significant, so perhaps he could indeed persuade Stam. Sure enough, a day later, Van Gaal called Young Luo. "Mr. Young, I have already prepared the player's mindset, and you can communicate with Lazio. Thus young Luo once again traveled to Rome, but this time, he was heading to another club in the city Lazio. Due to financial issues, Lazio is currently under the management of a financial company and banks, so for them any player can be put on the negotiation table if there is a suitable offer. Indeed, when young Luo raised the offer to £9 million, the managing party agreed to their proposal. Then came the negotiations with Stam regarding the contract. Stam had already had very in-depth discussions with Van Gaal, so there were no obstacles in terms of the contract. Ultimately, Stam signed his name on a 2-year contract worth £60,000 per week. Although this transaction is not commendable in terms of economic benefits, Stam's experience and reputation are enough to provide substantial help to Manchester City. On June 18, 2003, Manchester City officially announced the signing of the experienced Dutch centre-back Jaap Stam. The 31-year-old Dutch centre-back can also play as a right-back, and with him on board, Manchester City's defence line became even more robust. Now every position on Manchester City's defense line has at least 3 players capable of filling it, so the reinforcement for the defense line for the next season has come to a close. With only domestic tasks ahead, Manchester City's defense line, featuring Son Ji-Hai Dun, Stam Ujfalusi, Distin Leskicielini Evra, and Nicholas Jensen, is simply luxurious and enviable. Next, young Luo's focus shifted once again to the midfield. After handling Stam's transfer, young Luo immediately flew to Barcelona, Spain. Ever since he took over Manchester City, he had been looking forward to this moment. La Masia is now a true treasure. The Argentine prodigy is about to turn 16, and he can be offered a professional contract. Barcelona is facing a significant event. They are about to start the presidential election. The current president of Barca is Gaspart, and his main competitor is the well-known Laporta. Under Laporta's leadership, Barca experienced splendid performances in the Dream Team 2 and 3 years, making him a very suitable president for Barca. Although he used underhanded tactics to drive Messi away after returning to power, it must be said that he is a capable president. In contrast, the current Gaspart has led Barca into chaos, with the team once falling to the lower half of the standings this season. This guy might be a good person, but he is evidently unqualified for the presidency. Since the election is in July, young Luo must seize this window of opportunity to secure La Masia's talents. At the Barcelona club, President Gaspart personally received them. Due to Barca's disappointing performance, his position is precarious. Therefore, he must present something substantial in this final period to win back the fans' hearts. His choice is to compete with Real Madrid for David Beckham. This is also young Luo's fault, as he has already stolen Barca's original target, Ronaldinho. Currently, Barca and Real Madrid's offers have reached €40 million, but Manchester United, sitting comfortably, has yet to respond to their bid. This has made Gaspart quite anxious. Barcelona clearly does not have as much money as their old rival Real Madrid. Their transfer funds are nearly depleted. If Real Madrid raises their offer, they will lose this superstar. Thus, the arrival of young Luo and Bernstein has become his lifeline. I heard they want to buy Messi from their youth team. Isn't that just handing him money? It should be noted that while this short Argentine has exceptional skills, his physical condition. He suffers from dwarfism and requires a large amount of growth hormone to stimulate his development. Moreover, it seems he frequently has minor injuries, making it uncertain whether such a player can adapt to the intensity of professional football. Therefore, Gaspart is not very optimistic about his future. If they can offer €10 million, it would be a monumental advantage for him in acquiring Beckham. With that thought in mind, he became particularly courteous to young Luo, and Bernstein, you two have traveled far. It must have been exhausting. Young Luo smiled. Not at all, President. Your personal reception has truly surprised us. Gaspart smiled warmly. Not at all. We are all part of the European football family, and it's only right to support each other like a family. Bernstein couldn't help but scratch his head. This Barca president was overly enthusiastic. After young Luo chatted with him for a while, both sides finally returned to the main topic. Young Luo spoke. Mr. Gaspart, we have already discussed over the phone. We would like to purchase your youth team's Leon. Gaspart pretended to ponder for a moment. Messi is a once-in-a-lifetime talent for our team, and under normal circumstances we would not consider selling him. Young Luo was already very familiar with this tactic. If you didn't want to sell, would you personally come to receive us? It was still about the price. But young Luo was best at dealing with such price-increasing people, because he truly had the money. So he decisively said, we have high hopes for Messi, and we are willing to offer £500,000. Gaspart felt a surge of joy. £500,000 was already close to his target price of €10 million. This deal had potential. He pretended to be troubled. Messi is our future star. We originally did not want to sell him. But you have shown your sincerity, and we cannot block your enthusiasm. Thus, if you can reach an offer of £1 million, we will agree to this transfer. Bernstein frowned. He felt that £500,000 was already quite outrageous, especially for a player who had not yet turned 16, with a lot of uncertainties ahead. But young Luo directly stated £1 million deal. At this offer, both Bernstein and Gaspart's expressions changed. Bernstein's heart trembled. £1 million. Our boss is too impulsive. This is different from what we discussed on the plane. Gaspart felt a stab of pain. Did I underquote? However, at this point, he could only agree to Yang Luo's offer with a heavy heart. Even at this price, it was far beyond his expectations. In his mind, Yang Luo had undoubtedly transformed into a shining benefactor. But just then Yang Luo suddenly spoke. Mr. Gaspart, I am actually also quite interested in another player from you. Gaspart's eyes lit up. Seeing him so generous, why not take the opportunity to fleece a bit more? He asked, may I ask which player Mr. Yang is interested in? Yang Luo answered without hesitation, Cesc Fabregas. Gaspart was taken aback. Although this person was overly generous with money, his vision was indeed good. In his mind, Fabregas had a much brighter future than Messi. At least his physical condition was there. Moreover, his technical abilities were also among the best. So he genuinely felt a bit reluctant to part with Fabregas. But at the very least, he could hear Yang Luo's offer. So he asked, Mr. Yang, how much are you willing to offer for Cesc? Yang Luo didn't hesitate. £800,000. Gaspart was stunned. £800,000. That was another enormous sum. He originally did not want to sell Fabregas, but the offer was just too high. Meanwhile, Bernstein's expression completely changed. He clutched his chest, feeling pain in his heart and liver. Did Yang Luo think the money in his hands was too hot to handle? Why did he always want to spend it so easily? But how could Gaspart miss such a good opportunity? He immediately seized the chance to raise the price, £1,200,000. Yang Luo thought for a moment. £1 million. Gaspart hesitated for a moment. Deal. Bernstein nearly fainted, rolling his eyes. £20 million to buy two 16-year-old children. Bernstein felt that his boss must have gone mad. In an era where one could recruit younger children for just a few $100,000, Yang Luo's two transactions were indeed too conspicuous. With so many players still missing from Manchester City's midfield and attacking line, how could you spend so much money on two lottery tickets? If these two transactions were officially announced, I would be the one to scold you. But Yang Luo paid no heed to the old comrade whose heart was bleeding. He happily reached an agreement with Gaspart. Next was communication with the players. In fact, this was the most challenging part of the entire transaction process. As two outstanding students from La Masia, their feelings toward it were undoubtedly profound. When Messi was forced to leave Barcelona, he was almost emotionally shattered, crying uncontrollably. Our loyal comrade, however, was willing to betray Wenger just to return to Barcelona. However, Yang Luo also had his own ace up his sleeve. Messi was great in many respects, but his father, the district head, his agent father, was a soft spot for him. Jorge Messi, like all family agents, always had a knack for causing a stir over money. Yang Luo seized this point and launched a financial offensive against old Messi. Of course, his approach wasn't simply offering a high salary. His main plan was to first ensure Messi continued receiving treatment and then arrange a decent job for Messi's family in Manchester. The Messi family was still quite poor. Although Messi's treatment costs were covered, he wasn't yet able to support an entire family. Naturally, regarding the salary, he also proposed a contract to Jorge Messi that could reach £15,000 in the future. Thus, Jorge Messi readily agreed to Yang Luo's proposal. Since Messi was still a minor, his father's opinion had a decisive influence on his transfer. So securing Messi's father meant the success of this transaction. As for Fabregas, Yang Luo presented another plan. The main reason Fabregas left Barcelona was that he couldn't see a future there, but Yang Luo assured him he would receive a certain amount of playing time next season. Originally in history, loyal Fabregas also left Barcelona that summer, so he should be able to accept this plan. Sure enough, after consulting Fabregas, his parents finally agreed to join Manchester City. After securing everything, Yang Luo let out a long sigh of relief and returned to England with Bernstein, whose expression was quite grim. Throughout the journey, the old man didn't say a word to Yang Luo. Yang Luo had no choice but to keep trying to cheer him up. Being a boss is truly not easy. You have to make your employees laugh. June 24, 2003. On Messi's birthday, Manchester City officially announced that two young talents from Barcelona's youth academy, Leo Messi and Cesc Fabregas, would join the team with a combined transfer fee of £20 million. Upon this news breaking, the entire English football scene exploded once again. Two 16-year-old young talents for £20 million. What kind of fool could make such a decision? This time no one came to Yang Luo's defense. An avalanche of doubts and ridicule swept over him. Yang Luo's dedicated critic David Jones began writing in the newspaper, "My God, our wealthy comrade Yang Luo has started his big spending spree again. This time he bought two 16-year-old children. These kids might be geniuses, but our comrade Yang Luo actually spent £20 million to acquire them. Is he out of money to spend? Or is he carelessly throwing out bids to fulfill a promise of €100 million to the fans? Doing so completely contradicts the laws of football. He is about to confuse the football market. With these transactions, Yang Luo could easily be called the biggest spendthrift in football. Gary Lineker couldn't help but express his views. I believe Yang Luo's team-building strategy is deeply flawed. I understand that he wants to quickly strengthen the team's strength, but he shouldn't purchase these potential players before the core framework of the team is complete. Moreover, the prices he offered were far too high. Sir Alex Ferguson also couldn't help but complain in an interview. Yang Luo's actions undoubtedly contribute to inflation in football. It is possible that in the near future we will have to pay tens of millions to acquire youth players. Of course, Wenger was even more frustrated because Fabregas had always been a player he favored. I never expected Yang Luo would snatch our transfer target away, which is incredibly maddening. The leader of Manchester City fans, Glenn Stone, even jumped in. What we want is to strengthen the team positively and healthily, not to become a laughingstock across Europe like this. Not only was there external criticism, but there were also strong opposing sentiments from within the organization regarding these two transactions. The one with the loudest objections was Sanderson. As CEO, he naturally had the most direct responsibility for the healthy development of the team. In his view, these two transactions were incredibly impulsive and detrimental to the club's finances. He rushed to Yang Luo's office. Boss Yang, if you keep making these impulsive purchases, we'll be left with nothing. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow. These two players will bring us returns exceeding tenfold. Sanderson frowned. This is gambling. You are betting on these two players. What if they don't make it? Yang Luo glanced at him. Your spirit of questioning is commendable, but I am not pleased with the tone you're using to talk to me. Sanderson snorted coldly. My duty is to correct your misguided investment direction. Yang Luo replied nonchalantly, so what if we lose? I have money. Sanderson's expression froze, and after a long pause he managed to say, you are ruthless. However, the next day explosive news broke in the football world. England's top football idol David Beckham ultimately joined Real Madrid for a price of $43 million. This news was even bigger and more explosive, finally capturing the media's attention. Yet behind this news was the desperate scream of a middle-aged man. Gaspard had sold everything he had to gather funds for two future stars just to secure Beckham, but unexpectedly ended up with nothing after all that effort. The fan organization was already very unhappy about selling these two promising stars, and now they had also failed to outmaneuver their archrival in the transfer market. Gaspard looked at this news in despair, knowing that his position as president of Barcelona was likely unsustainable. Comrade Yang Luo has embarked on a new round of recruitment plans. This time he intends to try his luck with Real Madrid. During this summer, Real Madrid made an incredibly foolish decision. Makelele became a victim of Real Madrid's superstar policy. The club preferred to spend a fortune on David Beckham, who was not needed, rather than offer Makelele a salary increase and contract renewal. After Makelele's departure, Real Madrid, lacking a defensive midfielder, ultimately collapsed entirely, being thoroughly suppressed by Barcelona domestically. This also marked the beginning of the decline of the Galactico's first phase. Ironically, Beckham was eventually forced to play in the defensive midfield position. Yang Luo aimed to seize the opportunity to strike at Makelele before Chelsea successfully acquired him. As for the issue of money, that was easy to discuss. When they arrived in Madrid, Florentino was in a meeting. However, he arranged for someone to take Yang Luo and Bernstein on a tour of the club's honor room. Indeed, it was the most successful club of the 20th century. Their honor room was spacious and comfortable, filled to the brim with various trophy replicas. Looking at the dazzling trophy replicas, Yang Luo immediately recalled the meme from later years that mocked Florentino sat among several UEFA Champions League trophies with the caption, "You cannot compare us to those big clubs." Thinking of this, he could not help but show a strange expression. Bernstein noticed his face and signaled him with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Yang Luo raised an eyebrow at him and whispered, "How about we build a similarly grand honor room when we..." Bernstein glanced at him. "Ours is sufficient for now, quite empty." The young lady responsible for the introduction couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at their conversation. After their visit, Florentino had finished his meeting and both parties took their seats in the conference room. After some pleasantries, Bernstein spoke up. "Mr. Florentino, we are here to negotiate the purchase of your French defensive midfielder Claude Makelele." Florentino nodded in understanding. "Mr. Bernstein, I understand your intention. In fact, we are open to discussions regarding Makelele's future. Of course, this requires a suitable offer from your side." Yang Luo could not help but nod in agreement. This indeed reflected the demeanor of a top club. They rarely played tricks when selling players. As long as the player wanted to leave, they would not hold back on the transfer fee. Therefore, Yang Luo did not hesitate. "Mr. Florentino, our initial offer for Makelele is £15 million. Florentino smiled. "Mr. Yang, I'm afraid this offer may not be enough to persuade us." Yang Luo thought for a moment. "We can add £3 million, making it £18 million. Florentino pondered for a moment. "All right, deal." Yang Luo and Bernstein were taken aback. Florentino was surprisingly straightforward. Indeed, as long as they reached their expected price, there was no hesitation. This kind of trading partner was Yang Luo's favorite. He decided to seek more collaboration with Real Madrid in the future. They had plenty of good assets, and he needed to keep an eye out for bargains. Once both clubs reached an agreement, Florentino promptly notified Makelele to come to the club to discuss the contract with Yang Luo and the others. Makelele, who had already had disagreements with Real Madrid over contract renewal, rushed over with his agent as soon as he heard a club was making an offer. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the scale of Manchester City, the recent activities of the club were quite prominent, and they had also hired renowned coach Van Gaal. When he and his agent heard the offer from Bernstein, they became even more intrigued. Ultimately, they accepted Bernstein's offer of £65,000 per week. This was on par with the top salary of a team like Ronaldinho's, making Makelele feel valued by Manchester City. Yang Luo was also very satisfied with this transaction. Although the cost was not small, the 30-year-old Makelele still had plenty left in the tank, being able to contribute high-level performance for at least 3 to 4 more years. Yang Luo remembered that after he transferred to Chelsea, Makelele was selected for the FIFA Best 11, which was enough to demonstrate his caliber. He could also provide experience and locker room influence alongside Van der Sar and Stam as the team's elder statesman, which would greatly benefit the formation of the team's culture. He could hardly imagine how terrifying the combination of Makelele and Eschen would be in the new season. After securing Makelele, Yang Luo chose not to return to England, but went directly to Real Sociedad. This team from the Basque region finished second in the league last year due to the rise of a player earning them a spot in the next season's Champions League. And this player was Yang Luo's target, this time Xavi Alonso. However, he was outright rejected here. He was a flagship player born and raised in Real Sociedad, with his father and brother also having played for the team, making him a truly homegrown player. Moreover, next season they would also have the Champions League to compete in, so they naturally did not want to let go of their team's soul. The team's attitude was very firm, and Yang Luo had no choice but to leave. However, before leaving, he reached an agreement with Real Sociedad that if they failed to qualify for the Champions League next year and Xavi Alonso wanted to leave, they would allow him to have priority to purchase. Real Sociedad accepted this clause as they knew it would be difficult to retain Xavi Alonso permanently, which was indeed the plight of smaller clubs. During this trip to Spain, out of 2 target defensive midfielders, one was a failure and one was a success, which was within expectations. After returning to England, Manchester City immediately announced Makelele's signing. This 30-year-old top midfielder will play for Manchester City for the next 3 years, and with his addition, Manchester City's midfield line instantly reached a top-tier level in the Premier League. This transaction truly enhanced Manchester City's strength. Although there might be some premium, the overall public opinion remained quite optimistic. Lineker even commented, with Makelele's signing, Manchester City now possesses the strength to challenge on the European stage. Even Yang Luo's #1 critic David Jones said this transaction is at least much better than spending £20 million on those 2 kids. Yang Luo finally made a successful transaction. Upon seeing this report, he couldn't help but smile. It seems these people prefer mature men over fresh meat. Bernstein rolled his eyes beside him. Everyone likes geniuses, but not everyone is willing to bet so heavily. Yang Luo smiled, but did not argue further. The value of those 2 individuals far exceeded £200 million. After returning from Spain, Yang Luo had no intention of resting. He wanted to seize the time to continue reinforcing the team, giving Van Gaal ample time to facilitate team cohesion. Currently, Manchester City's midfield consists only of Eschen, Makelele, Barton, and the 16-year-old Fabregas, so Yang Luo aimed to add another player. He couldn't acquire Xabi Alonso, and the Yaya Touré he was eyeing had trouble obtaining a work permit, so he leaned towards finding a transitional midfielder. Thus, he set his sights on Leeds United, which was in financial turmoil. Leeds still had a few decent players, and his target was Olivier Decourt, who had been loaned to Roma for half a season. This frequent member of the French national team was now 29 years old at the peak of his career. Were it not for Leeds needing to sell players to alleviate their crisis, Manchester City would have had difficulty acquiring him at a low price. Therefore, Yang Luo offered Leeds United £6 million. With few options available, Leeds agreed. Yang Luo also casually proposed a £5 million offer for a young talent on their squad named James. Before Yang Luo traversed back in 2023, 37-year-old Milner was still able to rotate in a team like Liverpool, giving Yang Luo a sense of time standing still. This evergreen player could serve as a versatile asset to the team, and his exceptional professionalism ensured he maintained high performance levels for 2 decades. Moreover, this young talent was only 17, and in 3 years he could be a valuable youth training addition to the European competition roster, making this a worthwhile transaction. Leeds United could not refuse the benefits brought by these 2 deals, and could only agree to them. As for the players themselves, Decourt was already a player Leeds had to sell, so he didn't hesitate and reached an agreement with Manchester City for a 3-year contract with a weekly salary of £40,000. Although Milner was reluctant to leave Leeds, he also understood that the club needed to sell him for financial reasons, thus signing a 3-year contract with Manchester City for a weekly salary of £10,000. Thus Manchester City signed Olivier Decourt and James Milner from Leeds United for a price of £11 million. The date was July 1, 2003. On this day, Manchester City held a grand press conference for their Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo, Robin Ito, Decourt, and Milner all made their appearances alongside this summer. Young Luo's impact was significant. His swift and generous spending on players made him feel like he had finally found a worthy master. Looking at these talented players, he felt it was almost excessively lavish. Beside him, Sanderson was also excited. Just look at that Brazilian. He was practically glowing. If he could perform, well, the commercial revenue would be immense. Though the Portuguese lad next to him looked a bit rough around the edges, a little polish would surely make him shine. Together as a duo of visual appeal, they should attract considerable attention to Manchester City. As someone responsible for commercial development, it was hard for him not to drool at the sight of such idol-like talent. Just then the press conference officially began. A reporter began to ask Mr. Van Gaal, how do you evaluate the players standing beside you? Van Gaal replied happily, these players are exactly the ones I have always dreamed of coaching, and I will do everything in my power to help them grow. Another reporter asked, do you think there are still any shortcomings in the team that need to be addressed? Van Gaal honestly responded, I believe we still need a forward. I hope to add one more striker. This had already been a consensus he reached with Young Luo, who promised to acquire at least one more forward. Another reporter inquired, since the team has undergone such a major overhaul, what goals do you have for this season? Van Gaal confidently stated, our goal for the new season is to compete for a Champions League qualification. This statement immediately caused a stir in the audience. Champions League qualification, not just European competition qualification. This also meant their target was to finish in the top 4. The top 4 in the Premier League this season were Manchester United, Arsenal, Newcastle United, and Chelsea, with Liverpool in 5th. If Manchester City wanted to qualify for the Champions League, they would need to displace at least 2 of them. As a young team that had undergone such significant changes, could they achieve this? Many reporters internally. The Guardian's reporter present was not David Jones, who had previously been reprimanded by Van Gaal, but a new face. This newcomer stood up and asked Mr. Van Gaal, if Manchester City's goal this season is Champions League qualification, does that mean you will prioritize the league and abandon domestic cup competitions? Van Gaal raised an eyebrow. With so many young talents, we need extensive match experience. Do you think we would let go of opportunities to play matches? Next came the interviews with the new signings. Initially, at Young Luo's request, those non-native English-speaking talents had already started learning English, and now they could respond to some questions simply. This was very important for their quick adaptation to life in England. Soon the press conference officially concluded, and the reporters got what they wanted. Almost everyone believed this new Manchester City under Van Gaal's leadership would undoubtedly bring a different storm to the Premier League. However, the shocks of this year's Premier League were far from over. July 2, 2003. Chelsea Football Club officially announced that Russian tycoon Roman Abramovich had taken over the club and assumed all its debts. Upon hearing this news, all Chelsea fans couldn't help but cheer with joy. This owner was immensely wealthy, and his involvement would surely inject considerable funds into Chelsea. Seeing this news, Young Luo could not help but remark to himself that the greatest owner in Chelsea's history had finally arrived. Over the next 20 years, Abramovich would pour his heart and soul into Chelsea, but ultimately his fate would not be too favorable. Meanwhile, all the reporters were buzzing with excitement. Just as one wealthy owner had come to make significant purchases, another had appeared. Could this be the start of an arms race? If so, the Premier League would certainly be thrilling. Could the rivalry between Manchester United and Arsenal be disrupted? Regardless, this transfer window would be very exciting. Currently, the first team lineup of Manchester City includes 23 players. Goalkeepers Van der Sar Weaver and Schmeichel, defenders Son Jihai Dunstam, Wehesi, Distin Lescott, Chiellini Evra, and Nikolai Jensen, midfielders Makelele Eschen Barton and Dackett, forwards Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, Wright Phillips, Robin, Ronaldinho, and Milner, and striker Ito. Undoubtedly, having only Ito in the forward line is rather thin. Thus, Young Luo's next target. Young Luo and Van Gaal have discussed the candidates for the forward position. Van Gaal hopes to have a forward whose style is completely different from Ito's to provide more tactical variations, so the first person that came to Young Luo's mind was the other half of the African duo Didier Drogba. However, Drogba recently signed a transfer contract with Marseille, making his transfer unrealistic at this time. Van Gaal also suggested bringing back his former player Kluivert, but after careful consideration, he felt that Kluivert had already shown signs of decline, so he abandoned that option. Thus, Young Luo set his sights on another individual. This person is a typical late bloomer, but once he found his form, he quickly became a top striker. He even won the Serie A Golden Boot at the age of 38, showcasing a career that flourished late and left a lasting impression. He is none other than Italian forward Luca Toni. He is tall and possesses solid fundamental skills along with extensive experience as a target forward. The only concern for young Luo is that Tony had a rather unpleasant time with Van Gaal at Bayern, so he wonders if the two might have conflicts after meeting again years later. However, there are currently no particularly suitable forwards available. Ronaldo, Henry Shevchenko, Owen, Raul Piero, and Inzaghi are all unattainable. Crespo seems to struggle in the Premier League. Vieri has started to suffer frequent injuries, and as for Adriano. Therefore, young Luo ultimately shifted his focus to Luca Toni. He and Bernstein arrived in Brescia, Italy. At this time, Luca Toni was about to leave the team after serving as a physical shield for Roberto Baggio for 2 seasons. Due to his knee injury last season, Brescia chose not to keep him. He had initially planned to transfer to Palermo in Serie B, but Manchester City's emergence turned everything around. Toni had never expected that a team from the English Premier League would come seeking him, which left him somewhat at a loss. However, the allure of playing in the top league outweighed everything else, and he decisively chose to join Manchester City. Even if it meant being a substitute, so what? Thus, Manchester City acquired Luca Toni from Brescia for £4 million, and in the new season, he will serve as the team's substitute forward. In this way, the first team lineup for the new season was determined, comprising a large roster of 24 players. Since Manchester City only has domestic competition tasks this season, theoretically this lineup is already sufficient. However, young Luo's efforts to strengthen the team did not stop. He still needed to buy a young forward for emergencies. His target is an outstanding forward aged 18 or younger who could eventually be developed into a homegrown player. From a household registration perspective, Rooney is undoubtedly the best option, but he has already established himself at Everton. Would he come to Manchester City to be your third forward? And Suarez, Lewandowski, and Benzema are still relatively young, making a transfer unrealistic at this time. After much thought, he thought of Mario Gomez. This German forward can be considered a top striker hampered by injuries. Although he may not be the absolute best, his goal-scoring rate is definitely impressive. In the future, he can definitely be a very competent rotational forward. Moreover, the key is that he is good-looking, which could attract fans in the future. Thus, young Luo took Bernstein and flew to Stuttgart, Germany. At this time, Mario Gomez was still a youth academy player, so when young Luo told Stuttgart's director that he wanted to purchase him for £5 million, the Stuttgart club readily agreed. Young Luo sighed. Having money is great. Buying players purely relies on money without needing to appeal to any emotions. Overall, the success rate is very high. Thus, Mario Gomez successfully joined Manchester City's youth academy. In the new season, he will enter the first team in case of injuries and gain some playing opportunities. In this way, the reinforcements for this season have essentially come to an end. This summer transfer window, Manchester City purchased a total of 13 players, spending £92 million, far exceeding the €100 million originally promised to the fans. This also greatly supplemented all 3 lines of the team, theoretically increasing their combat strength significantly. However, since the team is mostly new signings, how to integrate them will depend on Van Gaal's skills. Fortunately, it is only early July now, and Van Gaal still has more than a month for preparation. However, at this moment, Van Gaal presented another request to young Luo. We need to upgrade the team's training facilities and youth training facilities to enhance the training effectiveness of the players. Having been a coach at Ajax for 9 years, he is well-versed in youth training, so young Luo always humbly accepts his suggestions. So he called in Sandetsi. Mr. Van Gaal said, we need to upgrade the training equipment, see how much it would cost. Upon hearing that money would be spent again, Sandetsi's face immediately fell. My boss, you really don't care about your money. You spent over £90 million in this transfer window, and now we only have £45 million in cash left. But now you want to allocate funds to upgrade the training equipment, and this money will likely be gone. Young Luo shot him a glare. Money can be earned again, but the training equipment must keep up. We need to broaden our horizons. He had checked his stock account a few days ago, and NetEase was still reaching new highs, so for him money was indeed just a number. In a few months, when he sells all his NetEase stocks, he will have over $1 billion in hand. But Sandetsi had no idea about this. He only felt like crying without tears, yet he had to choose to follow young Luo's instructions once again. Having a boss who squanders money truly made him worry. 2 days later, Manchester City announced that they would upgrade the team's training facilities, spending a total of £10 million. After this, young Luo could finally take a break. He slept soundly in the hotel from that night until the following afternoon. He opened his eyes and took out his phone, sending a text to Fiona. What are you doing? Fiona quickly replied, getting ready for work. Young Luo scratched his head, his fingers hovering over the keyboard for a long time, unsure of how to respond. Ever since the graduation ceremony incident, their conversations had dwindled significantly. Although he told Sun Lan that they were just borrowing each other's positions, both of them knew that they had truly kissed. Perhaps from that day on, young Luo realized that they indeed had no blood relation. Thinking of this, he jumped out of bed and began to book a plane ticket. He wanted to go back and see her. After more than 10 hours of flying, he returned to California. Once he got off the plane, he took a taxi straight to his home. Fiona's car was still parked outside, which meant by this time it was already evening, and she should typically be preparing dinner. Yang Luo couldn't help but swallow, having not tasted her cooking for almost 2 months. He truly missed it. So he tiptoed into the house, only to find the dining room and kitchen completely empty. Yang Luo was puzzled. He put down his luggage and began to search for her around the house. It wasn't until he knocked on her room door that he heard Fiona's voice from inside, "Brother Luo." Yang Luo then relaxed. "It's me." Footsteps hurriedly approached, and then the door opened, revealing Fiona in her pajamas and bare feet, who immediately threw herself into his arms. Yang Luo gently embraced her. "What's wrong?" Fiona mumbled, "Just borrowing your shoulder for a bit." The two then fell silent, remaining that way until 5 minutes later. Fiona finally shifted away from Yang Luo's shoulder. "Are you hungry? He'll make you something to eat." Yang Luo nodded. "I am indeed hungry. Some noodles will do." Fiona nodded. "Go wait on the sofa for me." Saying this, she returned to her room to put on slippers, and then hurried downstairs into the kitchen. Yang Luo couldn't help but smile as he leisurely sat down on the sofa waiting for Fiona's culinary offerings. 15 minutes later, Fiona brought 2 bowls of noodles to the dining table. "Come eat." Yang Luo was somewhat surprised. "You haven't eaten." Fiona stretched lazily. "I didn't feel like cooking." The two then sat facing each other, starting to slurp up the noodles. After taking a couple of bites, Yang Luo asked, "How have you been lately? Is work going smoothly?" Fiona paused with her chopsticks, looking up. "Everything is great." Yang Luo subtly furrowed his brow. Fiona's demeanor did not seem like someone who had no troubles. But since she didn't want to talk about it now, he refrained from asking. After dinner, they chose a movie to watch together, but halfway through, Fiona made an excuse about being tired and returned to her room to sleep. Yang Luo watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. The next morning, Fiona left early, saying she was going to work. Yang Luo lay in bed for a while, and then got up to prepare to buy a gift for Sun Lan in the city center. He remembered that her birthday was in a few days, and since he was in California this time, he could celebrate it with her. Just as he exited the mall after buying a necklace, he suddenly saw Fiona walking out from a commercial building across the street. She seemed quite disheartened, tightly clutching her handbag in her right hand as she slowly walked onto the street. Yang Luo's heart stirred. This wasn't the office of JP Morgan. Was she there to meet a client? So he followed her, preparing to call out to her. But just then she entered a nearby supermarket, and when she came out, she was holding an ice cream, eating it while sitting on a bench by the roadside. However, as she ate, a tear trickled down her cheek. She couldn't help but reach up to wipe it away, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed until her makeup was a mess. The ice cream in her hand began to melt gradually, and while she sobbed, she still made sure to get the ice cream in. Only after finishing the ice cream did her emotions gradually calm down, but now both her hands were smeared with cream, making it impossible for her to wipe them on her bag. Just as she awkwardly looked around, a tissue was offered to her. She quickly said, "Thank you." Looking up, she found it. Fiona shivered, feeling both angry and anxious, tears continuing to flow. She hastily wiped her hands, grabbed her bag, and was about to run in the opposite direction. Yang Luo grabbed her hand. "Where are you running to?" Fiona struggled vigorously, but could not escape his grip. After a moment, she dejectedly turned around. "All right, I won't run anymore. Please let go of me." Yang Luo nodded and released her hand. But then Fiona's eyes flickered, and she immediately turned to run out again. Yang Luo had already anticipated her move, stepping forward to grab her once more. Fiona, with a glum face, said, "Please don't do this. I'm so embarrassed." Yang Luo said seriously, "Fiona, what exactly happened?" Fiona rubbed her eyes vigorously, looking down as she murmured, "I was fired from JP Morgan." Yang Luo was taken aback. "What happened? Wasn't your supervisor very optimistic about you, wanting you to directly join after graduation?" Fiona sighed. "It shouldn't have been a problem. But my supervisor told me that someone informed the higher-ups that I was from the Lehman family and that I would eventually return to handle the Lehman family's business. I came to JP Morgan just to gain experience and connections." Yang Luo frowned. "Who exactly is it? Is it Gary and Alex?" Fiona nodded. "It is indeed them. They are friends with Daniel Glazer, and the scene at the graduation ceremony was probably their idea too." Yang Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light. "What benefit do they gain from this?" Fiona said, "Because the Lehman family wants to marry into the Glazer family. They want to leave me with no way out, forcing me to comply with their demands." Yang Luo sneered. "They are truly despicable." Fiona sighed. "Their despicable actions don't stop there. I later went on many interviews at investment banks, but without exception, I was rejected. They are trying to cut off all my paths." Yang Luo's face darkened, a cold smile forming in his heart. "Glazer family, aren't you trying to buy Manchester United? I've taken note of you." With this thought, he said to Fiona, "Since you are facing obstacles here, why not change your approach?" Fiona was taken aback. "What approach?" Yang Luo said, "For example, you could go to the UK for further studies." Fiona was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she raised her head. "Okay. The Glazer family and the Lehman family may reach far, but they cannot extend their influence to the UK. Moreover, with Manchester City under Yang Luo's control, Fiona need not worry about her job. He glanced at Fiona, whose face was stained with tears, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter? Fiona sniffed. I didn't want to rely on you for everything. Yang Luo shot her a displeased look. Who else would you rely on if not me? Am I not the closest person to you? Fiona wrapped her arm around his, her eyes instantly turning crescent-shaped with laughter. Of course it's you. Yang Luo then smiled. Let's go, we'll take you to eat something good. Fiona cheered. We're going to eat lavishly. Under the sunlight, their shadows stuck together as they walked towards the distance. A few days later, on Sunlan's birthday, Yang Luo shared with Fiona his desire to study in the UK. Sunlan just smiled upon hearing this. All right, no matter what decision you make, I support you as long as you are happy. With their mother's approval, Fiona and Yang Luo boarded a flight to the UK the next day. On the plane, Yang Luo couldn't help but ask, Fiona, which school do you want to apply to? Fiona replied, it's already July and generally it's too late to apply for graduate school, so I'm planning to cast a wide net and apply to several schools hoping for a chance. Yang Luo suddenly recalled something. Bernstein has acquaintances at Central Lancashire University, and their sports analysis program is quite good. There might be a chance for you to study there for your master's degree. Fiona's eyes lit up. I've recently developed an interest in sports management. Yang Luo chuckled. Is it because I acquired Manchester City? Fiona smiled brightly. Yes, I'll learn a bit first, and if there aren't any opportunities, I can work as a junior staff member at your club. Yang Luo laughed heartily. That would be great. I would trust you to manage the club. After arriving in the UK with Bernstein's help, Fiona successfully enrolled in the sports analysis program at Central Lancashire University. Central Lancashire University is located in Lancashire, not far from Manchester, allowing Yang Luo to visit her frequently. Now they just have to wait for September to officially start her studies. During this time, Yang Luo took her on a tour around Europe. Meanwhile, Manchester City was also engaged in a series of warm-up matches. They easily defeated Ipswich 20-11, with newly promoted Wolves lost 12 to Borussia Dortmund and lost 23 to Valencia, but won 31 against Atletico Madrid. Overall, their performance was mediocre. Clearly, there were still some issues with the players' cohesion, although flashes of brilliance from the stars could surprise the fans. However, during several warm-up matches, Van Gaal experimented with many different tactics and formations, indicating his exploration of more possibilities for the team. Yang Luo didn't care much about the performance in the warm-up matches. He knew that with so many newcomers struggling in the first few months was completely normal. So he focused solely on taking Fiona on various adventures. They visited Iceland, Norway, Italy, and one cannot help but note the stark contrast between the natural scenery of Southern Europe and Northern Europe, allowing them to appreciate the vastness of the world and the wonders of nature. By the time they finished touring, it was already mid-August. The new season of the Premier League was about to begin. During this transfer window, Chelsea, like Manchester City, also engaged in a spree of spending, acquiring players like Crespo, Mudu, Varane, Joe Cole, Duff, and Bridge, significantly enhancing their strength. However, their most crucial signing was intercepted by Manchester City, which would undoubtedly impact their strength. As for Manchester United, after selling Beckham, they signed Sa Jemba and Kleberson, but Yang Luo knew that their strength would certainly decline without Cristiano Ronaldo. Arsenal, on the other hand, was about to welcome a season at its peak. Although they only signed veteran goalkeeper Lehmann and promising defender Senderos, with Henry Perez, Ljungberg, and Vieira in place, they remained strong contenders for the championship. Of course, Newcastle and Liverpool were also competitors for Manchester City in the new season. In the season preview, experts equally favored Manchester United and Arsenal for the title, while Chelsea, Liverpool, and Newcastle were generally considered the main competitors for the Champions League spots. As for Manchester City, experts generally believe they might advance further than last season, but would not become contenders for a Champions League spot. In his column, Linker wrote, Arsenal has maintained a stable roster, but Lehmann replacing Seaman is already 34 years old, which is their biggest uncertainty. Manchester United lost the absolute key player Beckham, and the players brought in so far cannot fill his void. Chelsea looks strong, and after finishing fourth last season, they undoubtedly aim for higher goals. As for Liverpool and Newcastle, their target should be a top 4 finish. The biggest uncertainty this season, I believe, comes from Manchester City. Their roster is filled with numerous newcomers, making it impossible to predict the upper and lower limits. This undoubtedly represents the views of many experts. On August 16, 2003, in the opening round of the new Premier League season, Manchester City faced Charlton away. This match attracted a lot of attention. It was the first match for the new Manchester City, with as many people looking forward to it as those wanting to see a joke. At the pre-match press conference, a reporter asked Mr. Van Gaal, Manchester City's performance in the warm-up matches has been quite average. Will this affect your expectations for the new season? Van Gaal smiled. Warm-up matches are just for adjustment. They don't indicate any real problems. Another reporter asked, Have you finalized the starting lineup based on the warm-up matches? Van Gaal replied, everyone has a chance. Oh, I only look at performance, nothing else. The reporter continued to press, what is your goal for this match? Van Gaal asserted, a winning start. An hour before the match, Manchester City's starting lineup was freshly. Van Gaal set up a 4,231 formation with goalkeeper Van der Sar, defenders Sun Ji-Hai, Uwe Fuchs Distin, and Jensen, double pivots Makelele and Eschen, attacking midfielder Ronaldinho, and the trident of Cristiano Ronaldo, Robin, and Eto'o. Van Gaal's strategy for this match was quite simple. With Eschen and Makelele as two solid locks, he pushed the formation high up, hoping to force Charlton into making numerous mistakes through aggressive pressing. Thus, he opted not for the older Stam in the starting lineup, but instead chose the more agile Weharu. Sure enough, this tactic proved effective. 10 minutes into the match, Manchester City completely dominated Charlton. Charlton had no way to advance the ball into the front, let alone have any counterattack opportunities. On the contrary, Manchester City enjoyed a wealth of ball possession, with Ronaldinho moving effortlessly. In the 15th minute, Ronaldinho received a pass from Eschen, dribbled past a defender, and then delivered the ball to Robin on the left flank. Robin took the ball and made a sweeping move, evading right back Luke Young as he surged towards the byline. Eto'o also made his way in that direction, ready to support. Seeing Eto'o reaching out for the ball, Robin delivered a low pass to him. As Eto'o caught a glimpse of Mark Fish closing in from behind, he feigned a move towards the byline. Fish fell for the feint, shifting his weight towards the byline. However, Eto'o immediately pulled the ball back and turned to completely deceive him. Then he struck the ball, and goalkeeper Dean Kelly had no chance, only able to watch as the ball found the net. 1-0. Manchester City took the lead away from home. On the sidelines, Van Gaal raised his fist in celebration. This goal was crucial. For this newly formed young team, a good start could help them relax completely. The Manchester City fans who traveled to watch the match erupted in cheers, surprised that the first goal of the season came so early. Meanwhile, young Luo, who had bought a ticket and was sitting among the home fans, tightly held Fiona's hand, preventing her from showing any excitement. No joke, English football hooligans are not to be trifled with. Surrounded by towering men who are 6 feet tall and weigh 200 pounds, provoking them is not a good idea. The two could only exchange glances, silently acknowledging their admiration for the goal. The live commentator Lineker couldn't help but marvel. This goal showcased Eto'o's ability to handle the ball in tight spaces within the penalty area and his calm demeanor. He remarked, it can be said that there are few forwards in the world who can execute such a set of moves. Alan Hansen beside him nodded in agreement, saying it looks like this was a very worthwhile signing. However, Manchester City, having scored a goal, was not satisfied. They continued their high-pressure tactics. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in the midfield again, this time passing it to Cristiano Ronaldo on the right. As soon as the Portuguese player received the ball, he charged towards the byline, causing the opposing left-back Chris Powell to stumble. Then he made an exaggerated change of direction, completely throwing Powell off balance. Ronaldo didn't hesitate and drove the ball into the penalty area. Facing the opposing center-back's cover, he made another turn towards the byline, arriving near the edge of the small penalty area. Goalkeeper Dean Kelly came forward to block the shooting angle, but the Portuguese player opted for a low shot, sending the ball into the center of the penalty area. At that moment, Eto'o leaped forward, stealing in front of Mark Fish to poke the ball into the open net. 2-0. Manchester City extended their lead on the road. Yang Luo, trapped among the enemy ranks, let out a sigh of relief. This match was secure. Sure enough, in the 37th minute, Manchester City seized another opportunity. This time it was originally a counterattack opportunity for Charlton. After struggling to advance into Manchester City's 30-meter zone, they had the ball. But Distin seized the moment to launch a sudden attack, directly disrupting the ball. After receiving the ball, Ronaldinho made a quick touch, evading the advancing defender, and delivered a long pass to the left flank. At that moment, there was a vast open space, and a sky-blue figure sprinted forward, taking advantage of his speed to create an unknown situation. It was Robin. True to his nickname Little Flying Man, he accelerated dramatically in just a few steps, leaving the defenders far behind. Now only the opposing goalkeeper Dean Kelly stood before him. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he feigned a shot, and then twisted his body, deftly maneuvering the ball past it. Then with a gentle touch, he sent the ball into the opponent's net. 3-0. Manchester City had completely secured the victory. The home fans were left stunned. They never expected their team to be so thoroughly dominated in the first half. Many people had already begun to prepare to leave the stadium. Meanwhile, Manchester City, leading 3-0, slowed down the pace, maintaining the score until halftime. As soon as the second half began, Manchester City made personnel adjustments. Van Gaal brought on Barton, substituting out Makelele. This kind of match is suitable for leveling up, allowing young players more opportunities to play. In the 55th minute, Manchester City made another personnel change, with Kaka coming on to replace the outstanding Ronaldinho. Lineker remarked, "This Brazilian superstar has finally entered the fray. Personally, I am very much looking forward to his performance." Indeed, shortly after Kaká came on, he received the ball and showcased his dribbling skills. He touched the ball in the midfield, evading an advancing midfielder, and then surged towards the opponent's penalty area. The defender trying to cover was reaching out to grab him, but found he couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shirt. Just like that, Kaká dashed into the penalty area like an arrow piercing through the opposing defense. Facing the advancing goalkeeper, he decisively opted for a shot at a tight angle. The ball raced along the grass, heading straight for the corner. Unfortunately, it struck the post and ricocheted out. Just as the Manchester City fans sighed in disappointment, that Portuguese player appeared in front of the ball. He gently nudged it into the open net. 4-0. Manchester City displayed terrifying attacking efficiency. Seeing this, Van Gaal called up Luca Toni from the bench, intending to experiment with a tall striker tactic for the next 30 minutes. Edu, who was substituted, felt a bit dissatisfied as he still wanted to complete his hat-trick. However, upon seeing Van Gaal's serious expression on the sidelines, he shrank his neck and dared not show any emotion. After all, the aura of a famous coach is palpable. Upon Toni's entry, the team's tactics also changed. Luca Toni stood in the penalty area with all balls being directed towards him, either using him as a pivot or opting for heading attempts. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo and Robin on the wings ensured a steady supply of firepower for him. In no time, the area in front of Charlton's goal became tense again. In the 75th minute, Robin delivered another cross from the byline, with Toni leaping high in the penalty area, overpowering Mark Fish to hammer the ball into the opponent's net. 5-0. Charlton fans began to leave in droves, unable to watch any longer. After scoring, Toni was quite thrilled. This goal proved he had a place in the top league. In the remaining time, Manchester City continued to practice tactics, but the score remained unchanged. Ultimately, Manchester City triumphed over their opponents with a stunning 5-0 victory, marking a strong start to the new season. Manchester City's resounding victory left everyone in awe. The commentator Lineker remarked in disbelief, "Manchester has showcased a team with remarkable tactical discipline. The abilities they displayed in this match truly astonished me. If they can maintain this form, they are more than capable of contending for a Champions League spot." Van Gaal's tactical setup received widespread acclaim as well. People praised this Dutch coach for being a true maestro, transforming Manchester City into a formidable force. Yang Luo observed these comments and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The media typically elevates some and denigrates others. When a poor performance occurs, they are the first to criticize. A week later, Manchester City returned home to face Portsmouth. In this match, Manchester City fielded their strongest lineup, yet the result was far from favorable. Against Portsmouth's solid defense, the young Etu lost his way and failed to seize any good opportunities. It was only after Van Gaal substituted Luca Toni in the second half that the situation began to improve. Finally, in the 70-minute mark, Cristiano Ronaldo scored with a late run. However, in the 85th minute, the young Evra made a mistake in defense, allowing the opponent to capitalize and equalize. Ultimately, the match ended in a 11 draw, with Manchester City held to a stalemate at home by Portsmouth. Such a result naturally dissatisfied the fans present. They came expecting a resounding victory, yet this was all they got. Fan leader Grant Stone, along with a small group of extremist supporters, continuously jeered from within the stadium, expressing their discontent. Yang Luo, seated in the VIP section, wore an unpleasant expression, yet he wasn't too disappointed. After all, it was quite normal for a newly cohesive team to experience fluctuations. As he had anticipated after the match, David Jones from The Guardian promptly came out stating, "Indeed, the first match was merely an accident." This match exposed Manchester City's shortcomings entirely. Weak forwards and reckless defenders. This is the price of over-reliance on youth. Moreover, coach Van Gaal lacked the magic of the previous match. His tactical errors led to an unsatisfactory. At this rate, the prospect of Manchester City fighting for the top for this season seems dim. After reading this report, Fiona couldn't help but vent to Yang Luo. "This reporter is so annoying, starting to make snide remarks after just one match. Why didn't he come out after the last match?" Yang Luo remarked while having breakfast, "This guy is just a piece of rotten fruit. He was previously criticized by me and Van Gaal, and now he's specifically targeting us, hoping to see us fail." Fiona pouted, "This person is really bothersome. You should continue to find opportunities to criticize him." Yang Luo waved his hand. "There's no point in arguing with such a person. Once Manchester City truly surpasses his home team, Manchester United, that will be the real slap in his face." 3 days after the match against Portsmouth, Manchester City traveled to face Blackburn away. Blackburn's overall strength had been significantly impacted after selling Duff to Chelsea last summer. From a strength perspective, Manchester City naturally held the advantage. However, the first half of the match left many astonished. With goals from forwards Tykhoff and defender Todd, Blackburn led Manchester City 20. During halftime, Alan Hansen couldn't help but comment it seems that Manchester City's youth team is experiencing extreme fluctuations. When they hit their stride, anything is possible, but once they face obstacles they may fall into a prolonged slump. Lineker nodded in agreement. This is a common issue with youth teams. Now it all depends on Van Gaal's abilities. At that moment in the headquarters of Manchester's Guardian, the unkempt David Jones was excitedly writing the 0-2 scoreline for Manchester City in the first half had him floating with joy. His creativity was flowing as he pinned line after line disparaging Manchester City. Throughout the first half, Manchester City appeared utterly helpless, especially in the midfield and defense. The young Eshin seemed to have lost his way after the brilliance of his first match. Could this be the much talked about rookie wall? Only his rookie wall came much too early. Van Gaal's tactical approach also seemed exceedingly aggressive. It appeared he did not understand the style of play in the Premier League and the strengths of its teams. Past successes do not guarantee current performance. He seems to have run out of ideas. Meanwhile, in the Manchester City locker room, a Van Gaal-style scolding session was underway. Everyone hung their heads in silence while the team doctor hurriedly massaged Robin. In the final moments of the first half, Blackburn's brutish right-back Andy Todd took Robin down with a vicious tackle, earning himself a yellow card, but leaving Robin with a slight injury to his right leg. After finishing his tirade, Van Gaal couldn't help but approach how's Robin's injury. Can he continue? The team doctor hesitated for a moment. Although he can still carry on, my suggestion is to give him a rest. Van Gaal's brow furrowed immediately. The team was down 0-2, and Robin was injured. Although Cristiano Ronaldo could fill in that position if he moved to the left flank, the right would only have Wright Phillips left. And Milner was still too young. In a situation where goals were needed, he still found it hard to trust Phillips. Just then an idea struck him. He recalled what Yang Luo had previously told him: Ronaldo's favorite position to receive the ball is slightly left of the front line, so in coexistence with Kaká there can definitely be another approach. For instance, Kaká in the center with Ronaldinho moving to the left. With this thought, he suddenly looked up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In training and matches, he had long recognized Ronaldinho's tendencies, but since Robin had always occupied the left side, he had never seriously considered shifting Ronaldinho to the left. This time it was time to give it a try. He stood up and declared, in the second half Kaká will come on and Ronaldinho will take Robin's position. At this point, Manchester City's front line was configured as Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Eto'o. Van Gaal also made a small adjustment. Due to the left-leaning attack initiation, Cristiano Ronaldo on the right would need to make more runs into the box for poaching. This was also a suggestion Yang Luo had previously mentioned. After all, he was the player with the highest jump among the forwards, and he could pull off a surprise move. Yang Luo, watching the tactical adjustment from his television, immediately realized that Van Gaal had taken his advice. Now it was time to see if this formation change would yield results. In the 56th minute, Ronaldinho received the ball on the left flank and cut inside, while Andy Todd was pushed behind him, afraid to foul due to his yellow card, and could only watch as Ronaldinho surged into the penalty area. Ronaldinho glanced at the position of goalkeeper Friedel and struck the ball directly. Friedel barely managed to make a touch, but Eto'o suddenly emerged from the crowd, poking the ball into the net. 2-1 Manchester City pulled one back. Yang Luo could not help but take a sip of beer in front of the In the 67th minute, once again Ronaldinho received the ball on the left. This time, he elegantly flicked the ball past Andy Todd. With a remarkable flick, Todd instinctively turned and pulled, causing Ronaldinho to tumble. The referee's whistle blew as he ran over to brandish a yellow card. Todd, already on a yellow card, received a second yellow, leading to a red card, and he was sent off. Lineker could not help but exclaim, "The situation has completely tilted in favor of Manchester City." After being reduced to 10 men, Blackburn immediately responded by tightening their defensive line, preparing to staunchly defend their lead of 1 goal. However, Manchester City's attacking players were all exceptionally talented, capable of taking on 1 or even 2 defenders, and relying solely on defense was not going to solve the problem. In the 71st minute, Ronaldinho received the ball on the left and cut inside, while Evra followed up to cross the ball, and Cristiano Ronaldo leaped high at the back post to head the ball. Friedel had no chance but to watch the ball fly into the net. This was undoubtedly a beautifully executed. With this goal, Manchester City equalized. A smile appeared on Yang Luo's face. At that moment, no one knew that this young flanker would become a legendary header expert in a few years. After scoring, Cristiano Ronaldo was ecstatic, running over to the traveling Manchester City fans, shouting excitedly at them. Lineker commented, "I didn't expect Ronaldinho's move to the left flank to have such a significant effect. Blackburn simply could not contain him." Alan Hansen nodded. "This adjustment is absolutely crucial." Andy Todd, who managed to handle Robin in the first half, had no answer for Ronaldinho. After leveling the score, Manchester City's morale surged, and they bombarded Blackburn's goal. Van Gaal also made another substitution, bringing on Tony to replace Eto'o. To break through a packed defense, a battering ram like Tony is needed. Indeed, in the 84th minute Manchester City seized another opportunity. This time Kaká held the ball, making a diagonal run, with Cristiano Ronaldo on the right driving towards the byline. Ronaldo also charged into the penalty area ready to vie for position with Tony. After Kaká found space, he delivered an accurate cross. Both players in the box leaped high, aiming to head the incoming ball. Tony managed to get a touch heading the ball towards the goal. Friedel leaped desperately, getting a slight touch on the ball. Defender Lucas Neal rushed in to clear it. However, the ball did not go far and landed at the top of the penalty arc. A black player in a sky blue jersey appeared at the drop point, and he struck the ball fiercely, the football hurtling towards the goal like a cannonball. Friedel barely threw himself out, but still could not reach the ball. The football crashed heavily into the net, sending up a spray of white waves. 3-2. Manchester City took the lead over Blackburn. After scoring, Eschen wildly expressed his emotions, running a lap around the pitch before jumping onto Van Gaal. The impact of this big black man was so strong that even the tall and sturdy Van Gaal nearly lost his balance. Eschen had performed poorly in the first half, with both goals having some relation to him. But this goal redeemed him. His teammates rushed over, surrounding the two of them. Yang Luo burst into laughter in front of the television, looking at the grinning Van Gaal, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the legendary full of big men? Then he recalled the rumor about Eschen, that he was so strong in that regard that even his wife couldn't handle it, and his expression suddenly became strange. Damn it, when did I become so filthy? Lineker sighed. This is the charm of a genius team. They can perform different styles of football in both halves and play such a thrilling match. After the restart, Blackburn aimed to organize a counterattack, but Manchester City, now united, would not give them that opportunity. In the final minutes, neither side changed the score, and Manchester City pulled off a stunning comeback, defeating Blackburn 3-2. At the sound of the final whistle, David Jones at the Manchester Guardian headquarters had a grim expression, deleting the 2 pages of copy he had written with trembling hands. Damn Blackburn. I curse your ancestors. After defeating Blackburn, Manchester City climbed to 3rd place in the standings with 2 wins and 1 draw, only behind the 2 teams Arsenal and Manchester United, who had 3 consecutive wins. Many people recalled Van Gaal's pre-season target. Could this really come to fruition? However, others said that Manchester City still needed a strong team to test their mettle. And that strong team was soon to come face to face with Manchester City. In the next round, Manchester City would hope. This season's Arsenal is the full-strength Arsenal, and historically they created the myth of an unbeaten championship this season. In the early matches of the season, Arsenal also showed an astonishing form. Not only did they achieve 3 consecutive wins, but they also did not concede a single goal, leading Manchester United on goal difference. In the pre-match predictions by experts, not a single person believed that Manchester City would win. They were even unsure if Manchester City could break through Arsenal's defense. However, in the pre-match press conference, when Van Gaal was asked whether he would adopt a relatively conservative tactic, the Dutch master directly replied, "We will play according to our tactics. Even against Arsenal, we will not be overly conservative." In an instant, the news of Van Gaal wanting to engage in a direct attacking battle with Wenger began to circulate. Everyone was eager to see a match that would pit sharpness against sharpness. The date was August 31st, 2003, the day of the match. The Manchester City Stadium, which could accommodate 48,000 people, was packed with spectators eagerly awaiting the moment the match would begin. Yang Luo arrived early in the VIP area, sitting alongside Bernstein. With the referee's whistle, this focal battle officially commenced. In this match, Manchester City's starting lineup consisted of Van der Sar's son Jihai Stam, Distin Evra, Eschen, Makelele, Ronaldinho, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Eto'o. Robin will be sidelined for about 10 days due to an ankle sprain, so Van Gaal decided to bring both Ronaldinho and Kaká into the lineup. Arsenal's starting lineup featured Lehmann in goal, with a defensive line of Lauren Kolo Touré Campbell and Ashley Cole. In midfield were Ljungberg, Gilberto Vieira, and Pires, and up front were Bergkamp and Henry. On paper, Arsenal's 3 lines showed almost no weaknesses, which explains their unbeaten record this season. Especially the attacking quartet of Pires, Ljungberg, Bergkamp, and Henry, who have developed an incredible level of synergy after several seasons of collaboration. However, Van Gaal indeed did not choose to play conservatively with a defensive counterattack, but rather began an all-out attack against them. His primary target for attack was the right side, defended by Lauren. Lauren, a converted winger to right back, although very strong defensively, still found it challenging against the exceptionally skilled Ronaldinho. Moreover, the gap between the center backs and midfield in the 442 formation can be easily exploited, and Ronaldinho's playing style, which often cuts in from the left, would indeed give Arsenal a hard time. In the 10th minute, Manchester City seized an early opportunity. Ronaldinho dribbled past Lauren and cut into the 30-meter area, forcing Kolo Touré to step up and prepare to intercept. But Ronaldinho first glanced to the right, feigning a switch to that side. Kolo Touré instinctively stepped left, ready to pressure his passing lane. Yet Ronaldinho quickly turned his ankle and delivered a through ball. This was his signature feint. Edu, understanding the play, began his run the moment the pass was made, beating Campbell to the ball. With a quick touch to accelerate, he created a clear shot on goal. He adjusted his steps, slightly struck the ball powerfully with his left foot, sending it towards the far corner of the goal. The 34-year-old German goalkeeper quickly dove to the ground, managing to deflect the ball with his toes. The ball changed direction slightly and rolled out for a corner. Edu regretfully held his head, giving a thumbs up to Ronaldinho behind him. Ronaldinho shook his head and revealed his trademark smile. In the stands, Yang Luo also felt a bit disappointed. Their cooperation was quite seamless, but unfortunately the outcome was not as desired. On the sidelines, Wenger quietly let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but glance at Van Gaal, who was shaking his hands in frustration. Having escaped this calamity, Arsenal began their counterattack, with their strong midfield quickly gaining the upper hand. In the 21st minute, Pires took the ball down the left, drawing Sun Ji-hye to defend. The Frenchman initially planned to outmaneuver him, but Sun's defense remained tight. Pires furrowed his brow, assessed the situation ahead, took a step forward, and chose to deliver a wide. Bergkamp appeared in the passing lane, beautifully controlling the ball before executing a delicate chip that sailed over Stam's head and landed at Henry's feet. After receiving the ball, Henry took a touch to set himself up, using his height to shield Stam behind him. He then made a run into the penalty area. Distin attempted to close in, but Henry suddenly pushed the ball with his instep, and it darted towards the far corner of the net as if it had a mind of its own. The shot was taken at an incredibly sharp angle. Van der Sar stretched his body to the limit, but still came up. The ball nestled in the net just inside the post. 1-0. Arsenal, playing away, broke the deadlock first. Wenger on the sidelines clenched his fist in excitement. As long as they scored first, everything would go well. Yang Luo couldn't help but shake his head. There was nothing to be done about that goal. Henry was at his peak, and his shooting prowess was definitely stronger than that of the current E2. Slight differences in individual capabilities led to a significant change in the score, but there was nothing that could be done about it. On the sidelines, Van Gaal was desperately shouting, "Get your spirits up, keep attacking." Wenger, on the other hand, signaled for his players to control the pace and wait for the opponent to make another mistake. Compared to Manchester City, they were a more mature team, understanding that relentless attacking would only deplete their own stamina. However, Manchester City was currently filled with youthful vigor. The oldest member of their attacking quartet was only 23 at the prime of their energy. As a result, they unexpectedly gained the upper hand in terms of possession. The relentless assaults from Ronaldinho and Kaká made Arsenal's defense suffer greatly, forcing Wenger to instruct Gilberto Silva to drop back and provide some protection to the backline. The two Brazilian youngsters showed no fear against their elder compatriot, using their distinctly different attacking styles to trouble Gilberto. In the 30th minute, it was again the combination of Ronaldinho and Kaká that tore through Arsenal's defense. Kaká advanced to the edge of the arc and decided to shoot directly, only for Lehmann to dive and deflect the ball out for a corner. This shot was quite threatening. Wenger on the sidelines couldn't help but frown. It seemed these young lads had some serious firepower. If they continued to be passively beaten, problems would arise sooner or later. So he waved his hand and ordered his team to push forward. "Since you want to play this way, I'll play along." Thus, for the next 15 minutes of the first half, both sides engaged in an intense battle of attacks. The pace of both sides' attacks and defenses was extremely fast, and with both midfield lines guarded by two tough players, many times they bypassed the midfield entirely, advancing through the flanks. The scene became exceedingly enjoyable, with fans and attendants cheering loudly. Henry had just taken a powerful shot, while Cristiano Ronaldo completed a header on the other end. On one side, Ljungberg had just executed a shot from the arc, and on the other, Ronaldinho completed an inward-cutting shot. However, the high-intensity transitions in attack and defense also led to rapid fatigue. By the last few minutes of the first half, the older Bergkamp was starting to struggle. Wenger on the sidelines noticed this and frowned tightly. Fortunately, in the final minutes, Manchester City failed to capitalize on any opportunities, and the whistle for halftime blew, leaving the score at 0-1, with Manchester City trailing at home. The halftime statistics were also released, showing that both teams had completed 15 shots in total, with Manchester City taking 8 and Arsenal 7. From the data, it was indeed an intense battle of attacks. Commentator Lineker couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the data, "I must say Manchester City is indeed formidable, daring to engage Arsenal in a direct confrontation, and the statistics are quite impressive. If only they had been a bit more proficient in seizing opportunities, the score might have been level by now." Alan Hansen nodded in agreement. "Manchester City's performance in this half was beyond my expectations. They can trade blows with Arsenal, and this team truly has limitless potential." Though Yang Luo was somewhat disappointed with the score, he remained very positive about the play on the field. He said to Bernstein, "It seems Van Gaal has molded the team quite well." Bernstein nodded. "At least the first half has given us hope." Arsenal's chairman Peter Hillwood couldn't help but praise Manchester City played a very good half. If in a year or two Arsenal may very well no longer be a match for Manchester City. Bernstein was about to say something polite when Yang Luo interjected, "Mr. Hillwood, you make a valid point." Hillwood was momentarily taken aback, not knowing how to respond. Bernstein could only exchange an awkward smile with Hillwood. After a while, the players from both sides appeared on the field. The referee prepared himself and blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. Neither side made personnel adjustments, but many substitute players had already begun warming up on the sidelines. Van Gaal's tactics remained unchanged as Manchester City continued to maintain a rapid offensive pace. His idea was simple: Manchester City was younger and faster than Arsenal, so he intended to wear them down with a super-fast tempo. On Arsenal's side, Bergkamp was already struggling to keep up and Wenger was prepared to substitute him with Wiltord. This was precisely the result Van Gaal desired. Bergkamp was the lubricant for Arsenal's offense, and without him their attacking threat would diminish significantly. In the 57th minute, during a dead ball situation, Wiltord came on to replace Bergkamp. This French forward was also a renowned warrior with undeniable personal ability, though he lacked the organizing skills of Bergkamp. After he came on, the responsibility for organizing Arsenal's attacks fell entirely on the left flank, with Pires, who effectively became a pseudo-attacking midfielder. Seeing this, Van Gaal immediately decided to use Eschen to disrupt him, denying him space to deliver more threatening passes. Meanwhile, Van Gaal also made a substitution. Tony came on, replacing Edu. He was ready to change the attacking approach. After Tony entered the field, Arsenal's towering defender Sol Campbell immediately felt the pressure. Evra on the left flank received new instructions to frequently surge forward, adding another crossing option. However, on the right flank, Sun Jihai was instructed by Van Gaal not to push forward, as his primary task was to assist Eschen in freezing Pires. In the 66th minute, Evra surged forward on the left, and Ronaldinho's pass came at just the right moment. He made a slight adjustment and delivered a cross. Tony had the upper hand in his battle with Campbell. He leaped high and headed the ball towards goal. The ball was too close and Lehmann had no chance to react. Unfortunately, the ball struck the crossbar heavily, soaring high into the air. Kolo Touré sensitively seized the first touch and cleared the ball with a powerful kick. On the sidelines, Van Gaal sulkily rested his chin on his hand. It was indeed a day of bad luck. As the game progressed, both teams faced severe fatigue, and the match lost its first half brilliance. Arsenal attempted to take control of the game, but Van Gaal was cunning. He immediately arranged for Eschen and Makelele to strangle the midfield. The abilities of the two were unquestionable, even rivaling Vieira and Gilberto. Thus, the midfield entanglement kept the scene chaotic and disordered. And this was precisely what Van Gaal wanted. In the 75th minute, Manchester City finally seized the opportunity. Once again, Ronaldinho cut inside, leaving right-back Lauren behind, and Evra took the chance to surge forward. Ronaldinho caught a glimpse of his advance with the corner of his eye and deftly nudged the ball to his feet. Evra made a slight adjustment and then delivered a cross. Tony found this spot once more. He leaped high and headed the ball down. This time there was no crossbar to assist. Lehmann had no way to deal with the shot. The ball rebounded heavily and crashed into the net. Manchester City's fans erupted in cheers. Their team had equalized the score. Yang Luo pumped his fist with enthusiasm and applauded alongside Bernstein. Lineker also exclaimed in admiration, "This is Arsenal's first goal conceded this season. Manchester City's offense has finally been rewarded." On the sidelines, Wenger frowned, but he had no good solutions at the moment. He could only hope that the players would continue to unleash their potential. Time passed second by second, and the match reached the 85th minute. At this point, both sides were somewhat cautious. A draw was not an unacceptable result for either, so they were both eager to attack yet hesitant. However, one person thought otherwise. In the 87th minute, he received a through ball from Vieira and accelerated with the ball just past the halfway line. Makelele rushed in to defend, but he performed a deft feint, keeping Makelele behind him. The French defensive midfielder knew the consequences of letting him break through, so he decisively chose to pull him back. But his hand only skimmed the fabric of the player's jersey behind him and failed to restrain him. In that fleeting moment, the player had already dashed out. Stam, noticing the danger, immediately took large strides forward, intending to use his robust body for a challenge. But the player suddenly looked up and chose to shoot from distance. The ball streaked like a meteor, heading straight for the dead corner of the goal. Van der Sar was startled and quickly leaped to save. But this ball was in a truly dead angle. Even with all his effort, he couldn't prevent it from finding the net. 2-1. Arsenal had once again taken the lead. The player joyfully sprinted a few steps before sliding on his knees to the edge of the pitch. Behind him, the magnificent number 14 seemed to shine brilliantly. Yes, it was the king of Highbury, Henry, who had utilized his personal skills to score a stunning goal. Regaining the lead at this moment nearly guaranteed victory in this match. On the sidelines, Wenger sighed in relief, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at his spirited protege. Indeed, this is the superstar who can change the course of the game all on his own. On the stands, Yang Luo sighed, not expecting to ultimately be defeated on the giant ball. After the game resumed, Manchester City, though unwilling to admit defeat, continued to press forward in their attacks, but ultimately could not change the score. With the referee's whistle, the score was fixed at 1-2, and Arsenal narrowly triumphed over Manchester City in the away match. Yang Luo silently sighed, and with great composure he stood up to congratulate Peter Hillwood beside him. In the studio, Lineker began summarizing and commenting on the match. This was undoubtedly an exciting showdown. The young Manchester City regrettably lost to the more mature Arsenal, but their performance was commendable. It can be said that they have the strength to compete for better rankings as long as they can maintain their form. Alan Hansen chimed in, as long as they can ensure continuous and effective development, in a year or two Manchester City will become a force to be reckoned with in the Premier League. At the post-match press conference, Wenger honestly stated, "We won this match due to experience. Manchester City is a young and formidable team, and the next encounter will likely be even tougher." The next day, most newspapers gave Manchester City high praise except for David Jones of The Guardian, who continued to make snide remarks. Manchester City has blacklisted this person and will not accept any interviews from him in the future. They have even maintained a cold treatment towards the entire Guardian. After this match, Europe will usher in an international match day. Although Manchester City has not yet achieved much, they have a considerable number of international players. Van der Sar, Son, Jihai Stam, Uwe Rosler, Jensen Eschen, Makelele, Ronaldinho, Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Eto'o will all represent their countries, which almost removes the core players of Manchester City. If it weren't for Robben's injury, he too would have been called up. Yang Luo sighed, fearing this might become the norm in the future. However, he also had things to do these days, as Fiona was dragging him around to look at houses. He had originally lived in a hotel, but Fiona told him that having his own house was what truly constituted a home. Unable to resist her insistence, he could only accompany her to look at various properties. Although nominally it was for Yang Luo to see the houses, in reality, it was entirely Fiona's decision-making. Yang Luo had no particular requirements for a house, as long as it was convenient and comfortable to live in, that was enough. However, Fiona was extremely dissatisfied with Yang Luo's indifference. "A house is something you will live in for a long time. How can you be so casual?" Yang Luo rubbed his nose. All right, you decide." After viewing no less than 10 villas, Fiona finally found satisfaction with a 3-story detached villa. This villa not only had a beautiful environment, but also convenient transportation. Most importantly, it featured a sizable swimming pool and a large garden, which immediately captured Fiona's heart. Moreover, this villa had just been completed and came with exquisite furnishings, requiring only the selection of some furniture before moving in. The villa had a total of 8 rooms and 6 bathrooms, ensuring ample space. Fiona walked around the house mumbling to herself. "This room has a good view. I want to choose this one. This one is suitable for a little baby." Yang Luo was somewhat puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Fiona's face turned a little red as she shook her head. "It's nothing." Yang Luo raised an eyebrow. "Are you satisfied with this house?" Fiona nodded, very satisfied. Yang Luo turned to the real estate agent and said, "Then it's this one." The agent's face lit up. "Then Mr. Yang, shall we go sign the contract?" Yang Luo nodded. Once they returned to the office and signed the contract, the agent spoke. "Mr. Yang, the total price of this house is 83000. Do you need a mortgage?" Yang Luo waved his hand. "Full payment. I prefer to settle it all at once." The agent. "Fiona." They then began to order furniture, which of course was still entirely decided by Fiona. Watching her bustling around, Yang Luo couldn't help but smile. After finally deciding on various pieces of furniture, the day for Fiona to start school was approaching. Thus, Yang Luo drove the newly purchased Porsche sports car, taking Fiona to Lancashire. Upon arriving in Lancashire, Yang Luo rented a house near the school for Fiona, making her commute more convenient. In reality, they were only a little over 50 kilometers apart, so when there were no classes, Fiona could return. Fiona's graduate advisor is named Phil Johnson, a seasoned football director who later transitioned to become a professor of sports management. He is a friend of Bernstein, and Yang Luo felt reassured studying under him. Yang Luo has a plan. As long as Fiona is willing, he will gradually let her take over the transfer affairs of Manchester City. After all, Bernstein is already 60 years old, and following Yang Luo around every day is taking a toll on his body. After accompanying her to complete her enrollment procedures, Yang Luo left Lancashire. The ordered furniture had begun to arrive one after another, and he needed to start busying himself with setting up the house. After a week of work, he finally managed to arrange the furniture somewhat satisfactorily. As he still needed to ventilate the place to disperse the odor, he couldn't move in just yet. Returning to the hotel that night, he lay on the comfortable large bed and suddenly felt a bit lonely. Fiona continued her studies while he found himself with nothing to do. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. What if I also learned something? He scratched his head wanting to call Phil Johnson to ask if he could enroll another student, but then he gave up. Central Lancashire University had already started classes, and it was unrealistic to join at this point. Moreover, if he waited until next year, wouldn't he become Fiona's junior? With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. The next morning, he arrived at Manchester City Club preparing to ask Bernstein for his opinion. After hearing his thoughts, Bernstein became somewhat curious what stimulated this idea. Yang Luo shook his head. I just feel a bit restless. When a person becomes idle, they become useless. Bernstein glanced at him. Why don't you go to the docks and move some cargo? After a day of hard work, you won't think like this anymore. Yang Luo. Bernstein chuckled. Actually, there's another idea. If you want to learn more about football, you can definitely take a coaching qualification exam. Yang Luo's eyes immediately lit up. It sounded quite interesting. Bernstein continued. Coincidentally, a coaching training course has recently opened in Manchester. You can give it a try. Yang Luo nodded repeatedly. Great, I'll go and give it a try now. The next day, Yang Luo excitedly rushed to the coaching training base to register. Since this is the lowest level of coaching training in the country, the threshold is not high and many university students are attending classes with him. With his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to handle these matters at all. After a few days of study, Yang Luo smoothly obtained his level coaching certificate. This is the most basic certificate, and to continue upgrading, a significant amount of practical experience is required. So he shamelessly went to the club saying he wanted to train with the youth coaches and work with the club's young players. The youth coaches were dumbfounded, wondering why a boss like him wanted to join them. Yang Luo felt a bit embarrassed, but still explained his reasons to them. Old Holland walked over with an understanding expression and said this level coaching certificate is quite difficult. I didn't pass the last exam. Yang Luo couldn't help but glance at him, looking speechless. In the following days, Yang Luo spent every day with the youth training team on the training ground, partly to fulfill the practical teaching hours required and partly because he genuinely wanted to learn something. However, he discovered a gem in the youth training camp. Daniel Sturridge. This kid was brought over by Manchester City for £30,000 this summer and officially became a member of the Manchester City youth training camp. Yang Luo had given the youth training director certain permissions, so he was completely unaware of this transaction. This was also a pleasant surprise, as Sturridge was a player who had made a name for himself in the Premier League, and if not for his fragility, he might have become a first-team star. While Yang Luo was immersed in the training ground, every day Manchester City continued their journey in the Premier League. After the international break, the players' form was greatly affected, and they barely managed a 22 draw against Fulham away. They dropped to 7th place in the standings. However, a week later, after a rest, they returned to the 4th spot with a 41 victory over Aston Villa at home. Just when it seemed that Manchester City could advance with confidence, they performed poorly in the next two matches. First, they drew 0-0 at home against Tottenham, then lost 10 away to newly promoted Wolves. After those two matches, the criticism towards Van Gaal surged. David Jones even wrote in his column, this Dutch coach seems to have lost his magic. Will the failure at Barcelona repeat itself? If this continues, I don't believe the entire team will keep tolerating him. Yang Luo was naturally very dissatisfied with Manchester City's recent performance, but he also understood that it is normal for a young team undergoing a major overhaul to have ups and downs. They were far from being in a dire situation, so he did not plan to change coaches. Moreover, he had watched the matches. In reality, they were just a bit unlucky and the performances were quite good. So he immediately sought out Van Gaal. At this moment, Van Gaal's face was clouded with worry. How could he not know about the rumors from outside? With the club spending so much money, his continuous poor results were indeed not a good look. But Yang Luo said, Mr. Van Gaal, do not listen to the rumors and criticisms from outside. The management team and I have always trusted you, and I believe you will adjust things in a timely manner. Van Gaal did not expect this young man to choose to support him at this moment. He looked closely at Yang Luo and said, Mr. Yang, rest assured I will do my best to get the team out of this slump. Meanwhile, Bernstein expressed his support for Van Gaal in an interview, saying, our goal at Manchester City is to build a top-tier team. This is a long-term plan. So short-term fluctuations in results will not affect our trust in Mr. Van Gaal. After losing to Wolves, the team faced another international break. During the last international break, Manchester City's players were greatly affected, and would this time be a repeat of that? No one knew. Time had come to October 18, 2003. Today, Manchester City would host Bolton at home. Bolton was a relegation team, and their true strength was far inferior to that of Manchester City. However, Manchester City's form was terrible, and most of their players had experienced matches with their national teams, so many were skeptical about them before the match. David Jones wrote in The Guardian, Manchester City faces a significant test in this match. If they cannot defeat Bolton, the next match against Chelsea will be even more perilous. If they continue to be winless, Manchester City may plummet. At that point, forget about competing for the Champions League. A more realistic goal might be relegation. As the match began, Van Gaal's brow was tightly furrowed. He knew the importance of this match. Manchester City had to stop their downward spiral in this game, or they could truly say goodbye to the fight for a Champions League spot. Therefore, even though the main players were a bit fatigued, he still fielded most of his starters. However, in the first half, Manchester City continued to struggle. Within 5 minutes of the start, Bolton scored the first goal. This made the home crowd very dissatisfied, and scattered boos began to echo. The players on the field were well aware of the importance of this match, so they began a tide of attacks. However, the opposing goalkeeper was remarkably heroic, saving several sure goals. It was not until near the end of the first half that Manchester City equalized with a goal from Ronaldinho. The two teams went into halftime with a score of 11. In the VIP area, Yang Luo frowned, feeling that things had not been going well lately. But as the second half began, the match took a sudden turn. In the 47th minute, Luca Toni headed in a cross from Robin. In the 53rd minute, Cristiano Ronaldo scored from inside the box. In the 61st minute, Uwe Falrusi scored from a corner kick. In just about 15 minutes of the second half, Manchester City surprisingly scored 3 goals. The score reached 41, and the outcome was almost no longer in doubt. This drove all the spectators at the scene completely wild. What on earth had happened? In fact, Van Gaal himself did not know, or perhaps it was just that Lady Luck had suddenly returned. Sometimes it happens like this. When you are facing various misfortunes, suddenly, at some moment, everything turns around and hope emerges. After securing the victory, he substituted Kaka and Wright Phillips onto the field to let the starters rest. However, even with them on the field, Manchester City's scoring spree continued. In the 71st minute, Kaka scored with a long-range shot to make it 51. In the 83rd minute, Wright Phillips scored another goal with a close-range shot. 61. No one expected this result. However, although Manchester City achieved a resounding victory, the upcoming match would be another tough battle. At home against Chelsea. Chelsea has performed quite well this year, securing 6 wins and 2 draws in the first 8 matches, only to be defeated by Arsenal in the 9th round. Currently, they sit in 3rd place on the points table, while Manchester City is in 6th. Before the season, Yang Luo had envisioned competing for a Champions League spot against Chelsea, Liverpool, and Newcastle. Thus, this match is a direct contest between rivals. The media has also imbued this match with greater significance. Both teams are known for their lavish spending, truly a duo of affluent clubs. Their direct clash will reveal whose spending is more effective. Chelsea's coach is the fixer Ranieri, and his most frequently used formation this season is 442, but the starting lineup often changes. However, even with a 442 formation, they cannot match Arsenal's strength. Therefore, Manchester City maintained their previous starting lineup, with Stam returning to the starting 11 after a rest. On Chelsea's side, the starting lineup was only announced an hour before the match. Goalkeeper Cudicini, defenders Glenn Johnson, Terry Gallas, bridge midfielders Joe Cole, Petit, Lampard, Duff, and forwards Crespo and Hasselbank. Yang Luo arrived at the stadium early, ready to watch the match. When he saw the players from both teams lined up, he noticed Terry and Bridge standing together on the Chelsea side, and his expression turned peculiar. If Bridge knew about that incident later, I guess he would have had the urge to confront Terry. At that moment, they were still inseparable teammates. Thinking of this, Yang Luo couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Just as he was lost in thought, the match officially began. Ranieri's style is characterized by defense and counterattack, so Van Gaal wasted no time and launched a fierce offensive from the start, aiming to eliminate the opponent. However, the defense trained by Ranieri was very solid, and Manchester City struggled to find opportunity. In Van Gaal's tactical system, the flanks are crucial for his attacking strategy, so he waved his hand, urging Evra to push forward and find a breakthrough. With Evra pushing forward, Manchester City's attack became more dynamic, but Chelsea's defense remained very sturdy, with the combination of Terry and De Sailly leaving Manchester City's attack at a standstill. Chelsea's counterattacks were also very straightforward. As soon as they regained possession in the backfield, they quickly moved the ball to the flanks or front, either utilizing Duff's flank assaults or Hasselbank's speed advantage to strike at Manchester City's weak points. In the 23rd minute, Chelsea finally had a golden opportunity. Crespo contested a long ball from the back, and beside him Hasselbank gained possession and made a quick move, catching Stam off guard and seizing the initiative. Just as Hasselbank charged forward, a sky blue figure suddenly dashed in from the side, using his body to block and deflect the ball. It was Sun Jihai. Seeing Hasselbank about to accelerate, he decisively chose to abandon his assigned mark and successfully disrupted what could have been a clear shot on goal. Van Gaal couldn't help but clench his fist on the sidelines, and the fans in the stadium erupted in cheers. However, the clearance landed at the feet of Joe Cole on the other side. He deftly controlled the ball, evaded Evra, and made a direct pass to the already surging Crespo. Crespo took a few steps, but realized he couldn't shake off distant beside him, yet he suddenly nudged the ball lightly to the rapidly advancing Lampard behind him. Lampard's forward runs are his specialty, and he is one of the most prolific midfielders. However, this time, he couldn't fulfill his desires as Eschen was already tracking him and nudged him slightly with his body. Lampard stumbled attempting to adjust his footing for a shot, but the ball didn't connect properly and went wide. Chelsea's attack was very straightforward, but they could deploy 4 to 5 players into the offensive group in an instant, posing a significant threat to the opponent's defense. If it weren't for the timely interventions by Sun Jihai and Eschen, that ball might have resulted in a goal. Van Gaal noticed this and waved his hand, assigning Makelele to mark the speedy Hasselbank to prevent him from accelerating again. Eschen was tasked with sweeping up in the midfield, ready to launch attacks as soon as he regained possession. In the following moments, Manchester City continued to dominate the field, with Ronaldinho and Robben's side becoming their main offensive direction as right-back Glenn Johnson's defense was prone to issues. Indeed, in the 39th minute, Manchester City finally got their chance. After Eschen intercepted Petit's pass, he made a direct through ball to Ronaldinho. Lampard rushed forward to interfere, but was easily sidestepped by Ronaldinho. He advanced with the ball towards the center, slightly left, quickly entering the 30-meter zone. At this moment, right-back Glenn Johnson hesitated for a moment before deciding to abandon Robben and move up to block Ronaldinho alongside Terry. A sly smile flashed in Ronaldinho's eyes as he saw Robben discreetly moving across behind Glenn. Terry sensed something was amiss and hurriedly called for Glenn Johnson to fall back. But it was too late. Ronaldinho flicked his ankle and delivered a precise through ball. The ball slipped through the gap before they could close and landing at Robben's feet, who was now unmarked. Robben controlled the ball and charged into the penalty area. At this moment, the entire left side of the penalty area was completely vacant, leaving Gallas no choice but to rush over to defend. Seeing that the tactical intent had been achieved, Robben gently passed the ball across where the unmarked E2 awaited to strike, and Cudicini had no chance to react. 1-0 Manchester City took the lead at home. This goal ignited the home fans instantly. Van Gaal celebrated excitedly. This goal was crucial for Manchester City. Yang Luo also excitedly high-fived Bernstein in celebration. Chelsea's upper management was not present, so they celebrated without restraint. Ranieri frowned, for a counter-attacking team conceding the first goal was undoubtedly detrimental. It seemed adjustments were needed during halftime. However, with only 5 or 6 minutes remaining until halftime, he steadied his mind and awaited the whistle to signal the end of the half. In the remaining time of the first half, neither side managed to create a threatening attack, and the first half ended with Manchester City leading Chelsea 1-0. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match commenced. Due to the excellent performance in the first half, Van Gaal made no tactical adjustments. In contrast, Ranieri made adjustments, bringing on Juan Sebastian Veron to replace Petit. This indicated his intent to play aggressively, swapping both midfielders for more offensive players, signaling a willingness to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Manchester City. Yang Luo raised his eyebrows in the stands. The Argentine wizard was undoubtedly a top-notch midfielder, yet his performance in the Premier League had been disastrous, as he simply could not adapt to its pace. If Ranieri's substitution was a desperate gamble, the consequences of such a gamble would likely be unsatisfactory. However, the decision was also a last resort, as Chelsea failed to acquire a midfielder of the same caliber as Makelele after he joined Manchester City, leaving their midfield inherently flawed. Veteran Petit was not without merit, but his form had declined, and he would inevitably encounter problems against stronger teams. The previous match against Arsenal was a prime example. Now bringing on Veron was also a sign of taking a bold risk, but the outcome remained completely uncertain. In the 53rd minute, Veron received the ball using his robust physique to shield it. However, his momentary hesitation before passing put him in a tight spot with Eschen's pressing. Eschen's imposing figure made Veron struggle. He quickly passed the ball back, then turned and sprinted forward. Terry received the back pass and launched a long kick. Crespo dropped back to play the ball, perfectly setting it up for the advancing Veron. After controlling the ball, Veron took a glance and sent a precise through ball, aiming for the rapidly advancing Hasselbank. However, Stam anticipated his passing lane, perfectly extending his long legs to intercept the ball. He then looked up and launched a big kick, sending the ball forward. At this moment, with Veron already forward, a significant gap appeared in front of the center backs. Ronaldinho appeared there, skillfully controlling the ball before instantly accelerating. Lampard tried to interfere, but was easily shrugged off. Seeing him approach the edge of the penalty area, Terry had no choice but to step up to block. This time, Glenn Johnson learned from his mistake and refrained from providing support, but the young Terry was no match for Ronaldinho. With his feints, Ronaldinho left the young Terry unsure of how to react, effortlessly faking to break through. Realizing the danger, Terry quickly reached out and pulled Ronaldinho down. The referee's whistle blew as he rushed over from a distance, decisively pulling out a yellow card. Terry did not dispute the decision. The yellow card was indisputable. However, it was a valuable card, otherwise if Ronaldinho entered the box, it would almost certainly mean conceding a goal. As a result, Manchester City earned a well-placed free kick. The ball was about 25 to 26 meters from the goal, the ideal distance for the set-piece taker. Ronaldinho confidently stood in front of the ball. As the team's absolute midfield core, he usually took charge of. Cudicini nervously organized the wall, knowing Ronaldinho's prowess with free kicks. While not a top-tier master, he was undoubtedly a first-rate expert. Ronaldinho observed the positioning of the opposing wall, his gaze flickering constantly. Although he appeared harmless, his mind was exceptionally sharp. Without the ability to discern opponents' weaknesses, how could he have achieved such great success? After the Chelsea players set up the wall, the referee took a few steps back, blew his whistle signaling that the kick could be taken. Ronaldinho stepped back a few paces and began his run-up. He leaned left, striking the lower half of the ball with his right foot. The ball soared abruptly, spinning rapidly and racing toward the corner of the goal. Ronaldinho felt great as soon as he struck. His eyes were fixed on the ball's flight. The fans in the stadium held their breath with tens of thousands of gazes focused on that small soccer ball. Cudicini moved quickly, leaping high to stretch his body to its limits. But the ball still sailed past his fingertips, finding the net. Upon the sound of the ball hitting the net, the stadium erupted into a frenzy. Cudicini collapsed in despair, the ball bouncing behind him. Ronaldinho excitedly ran to the sidelines, and his teammates rushed to celebrate this stunning free kick. Young Luo also stood up, unable to restrain his applause for Ronaldinho's spectacular performance. This goal was truly remarkable and held significant meaning. Leading 2-0 was already a very good score. Ranieri remained serious, pondering what he might be thinking. The source of this goal was Verone's passing mistake and positional error, but wasn't he brought on to strengthen the attack? He sighed inwardly, knowing that the match had likely slipped away. In the remaining time, Chelsea had no choice but to push forward aggressively, hoping to pull back the score. However, Manchester City's defense was no pushover. Even their explosive player Duff struggled to gain an advantage against Sun Jihai's defense. Focused solely on defense, Sun Jihai was capable of performing at the level of a top Premier League fullback, which made things difficult for Duff. Meanwhile, Makelele and Eshin had also dropped deeper, forming a solid barrier in front of the defensive line, leaving Chelsea's attack with few options. Time ticked away, and Chelsea was unable to create any threatening attacks, instead allowing Manchester City to launch several counterattacks that nearly extended their lead. Van Gaal also made some rotations, substituting Decourt for Makelele and bringing on Milner for Robin, giving his key players some rest. Yet even so, Chelsea still failed to find any scoring opportunities. There were hardly any good chances to score. It must be said that the two Argentinians in their attack were not suited to the Premier League style and pace, so relying on them, Chelsea could not become a top Premier League team. In the end, the score remained unchanged until the final whistle, with Manchester City triumphing over Chelsea 2-0, securing a crucial victory. As the final whistle blew, Young Luo exhaled lightly, rising to embrace Bernstein beside him in celebration. With 2 consecutive victories, Manchester City could finally dispel the shadows of the past days. After defeating Chelsea, Manchester City's reputation and that of Van Gaal finally turned around. After 10 rounds of the league, Manchester City achieved a record of 5 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, ranking 5th in the standings. For a newly established team, this is already a commendable achievement. Although it was regrettable to lose to Wolves, it's quite normal for a young team to have fluctuations. Seeing the peaceful headlines in the newspaper, Young Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This is the media, lifting up some while stepping on others is their specialty. They never hesitate to applaud a strong contender, nor do they extend a helping hand to a failure. After finishing the newspaper, he also finished his breakfast. He walked out of the hotel and got into his sports car. Today is Sunday, and he plans to visit Fiona in Lancashire. After driving for nearly an hour, he arrived at the door of Fiona's rented house. Since he had a key, he directly opened the door and walked in. It was already 10 in the morning, yet Fiona was still asleep. Her bedroom door was wide open, and Young Luo immediately saw Fiona sprawled out in bed. At that moment, she was wearing a pair of hot pants with the blanket only covering her upper body, exposing her long, fair legs. Young Luo felt a wave of dizziness, unable to suppress the urge to swallow, and quickly dared not look any longer. If he looked again, it would be a crime. He quietly walked to the living room and comfortably lay down on the sofa. After about 20 minutes, some noise came from the bedroom. Fiona groggily got up, yawning as she headed towards the bathroom. She stretched lazily and casually took off her hot pants, tossing them behind her without looking. However, that throw landed perfectly on Young Luo's head. Young Luo's heart skipped a beat because in that instant he saw Fiona's red panties and her fair, rounded backside. He hurriedly shouted, "Fiona!" Fiona, who was about to take off her nightgown, was startled and shivered, nearly screaming. If she hadn't recognized the voice, she would have definitely cried out for help. She quickly turned to look at the sofa and saw Young Luo pulling the hot pants off his head, a scene that was as awkward as it could be. Fiona was filled with both anger and urgency. Young Luo. As she said this, she rushed over and kicked him with a furious kick. Yang Luo was momentarily blinded by her dazzling white legs, and he received a solid kick to the stomach. Fiona's kick was indeed heavy, almost making him regurgitate his overnight meal. Yang Luo's body stiffened, curling up like a shrimp. Fiona then snatched the hot pants and rushed back into the bedroom. Once in the bedroom, she realized what had just happened, and her face instantly turned crimson. Oh no, my underwear was seen. After calming herself down, she changed her clothes in the bedroom, tidied up her appearance, and walked out. At this moment, Yang Luo was pitifully lying on the sofa, feeling like crying without any tears. Fiona glared at him. Why did you barge in without saying hello? Didn't you say I could come anytime? Yang Luo sighed. Fiona retorted, you should at least let me know. Sneaking in like that is really scary. Yang Luo thought about it. After all, he had taken advantage, so he honestly admitted I was wrong. Only then did Fiona let him off the hook, running to his side to rub his stomach. Does it hurt? Yes, Yang Luo replied pitifully. Fiona rolled her eyes at him, but her hands didn't stop as she continued to massage him. Yang Luo gazed at her profile, feeling a sudden impulse. He couldn't help but lean his head closer. Just then Fiona suddenly turned her head. What are you doing? Is there something? Yang Luo felt a bit awkward and reached out to brush her face. Haha, there is a bit of something. Fiona looked at him in confusion, and then it seemed she understood something, her face gradually turning red. Yang Luo quickly laughed. It's almost noon. Oh, let's go out and find somewhere to eat. Fiona, inexplicably annoyed, said, eat, 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 that's all you think about. Humph. Yang Luo tugged at her. What's wrong? Didn't you say there was a particularly good Chinese restaurant? Fiona shot him a glance, but her stomach betrayed her with a growl. She pouted and had no choice but to get up and prepare to head out. The two of them went to that restaurant and enjoyed a delicious meal. Yang Luo then accompanied her to shop, buying her several beautiful clothes before heading back home. As they were leaving, Fiona patted his shoulder. Don't forget to call me when you move. You are not allowed to sneak in without. Yang Luo nodded okay. Only then did Fiona smile in satisfaction, then hurry back. Be careful on the road. Yang Luo got in the car and turned around to head back. From the rearview mirror, he saw Fiona standing still, gazing at him for a long time. 3 days later, Manchester City welcomed the first match of the new season's League Cup. The opponent was Queen's Park Rangers, a team that would have a deep connection with Manchester City in the future. Aguero's breathtaking last-minute goal was against Queen's Park Rangers. It's worth mentioning that in that match, the player from the Rangers who received a red card, allowing Manchester City to have one extra player, was none other than the city's youth academy graduate Joey Barton. However, at this time, the Rangers were still a League One team, and their strength couldn't compare to Manchester City. Van Gaal also sent out an all-reserve lineup to rotate and nurture new talents. Cesc Fabregas, Lionel Messi, and Mario Gomez, who performed exceptionally in the youth academy, were also included in the squad for this match. Due to the significant disparity in strength, Manchester City quickly took a 2-0 lead. In the 60th minute of the second half, Van Gaal substituted 16-year-old Fabregas and 18-year-old Mario Gomez for Dakota and teacher Tony. In the 81st minute of the match, Van Gaal made the last substitution. 16-year-old Lionel Messi was brought on for the equally young Milner. The young players who had just received their debut were somewhat nervous and a bit restrained on the pitch. No one could have guessed how far these 16-year-olds would grow in the future. Only Yang Luo knew what a momentous historical occasion this was. To put it in current popular terms, from this moment on, the wheels of fate began to turn. In the end, before the whistle blew, Mario Gomez scored another goal for Manchester City, leading them to a 3-0 victory and successfully advancing to the next round of the League Cup. After defeating Queen's Park Rangers in the League Cup, Manchester City is set to challenge Southampton away. For Manchester City, who have just achieved 3 consecutive victories across all competitions, this is not a particularly formidable opponent. Indeed, Manchester City won 20 against Southampton away. Furthermore, City has climbed to 4th place in the league standings. If this trend continues, Manchester City is very likely to qualify for next season's UEFA Champions League. In the next round, Manchester City easily defeated Leicester City 20, achieving 5 consecutive wins across all competitions. Yang Luo is very satisfied with Manchester City's recent form, believing the team is gradually getting back on track. After playing against Leicester City, the team will enter an international match day. Almost the entire starting lineup of Manchester City has been called up. Especially with the Netherlands facing 2 legs of the European qualifying playoffs, such a level of competition is undoubtedly a significant burden for someone like Stam, who is already past his prime. Manchester City's next opponent will be the Magpies' Newcastle United. This was envisaged as a crucial opponent for City in their quest for a top 4 finish at the start of the season, making it very important. Newcastle's performance this season has been quite disappointing, as participating in the Champions League has placed a heavy burden on them, leaving them currently in 10th place in the Premier League. In particular, in their last round, they were brutally defeated 50 by Chelsea away, which has left the supporters of the Magpies very discontent. Therefore, this match is extremely important for Newcastle playing at home. In this match, Newcastle lined up in a 442 formation with goalkeeper given defenders Hughes, Bramble, Caldwell, Bernard, midfielders Ambrose, Speed, Bowyer, Robert, and forwards Shearer, Amiabai. It can be said that the 442 formation is still very much in vogue in the Premier League today. Newcastle's squad is still packed with formidable players such as Speed, Bowyer, Given, and Alan Shearer, who have left a deep impression on Yang Luo's memory. Especially Alan Shearer, the undisputed #1 forward in England, now 33 years old, is at the peak of his professional career. His straightforward playing style does not conceal his ferocity and efficiency. In this match, Van Gaal's primary defensive focus is on this English forward, with the main responsibility falling on Stam. As the match began, Manchester City was the first to launch an attack. There's no helping it. The young players are ready. In the 10th minute, Ronaldinho executed a 1-2 with Cristiano Ronaldo, who broke down the byline and delivered a well-placed cross. Of course, due to the average height of E2 in the box, he opted for a fast and low cross. The speed of the ball made it very difficult for the defending players to handle. However, E2 managed to get ahead on the ball between the defenders, lightly grazing it, causing the ball to change direction and fly towards Newcastle's goal. The shot was very close, and under normal circumstances the goalkeeper would have had no time to react. However, Given's leg happened to be in the path of the ball, and he instinctively lifted it, deflecting the shot. On the sidelines, Van Gaal regrettably held his head. Nevertheless, Manchester City's momentum continued, and they created several more threatening attacks in the following minutes. Finally, in the 30th minute of the match, Manchester City took the lead. This was an attack initiated by Rob. He used his speed to shake off Hughes' defense, but instead of going for a direct cross, he drove into the penalty area. After drawing the central defender Bramble's support, he suddenly passed the ball back into the center of the penalty area. Ronaldinho appeared right there. However, veteran Speed was right on his tail, preventing him from getting a shot off. But the football genius that Ronaldinho is, he feigned a shot, causing the defender to commit, and the ball slipped past. Behind him, Eshin had already made a late run. The Ghanaian powerhouse met the ball with a fierce shot, and Given's sight was blocked, leaving him no time to react. The ball struck the net with great force, giving Manchester City a 10 lead. This goal silenced the Magpies fans in attendance. If Newcastle loses this match, it would be quite painful for them. Thus, the head coach waved his hand, and the trailing Newcastle began to launch a massive offensive. Manchester City, undeterred, engaged in an attacking battle with them. However, both teams were significantly affected by the FIFA virus, and as the match progressed, fatigue issues began to show. In the 6th minute of the second half, Ronaldinho experienced some muscle tightness, prompting Van Gaal to substitute him for Kaká. Stam also began to struggle with his mobility by the 65th minute. Heavy defenders often face fatigue issues after turning 30. As a result, Van Gaal was forced to replace him with Wihalusi. Van Gaal also had to instruct the team to start retreating as fatigue was taking its toll. The proceedings of the following matches began to look less appealing, as both sides made numerous passing errors due to fatigue, resulting in a lack of high-quality attacks. As the match time passed, it reached the injury time stage. Van Gaal glanced at the 3 minutes of stoppage time, thinking that as long as they could hold on, the economical and practical 3 points would be theirs. But at that moment, a long pass from Bowyer reached Newcastle's front line. The somewhat fatigued Alan Shearer leaned against Wihalusi, comfortably controlling the ball in front of him. He scanned the situation in front of him, but found that his teammates were at some distance, making it difficult to establish. So he gritted his teeth and leaned against Wihalusi, forcefully turning to carry the ball forward. Wihalusi, with his vast experience, constantly harassed him from the side. But just after Shearer took a couple of steps, he suddenly halted. Wihalusi immediately felt a force directed at him, causing his movement to slow down. This was clearly a tactic employed by Shearer to create an effect through physical confrontation, and he gained a little shooting space. He took a shot directly from the edge of the penalty area. He was completely out of energy and could no longer carry the ball forward. Thus, he gambled his last ounce of strength on a long-range shot. Fortunately, the quality of the shot was exceptionally high. The ball flew swiftly along the grass, seemingly without any spin, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. Van der Sar's gaze sharpened, and he quickly made a diving motion. However, the ball was simply too fast, and the angle too tricky. His fingertips barely grazed it, but he could not alter its trajectory. The ball brushed past the post and flew into the net. 11-0 Newcastle equalized. The goal instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire crowd. They celebrated wildly, chanting the name of Alan Shearer. Since his transfer to Newcastle in 1996, he had long become a hero of the city over more than 7 years. And when the team fell into despair, it was this 33-year-old player who saved them. However, Van Gaal on the sidelines wore a grim expression. Being equalized in the final moments would make anyone feel utterly frustrated. Yang Luo, watching the game in the hotel, also punched the bed in frustration. The difference between 3 points and 1 point is monumental, especially in this 6-point battle against a rival for the top 4. Yet time was running out, and although Manchester City players wanted to organize an attack, it was largely futile. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match came to an end. Manchester City drew 11 away against Newcastle, halting their 5-game winning streak. In the commentary booth, Lineker analyzed the match. Clearly, the FIFA virus has had a noticeable impact on both teams. This match was not particularly thrilling. However, Alan Shearer's goal at the last moment showcased his extraordinary shooting skills as the top striker of England saved the team once again. Alan Hansen, sitting beside him, added the draw in this match might be an outcome that neither set of fans wanted to see, but it is a relatively reasonable scoreline. After this match, Manchester City still stood in 4th place on the points table, with Arsenal, Manchester United, and Chelsea occupying the top 3 positions, all securing victories, further widening the gap in points. A week later, on November 30th, Manchester City would return home to face the relatively underwhelming Middlesbrough. This was a match Manchester City needed to win, so they fielded their main lineup. However, Stam and Ronaldinho were replaced by Uwe Falrusi and Kaka due to minor muscle fatigue. Middlesbrough was quite an interesting team. They actually deployed a 343 formation in this match, which stood out amidst the usual 442. Yang Luo in the stands felt a bit dazed. This 3-defender setup, which would become popular years later, was refreshing to see here. However, there was still a significant gap in strength between them and Manchester City, so throughout the first half, Manchester City dominated the game. Especially the speedy youth Kaka, who was causing havoc in the opponent's defense, leaving them in distress. Under his relentless attacks, Manchester City created numerous good chances, but the Australian goalkeeper Schwarzer's performance was heroic, thwarting all of City's efforts. Van Gaal on the sidelines furrowed his brow, knowing that prolonged assaults without scoring could lead to unexpected trouble. It was now the 44th minute of the first half. Middlesbrough finally had a decent counterattack opportunity. A left wing-back Sendin received the ball and began to charge forward towards Manchester City's territory. At this point, Manchester City's defense was still out of position, and Eshin and Makelele were desperately sprinting back to keep up with the opponent's attacking players. But in front of Sendin appeared a yellow-skinned figure. It was Sun Jihai. He rarely pressed forward during attacks, so he was still guarding the back line. The Dutch winger, who had just transferred from Chelsea to Middlesbrough this summer, initially underestimated him and planned to speed past him. However, Sun Jihai remained calm. He first positioned himself defensively, then took a few quick steps to accelerate and kept up with Sendin's pace. Sendin's expression grew serious as he realized that simple acceleration couldn't shake off this defender. So he slowed down and then accelerated again, but still couldn't shake off Sun Jihai's focus. Seeing that all 3 players on the front line had already positioned themselves, Sendin knew that if he didn't pass the ball quickly, this counterattack opportunity would slip away. But now he was entangled with Sun Jihai, making it difficult to pass the ball quickly. He gritted his teeth and forced a small space to make a cross. However, the quality of the ball was quite poor, allowing Uwe Falrusi to head it away easily. Makelele, who received the ball on the edge of the penalty area, immediately made a long pass to Ronaldo on the right. With Middlesbrough pushing forward, Ronaldo found himself with a vast expanse of open ground ahead. He felt a surge of excitement and began to sprint forward. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he had already sprinted to the 30-meter area. At this moment, Kaka, Robin, and E2 also quickly advanced to support. In an instant, a 4-3 advantage formed in the front line. The left center-back of Middlesbrough, Kudru, rushed in, preparing to intercept Ronaldo. But upon seeing that it was just him, Ronaldo immediately decided to use a fancy move to dribble past Kudru. He ignored E2's request, performed 2 flashy stepovers, and prepared to make a wide change of direction to break through. However, Kudru completely saw through the feint, waiting for the right moment to poke the ball away from Ronaldo's feet. Ronaldo was taken aback, but his balance was already lost, leaving him to watch helplessly as Kudru carried the ball away. Thus, a very good counterattack opportunity was squandered. E2 beside him angrily slapped his thigh, pointing forward. "Why don't you pass it?" Van Gaal on the sidelines exploded with rage. "What the hell are you doing with those fancy tricks?" Yet Kudru didn't hesitate and directly booted the ball forward. In an instant, the momentum shifted. As Manchester City players pressed forward, they were caught off guard. Middlesbrough's forward Nemeth accelerated rapidly, breaking through Uwe Falrusi's defense in a single burst. He then charged into the penalty area and, faced with Van der Sar's advance, made a delicate cross, allowing another forward to rush in and shoot to score. 0-1. The overwhelmingly dominant Manchester City unexpectedly fell behind at home. The stadium fell into dead silence. Van Gaal angrily smashed the water bottle in his hand to the ground. He glared at Cristiano Ronaldo with a grim expression. If looks could kill, he would have stabbed him multiple times by now. Not only did he waste a good counterattack opportunity with his fancy tricks, but he also allowed the opponent to seize the chance to score. This was nothing short of a crime. In the studio Lineker side, this missed opportunity is clearly unforgivable. This young man is paying the price for his youth, and that price might very well be 3 points. Yang Luo in the stands also looked grim. He knew Ronaldo had a tendency to show off, but he had controlled it well in the previous few matches, thinking that Van Gaal's reform had made an impact. It now seemed that he had merely suppressed himself before. He never expected that at such a critical moment he would make this mistake again. The first half came to an end with Manchester City trailing by 1 goal. In the locker room, Van Gaal unleashed his fury. Cristiano, what on earth do you want to do? Ronaldo shivered slightly, murmuring weakly, boss I. Van Gaal interrupted him angrily. Did I not say that you must be decisive when passing the ball, especially during transitions? Do not hold on to the ball excessively. Ronaldo nodded, yes boss. Van Gaal stared at him. Then how did you perform? You wasted a 4-3 opportunity so easily. Ronaldo lowered his head. I'm sorry boss. Van Gaal snorted coldly. If you don't correct this flaw, don't expect to step onto the field for another minute in future matches. Ronaldo shivered suddenly, raising his head, boss. However, Van Gaal no longer looked at him, turning his head to the other side. Right, get ready to come on in the second half. Right. Phillips hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Yes boss. Ronaldo clenched his jaw, remaining silent. At that moment a hand reached over and patted his shoulder. Little Avalar, don't be too upset. Making mistakes is not terrible, what matters is to improve. Ronaldo, who had reddened eyes, trembled slightly and looked gratefully at the warm, smiling, buck-toothed guy. Ronaldinho smiled. The boss is only looking out for you. If you don't get lost in those flashy moves, you will definitely become a stronger athlete in the future. Nearby Kaká also patted Ronaldo, making an encouraging gesture. Ronaldo could no longer hold back. Tears began to fall heavily. As the second half began, Wright Phillips replaced Ronaldo on the field. Yang Luo in the stands knew that Van Gaal would surely berate Ronaldo thoroughly. He furrowed his brow, gently wondering whether this was a good or bad thing for Ronaldo. A player from a small island might feel particularly insecure and sensitive. He needed a fatherly figure to care for him. It seemed necessary for him to step in when the situation called for it. Meanwhile, Manchester City clearly showed signs of being affected during halftime, appearing somewhat chaotic at the start of the second half. Naturally, their attacks lacked organization, and the score remained unchanged for a long time. The fans in the stands could not help but grow restless. Van Gaal made another substitution, replacing Robin with Ronaldinho and bringing on Tony for E2. After the substitutions, Manchester City showed some improvement, but still could not overcome the Australian goalkeeper Schwarzer. In the end, Manchester City unexpectedly lost at home to Middlesbrough by a score of 0-1. Lineker summed it up. This was truly an unexpected match. Cristiano Ronaldo's performance was bound to become the focal point after the match. Indeed, after the game, all media criticized Ronaldo's poor display, especially the notorious critic David Jones, who could not wait to publish an article. The Portuguese man's criminal-level performance ruined the team's entire effort. If I were his teammate, I would certainly berate him mercilessly. Yang Luo, seeing his article, couldn't help but comment, if any team were to recruit you as a player, they would surely be blind. However, he still needed to pay attention to Ronaldo's issues, as he was a treasure for the team. So he arrived at the training ground the next day. Due to the loss in the match, they did not get a day off, though instead they continued with recovery training. Meanwhile, poor Ronaldo was training alone on the side, clearly still feeling the wrath of Van Gaal. Yang Luo walked up to Van Gaal. Mr. Van Gaal, I would like to talk to Ronaldo. Is that okay? Van Gaal nodded, of course. So Yang Luo approached Ronaldo. Cristiano, can we talk? Ronaldo's gaze flickered. The club's big boss suddenly sought him out. Was he going to continue berating him? After all, it was his fault that the team lost 3 points. He timidly nodded. Mr. Yang, you're not here to criticize me too, are you? Yang Luo smiled. Of course I have to criticize you. Ronaldo trembled. Mr. Yang. Yang Luo waved him over. Let's go to the office. Ronaldo, with a forlorn face, could only follow him to the office. Once inside, Yang Luo had Ronaldo sit. He glanced at the awkward Portuguese player. Relax, I'm not here just to criticize you. Ronaldo finally relaxed a bit. But after a moment he pondered, if it's not just to criticize, then it still involves criticism. Thinking of this, he became dejected again. Yang Luo looked at him. What do you have to say about your performance yesterday? Ronaldo mumbled. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have been obsessed with my dribbling and missed attacking opportunities. Yang Luo replied. Then how do you plan to change? Ronaldo mumbled. I will definitely reduce unnecessary flashy moves in the future. Yang Luo suddenly raised his voice. Not reduce, but eliminate. The Portuguese was taken aback, quickly glancing at Yang Luo. Yang Luo said seriously, Cristiano, you are a very talented player. In fact, among all the players I have seen, your talent ranks in the top 3. Ronaldo's heart leapt, and his expression finally relaxed a little. Yang Luo looked at him. However, if you are only obsessed with your flashy moves, you will never be able to realize your... He paused and continued. If your goal is to become an excellent winger, then it's okay to make mistakes occasionally. But your goal should be to become a Ballon d'Or level player. Ronaldo was stunned. He had only dared to secretly fantasize about winning the Ballon d'Or, but Yang Luo was the first to clearly tell him that he should aim for the Ballon d'Or. He looked at Yang Luo, his eyes revealing a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Yang Luo also stared at him. What kind of player do you want to be? Ronaldo nodded vigorously. I certainly want to win the Ballon d'Or. Yang Luo patted his shoulder. Then you must listen to Mr. Van Gaal's advice. As a world-renowned coach, he has unique insights into nurturing young players. Ronaldo nodded. I will definitely follow the arrangements carefully. Yang Luo nodded in satisfaction. I believe in you and also in Mr. Van Gaal. So you must follow his arrangements, train hard, and strive to return to the starting lineup as soon as possible. Ronaldo's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Mr. Yang Luo smiled. All right, go back to training. Do I have high hopes for you? Ronaldo quickly stood up, feeling as if his entire body had become lighter. Watching his departing figure, Yang Luo couldn't help but smile. The feeling of coaxing a future superstar is truly wonderful. For days after the match against Middlesbrough, Manchester City welcomed their second opponent of the season's League Cup, Tottenham. The current Spurs are far from the latest Big Six. They are now firmly situated at the lower end of the points table. In this match, Van Gaal once again deployed a substitute lineup with Messi and Fabregas included in the squad. Manchester City triumphed over their opponents with a score of 2-1 thanks to a brace from Tony, advancing to the next round. Next, Manchester City would head to Liverpool to challenge Everton. Now Everton is led by the talented young Rooney, but their strength still lags behind Manchester City. In this match, City played normally and defeated their opponents 2-1. During the summer transfer window, Yang Luo once considered purchasing Rooney, but after some thought, he deemed it not cost-effective and ultimately decided against it. In this match, Rooney performed exceptionally well, with Everton's only goal stemming from his assist. This impactful young player is now a rising star in England, coveted by many top clubs. After the match, Bernstein asked Yang Luo, should we buy this young fat boy? Yang Luo shook his head, saying, I suspect Sir Ferguson has already set his sights on him, we won't compete with them. At Rooney's price point, he has many better options. Notably, in these two matches, the Dutch veteran chose not to field Cristiano Ronaldo. In the next round, Manchester City would head straight to Old Trafford to challenge their city rivals Manchester United. The Manchester Derby, while not as exhilarating as other famous derbies, is largely due to the significant disparity in the status of the two teams. However, the Derby has always been a term that attracts attention. With Manchester City's rise this season, this derby has garnered more interest from the public. Several major platforms participated in the live broadcast of this match, and large streaming services like the BBC even came to the scene. However, in the pre-match predictions, most experts anticipated a Manchester United victory. In the face of a formidable opponent, Van Gaal finally chose to reconcile, with Cristiano Ronaldo placing him in the starting lineup. This also meant that Ronaldo's antics had finally come to an end. Manchester United's starting lineup for this match remained a 442 formation, with goalkeeper Tim Howard, defenders Gary Neville, Ferdinand Brown, and O'Shea, midfielders Phil Neville, Fletcher Scholes, and Giggs, and forward Zaha and Van Nistelrooy. Last season, Manchester City remained unbeaten against Manchester United with 1 win and 1 draw. This season, City underwent significant reinforcements while United lost the crucial Beckham, which should give City an advantage. But this Manchester United team cannot be judged by conventional standards, as they have that red-nosed old man. As soon as the match began, United launched an attack on City, leveraging their home advantage. The grudge from last season, where City completely suppressed them, would not be forgotten by that red-nosed old man. In the 15th minute, Giggs received the ball on the left flank, and facing Sun Jahai's defense, he utilized a change of rhythm to create space and delivered a high-quality cross. Van Nistelrooy leaped high in the penalty area for a header, but it was brilliantly saved by Van der Sar. In the 23rd minute, Scholes initiated an attack with a long pass. Zaha received the ball in the front court, and faced with distance defense, he worked with Van Nistelrooy to execute a series of 1-2s into the penalty area, but unfortunately the final shot was again thwarted by Van der Sar. For the first half of the match, Manchester United dominated the field, while City's young players failed to showcase their However, Van Gaal on the sidelines remained calm. The passivity of the first half was partly due to United's strength, but also due to his tactical arrangements. At this moment, Ronaldinho received the ball in midfield. He dribbled past Fletcher's defense and began to surge towards United's heartland. Van Gaal immediately gestured from the sidelines. Push forward. Being passive has never been Old Van's style. This marks the beginning of their counterattack. Although Ronaldinho's speed may not be top tier, it is certainly sufficient. In the blink of an eye, he reached United's 30-meter area. At this moment, Ronaldo on the right, Robin on the left, and Eto'o up front had all positioned themselves ready to receive Ronaldinho's pass. Brown had already charged out, intending to foul Ronaldinho. But Ronaldinho directly sent a through ball to the rapidly advancing Ronaldo on the right. Facing O'Shea's defense, Ronaldo executed a powerful acceleration, creating space for a cross. He glanced at the situation in the penalty area, but suddenly chose to cross. However, the ball was not delivered into the penalty area, but rather to the edge of the box. Robin had already drifted into this area. He welcomed the ball and unleashed a volley. This shot was fast and fierce, heading straight for the dead corner of the goal. Tim Howard hurriedly reacted, but the quality of the shot was too high. He could only watch in despair. The football slipped past his hands and into the net. 1-0, the visiting Manchester City took the lead. After scoring, Robin and Ronaldo embraced excitedly, while Van Gaal on the sidelines pumped his fists vigorously. Yang Luo, who came to the away match, considered the feelings of Manchester United chairman David Gill nearby, and merely exchanged a high five with Bernstein. The red-nosed old man, however, remained expressionless, still chewing gum. But everyone knew he was likely already concocting a fiery halftime speech. The Manchester United players on the field seemed to realize this as well. After conceding a goal, they immediately increased the tempo of their attacks. Van Gaal, undeterred, continued to engage United in a back-and-forth match. As both managers emphasized wing play, it became a clash of styles, leading to a visually appealing match. In the 42nd minute, Phil Neville advanced with the ball. After drawing Evra's attention, he suddenly chose to pass back to his brother Gary Neville behind him. Gary Neville delivered a cross from a 45-degree angle, while Van Nistelrooy made a very agile run, evading distance defense, and won the header. He executed a powerful header, and the football flew straight into the lower left corner of the goal. Van der Sar hurriedly dove, but could not prevent the ball from entering the net. 1-1, Manchester United equalized just before the end of the first half. This goal ignited the enthusiasm of the home fans, who celebrated wildly. The red-nosed old man raised an eyebrow, pretending to be casual as he turned to walk towards the bench. Fortunately, these kids were still putting in some effort. Yang Luo sighed, watching David Gill celebrating, thinking how fortunes rise and fall. The first half of the match ended with Manchester City and Manchester United tied at 1 goal apiece. Overall, Manchester United had more opportunities in the first half. Thus, the old coach unleashed his fury in the locker room. In our home ground, it is absolutely intolerable for you to perform like this while having the advantage. I will give you another 15 minutes in the second half. If you don't score again, those who perform poorly can just get off my field, the red-nosed old man fumed. The players dared not breathe a word, as this old man would even confront Beckham when he got angry. He surveyed the room and suddenly sighed. Manchester United's transactions this summer have truly been unfortunate. They have not found a suitable successor to Beckham. Their performance this season has struggled largely due to the weakness on the right flank. In contrast, the opposing team was filled with a plethora of talents, which was quite enviable. With his sharp gaze, how could he not see that if given a few more years, these players would become formidable? Unfortunately, the beautiful girls are in the next class. So he could only continue to lecture his poor kids. As the second half began, the Manchester United players, who had just been scolded during halftime, surged toward the Manchester City goal like they had been injected with adrenaline. Van Gaal seemed to understand Ferguson's intent. He chose to counter aggression with aggression, utilizing the formidable ball-handling skills of his front four to assault Manchester United's defense. This Dutch old coach may not be known for much, but he is undeniably tough. Thus, the pace of the game once again escalated. The main battle was focused on the flanks. After being sidelined for several weeks, Ronaldo played very reasonably in this match, combining dribbling and passing effectively, making life difficult for O'Shea on the left flank. In the 53rd minute, the Portuguese player received a pass from Sun Jihai and sprinted forward, opting for a simple yet forceful burst past O'Shea, which left the Irish utility man somewhat flustered. Seeing that he was about to lose his position, O'Shea had no choice but to pull Ronaldo down. Ronaldo lost his balance and fell to the ground. He exaggeratedly rolled a few times, waiting for the referee to show the opponent a yellow card. Sure enough, the referee rushed over and decisively showed O'Shea a yellow card. The moment the card was displayed, Ferguson frowned on the sidelines. This is a ticking time bomb. After some thought, he turned and called for Roy Keane. At this moment, the Manchester United captain's form had declined and his tough attitude had begun to frustrate Ferguson, who was gradually considering Keane's successor. However, O'Shea's yellow card forced him to contemplate substitutions. After warming up, Roy Keane replaced him. Of course, Phil Neville shifted to the left flank, while Fletcher took up the right midfield position, with Roy Keane continuing in his familiar defensive midfield role. However, by the 60th minute, Manchester United had failed to score as Ferguson had requested in the first 15 minutes. Van Gaal too made a substitution. He replaced E2 with Tony. In fact, Tony had started to find his rhythm. The tactical value of this relatively unknown Italian striker was increasing, and his presence on the pitch maximized the effectiveness of the attacking unit behind him. Thus, when the situation was unfavorable, Van Gaal would always bring him in to change the game. Edu, who was substituted, was somewhat dissatisfied. He simply tapped Van Gaal on the arm and sulked back to his seat. On the sidelines, Yang Luo couldn't help but frown. Edu had never been easy to handle, and if he caused a scene, however, he had no time to manage that. His main focus was still on the game. Indeed, after Tony entered the field, Manchester City's attacking style changed once again. With Tony as the pivot, Ronaldinho, Robin, and Ronaldo frequently made penetrating runs toward the penalty area, which effectively suppressed Roy Keane and Scholes at the edge of the box. Ferguson's frown deepened, but he had no alternative moves at this point. He could only hope his team could withstand this period. Yet the more he feared, the more trouble came. In the 71st minute, Ronaldo once again received the ball on the flank, this time facing Phil Neville as the defender. He first took a step inward while glancing at the box, pretending to prepare for a cross. Phil Neville shifted his weight slightly inward. However, Ronaldo suddenly pushed the ball outward, taking a large stride to the baseline. Phil Neville was taken by surprise, but with his weight shifted, there was no way for him to keep up with Ronaldo. The Portuguese player found himself with ample space for a shot. He glanced at his teammates' positions in the box and indeed sent in a cross. Inside the box, Tony leaped high, overpowering Ferdinand, and directed the ball toward the goal. Tim Howard had no chance against this shot. He could only watch helplessly as the ball hit the net. 2-1, the away team Manchester City took the lead again. Ferguson's face turned ashen on the sidelines. This previously unremarkable center forward was indeed formidable. He could clearly see that Tony had physically overpowered Ferdinand in the air. But now was not the time to be envious. He had to think about how his team would deal with this passive situation. He pondered Solskjaer. A baby-faced player stood up. 5 minutes later, Solskjaer came off the bench to replace the underwhelming Saha. This was Ferguson's last card to play. The Norwegian was truly a secret weapon. Countless previous matches had validated this result. Young Luo couldn't help but feel excited. This man would later leave a significant mark in Manchester United's history, a true embodiment of Manchester United's spirit. Of course, his remarkable attributes could not be overlooked. After Solskjaer entered the game, Manchester United's attack also underwent some changes. Solskjaer would occasionally drop back to receive the ball, adding more variation to Manchester United's offense. Van Gaal, on the other hand, slightly repositioned the defense backward and replaced Distin with Wahalu, ensuring the defense remained fresh. Under his targeted arrangement, Manchester United did not gain any favorable attacking opportunities. However, at that moment, they earned a corner. After the corner was taken, Van Nistelrooy leaped high, contesting for the first touch with Stam. Unfortunately, due to their mutual interference, neither was able to make contact with the ball. The ball sailed over the small box, and amidst players scrambling at the far post, it fortuitously landed at Solskjaer's feet. Solskjaer did not hesitate. He took a direct shot. The football deflected off a defender's leg and ricocheted into the net. At this moment, the scene on the field was one of contrasting extremes. Manchester United fans celebrated wildly, while Manchester City fans held their heads in disbelief. Young Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really that miraculous?" Overall, the goal seemed to rely heavily on luck, making one acknowledge that sometimes fortune truly does play a role. It was now the 82nd minute of the match, and this goal had a significant impact on the outcome. In the following minutes, although Manchester City desperately launched attacks, neither side could alter the score, which remained at 2-2 until the final whistle. The Manchester Derby ended in a draw, a result that left both sides somewhat dissatisfied. In the post-match press conference, Ferguson surprisingly praised his City rivals, stating they have many talented players and their squad depth is even comparable to ours. However, the old man had entirely different thoughts in his mind. His plan was that during the winter transfer window, he needed to reinforce the squad, preferably with a right winger. After facing Manchester United, Manchester City was set to meet Middlesbrough in the quarter-finals of the League Cup. This was the very match where Cristiano Ronaldo had dazzled, and he had quite the impression of them. Thus, he took the initiative to request to play in order to prove himself, and Van Gaal agreed to his request. On December 18, 2003, Manchester City hosted Middlesbrough. Ronaldo started the match, partnered in the front line with Kaka Milner and Luca Toni. As he looked at the familiar opponents, one thought filled his mind: he must rise again from where he had fallen. Consequently, he played exceptionally hard in the first 30 minutes, covering almost the entire right flank of the attack. The opponents paid the price with 2 yellow cards. In the 33rd minute, Manchester City earned a corner kick. After the corner was taken, Ronaldo leaped high, overpowering his opponents, and headed the ball towards the goal. The goalkeeper Schwarzer was helpless, merely watching as the ball found the net. Manchester City took the lead at 1-0. However, after scoring, Ronaldo collapsed to the ground, curling up in pain. The fans on site had barely celebrated when they noticed something was wrong with the goalscorer. The players on the field quickly called for a stretcher to come in. Through slow-motion replays, it became clear that a defender had accidentally collided with Ronaldo's brow while contesting for the header. That looked extremely painful. Young Luo, watching the match in the hotel, couldn't help but shudder after seeing the replay. Ronaldo had already been carried to the sidelines, where the team doctor began emergency treatment. His face was already stained with blood, which was indeed quite frightening. Van Gaal hurriedly approached him, exchanged a few words, and declined his request to return to the field, opting instead to substitute in Wright Phillips. After all, this was merely a League Cup match, not worth such a desperate fight. Ronaldo, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately obeyed the coach's arrangement. It seemed that Middlesbrough was somewhat of a jinx for him. The score of 1-0 held until the 60th minute of the Seeing this, Van Gaal decided it was time to train some younger players. He substituted in Fabregas and Mario Gomez, intending to give them some first-team experience through this match. Originally, he had also planned to give Messi some time, but the unexpected situation with Ronaldo forced him to delay. Unfortunately, just 10 minutes after the young players took the field, Middlesbrough equalized with a counterattack. The score remained at 1-1 until the final whistle. Thus, both sides began a penalty shootout. Ultimately, substitute Wright Phillips missed his penalty as the fourth shooter, and Manchester City was defeated with a total score of 5-6, exiting the League Cup at the quarterfinals. Young Luo, feeling dejected, turned off the television, thinking that Middlesbrough had a bit of a Manchester City killer vibe. Meanwhile, Ronaldo, with a swollen right eye resembling a small mountain, angrily kicked over a water bottle. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. However, by the next morning, young Luo had already set aside the frustration of this loss. Today, he was going to pick up Fiona and bring her back to Manchester. She would be starting her Christmas vacation after class this morning, so young Luo was going to pick her up for some fun. More importantly, December 20th, 2003, was the day they had decided to move. In fact, the furniture had already been moved in. This time the move was just for cooking and making the bed to settle. After 3 months of airing out, the villa was now quite livable, so they wanted to move in before Christmas. To maintain the surprise, Fiona chose to stay at a hotel that night. Of course, she booked a room right next. On the morning of the 20th, before 7 o'clock, Fiona excitedly knocked on Yang Luo's door. "Wake up. It's time." Yang Luo helplessly opened the door. "Sister, what time is it?" Fiona looked at him as if it were obvious. "Today is a big day, as shouldn't you be excited?" Yang Luo stared at her. "Should I be excited?" Fiona glared at him and gave him a good tug. "Hurry up and pack. We need to set off." Instantly alert, Yang Luo could only follow her lead, starting to load his luggage into the car. Soon the two of them finished packing and headed straight to their new home. When they opened the door to their new home, Fiona's eyes immediately lit up. "Wow, this is amazing." She hurriedly wandered around, continuously expressing her satisfaction with exclamations. But moments later she frowned. "It's a bit messy here. We need to rearrange things. That spot is also a bit off. And over there." Yang Luo looked at her speechlessly, truly at a loss for. Thus they busied themselves for more than 2 hours before Fiona was generally satisfied. Yang Luo checked the time. "It's almost 10. Oh, we need to prepare lunch." Fiona immediately jumped up. Right. We invited friends over. We need to hurry with lunch. You go buy some ingredients at the supermarket while I prepare some Chinese food for them. Also get some fried chicken and red wine on your way. Yang Luo nodded. "Got it," he said as he walked out the door. When he returned with the ingredients, Fiona had already started bustling in the kitchen. Yang Luo could only help her out a bit, but their teamwork was fairly harmonious. After 11 o'clock, the guests Yang Luo invited began to arrive one after another. They included Bernstein Sanderson and several executives from the club. Originally, he had wanted to invite Sun Jihai, but he had training today, so he did not call him. It was their first time seeing Fiona, and they looked at Yang Luo with rather ambiguous expressions. Yang Luo raised an eyebrow. "This is my sister." Fiona graciously greeted them. "Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Luo's sister. My name is Fiona." However, their words didn't convince them. Bernstein stepped forward. "Boss, my son is 28 this year, a graduate from a prestigious school, and still unmarried. Could you introduce your sister to my son?" Yang Luo shot him a glance. "I think I could introduce you to other clubs tomorrow." The crowd burst into laughter, and the villa was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In the next match, Manchester City faced Leeds United, who were deep in the relegation zone, and won decisively with a score of 3-0. This youth guard team has only achieved 4 victories in nearly half of the matches this season, and relegation is highly probable. In fact, after the end of this season, Leeds United was officially relegated, causing the team to disappear from the top league for nearly 20 years. Yang Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Both he and La Coruña left a deep impression on him in the past, but unfortunately, they have both fallen now. After finishing this match, Fiona returned to the United States to spend Christmas with the Lehman family. Although she disliked it, there was nothing she could do. After all, her last name is still Lehman. The schedule for Manchester City is quite tight, as they are set to challenge Birmingham away on December 26th. This scheduling leaves the players unable to enjoy a peaceful Christmas. Due to the home match against Liverpool just 3 days later, Van Gaal made extensive rotations in the lineup. The cost of the rotated squad was that Manchester City did not perform well in this away match, ultimately drawing 1-1 with Birmingham. It was a pity, as they dominated the game in terms of possession and shots, but luck was slightly lacking. However, Manchester City could not afford to criticize themselves too much, as the next match was another 6-point. Yang Luo remembered that Liverpool secured the Champions League spot this season, as they were one of the protagonists of the Istanbul night next season. Thus, Liverpool was one of Manchester City's main competitors for the Champions League spot. In this match, Robin was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards, allowing Kaká to appear in the starting lineup. Indeed, this old lad is quite the card collector. His occasional lack of composure on the field often earns him yellow cards. As for Liverpool's starting lineup, it consisted of goalkeeper Dudek, defenders Finn and Carragher, Hypatia Reese, midfielders Murphy, Gerrard, Hammond, Kuehl, and forwards Owen and Heskey. At a glance, it was a full array of youthful memories. The noodle dance deity Dudek, the own goal master Carragher, the super cannonball Reese, the midfield maestro Gerrard, the youthful speedster Owen, and Heskey, who is often compared to Messi. This Liverpool team lacks top players apart from Gerrard and Owen, which has led them to linger in mid-table positions in the league. Currently, their coach Houllier is suffering from heart disease, resulting in unstable performance. However, the entire squad is known for their tenacious spirit, making them a tough opponent for anyone. Yang Luo arrived early at the match venue, watching the game alongside the fans. He has developed a habit of never missing a home league match. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Regarding the 442 formation teams, Van Gaal has gained considerable insights, leveraging Ronaldinho and others to exploit the gaps between the opponent's lines, making it very difficult for them. Indeed, in the first 20 minutes of the match, Manchester City maintained a firm advantage. After months of coordination, they have developed a high level of understanding with one another, and the young players have significantly improved in strength, so there was no need to worry about their offensive capabilities. In the 23rd minute, Manchester City finally seized the opportunity. Ronaldinho cut inside from the left, drawing Carragher's defensive support, and then directly delivered a diagonal pass to Eto'o in the penalty area. The African cheetah feigned a shot against Hypatia, then deftly pulled the ball back, completely faking out Hypatia. At this moment, only Dudek was left in front of him. With a swift right foot, he connected with the shot, and Dudek could hardly react in time as the ball zipped past the grass and into the net. 1-0. Manchester City took the lead at home. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers as this goal opened the door to victory for them. After scoring, Manchester City played with even more composure. With both Ronaldinho and Kaká, two distinctly sharp dribblers, Liverpool's midfield and defense were severely suppressed. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Manchester City's midfield featured one strong and robust player alongside another lean and powerful one, making it very difficult for Liverpool to transition the ball to the front. In the 31st minute, Manchester City had another opportunity. Awakens intercepted Hammond's pass and directly passed it to Kaká. Kaká received the ball and executed a swift change of direction, easily shaking off Gerrard's entanglement with just two big strides. Although Gerrard is a versatile player, his speed cannot compare to Kaká's. Once the Brazilian, who stands over 185 meters tall, gets moving with those long legs, it creates a visual sensation akin to a galloping steed. With that dribbling posture and speed coupled with his looks, it's no surprise that he attracts the attention of female fans. Even Yang Luo in the stands felt that this visual impact was worth an additional £10,000 in salary. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Kaká had surged into the 30-meter zone. Eto'o and Cristiano Ronaldo cleverly used their movements to draw other defenders away, leaving only Hypatia in front of Kaká. Hypatia couldn't help but swallow hard. A seasoned warrior like him was unsure how to tackle this relentless Brazilian youth charging at him, so he could only wait for Kaká's next move. Suddenly, Kaká made a move to dribble to the right, causing the Finnish defender to focus and instinctively step left. However, Kaká then accelerated and changed direction, bursting through to the right. Hypatia's heart raced as he quickly moved to the right. But Kaká was just too fast. To his surprise, he could accelerate even more after such a rapid move. Hypatia desperately reached out, but he couldn't grab Kaká's jersey. Instead, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Kaká swooshed past him like the wind and took a step into the penalty area. Facing the advancing Dudek, he unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skimmed along the grass and flew towards the far corner of the goal. Dudek dove quickly but couldn't reach the ball. It crashed into the net, sending up a splash. 2-0. In the studio, Lineker exclaimed, "What a beautiful goal this is." Alan Hansen added, "Moreover, this goal looks very familiar." They exchanged glances, recalling a particular scene. That was 5 years ago at the World Cup, when an 18-year-old English lad burst onto the scene. He received a long pass from Beckham, evaded Ayala's defense, and scored his signature goal. Yes, that young lad was Michael Owen on the other side of the field. Owen watched the celebrating Brazilian with a gaze full of memories of himself at 18. Yang Luo in the stands couldn't help but stand up, applauding for this brilliant goal. For Kaká in the future, this is definitely basic operation. But this goal now marks the beginning of his glorious career. Lineker sighed. Indeed, this Brazilian youth has scored a goal reminiscent of Michael Owen. The same dribbling route, the same defender being faked out. However, the Brazilian youth chose a more tricky angle for his shot, indicating that this goal came more naturally to him. Owen's goal was on a higher stage. Both sides have their merits, Alan Hansen added. As an Englishman, he naturally had to speak well of his own players. Amidst the cheers, only Hypatia was left in tears. Why is it always me who gets injured? On the sidelines, Hollier sighed, feeling a bit breathless. He rubbed his chest and slowly walked back. Then he sat on the bench, his mind racing, contemplating the next strategy. The only option left is to rely on two forwards to counterattack. He stepped forward again, conveying his tactical intentions to the players. These two forwards were a typical combination of height and speed. Heskey, the original brute force striker, had decent skills aside from not scoring, providing Owen with some space. Behind them, Gerrard's long passes were exceptional. Hopefully, he could orchestrate a lifeline for Liverpool. Indeed, after receiving Hollier's tactical intent, Liverpool's formation began to retreat. Van Gaal knew his opponent's plan, but his character did not allow him to retreat. As well, he chose to continue attacking. As long as they score one more goal, no matter how you counter, it won't matter. In the following minutes, Manchester City maintained control of the ball, while Liverpool appeared somewhat flustered. But Hollier was not anxious. He believed this young team would make mistakes. Sure enough, in the 43rd minute, Ronaldinho made a passing error. After Hammond intercepted the ball, he quickly passed it to Gerrard. Without hesitation, Gerrard launched a long pass to the front. Heskey and Distin were entangled, two towering figures refusing to yield, but Heskey managed to glance. Owen immediately sprang into action to chase the second ball, while his marker Uwe Falris quickly stuck close to him. Yes, for this match, to defend Owen, the starting center-back was Uwe Falris. Van Gaal's instruction for him was to stick closely to Owen with Sun Ji-hai, providing timely support, using a two-man blockade to neutralize his threat. This was also Van Gaal's confidence in maintaining pressure on the attack. Indeed, after Uwe Falris clung to Owen, Sun Ji-hai quickly moved up, effectively blocking Owen. Seeing no way to break through, Owen had to find a gap and made a diagonal pass to his forward partner Heskey. Heskey held off Distin's interference, nudged the ball, and decisively took a shot. Van der Sar didn't even move. The ball soared over the goal line. Young Luo raised an eyebrow. Dribbling like Messi, shooting like Heskey. Indeed, he was the man who could rival Messi, truly living up to his reputation. At the moment of shooting, he felt utterly unfazed. Linker-side Heskey's shot doesn't do justice to all the efforts of his teammates before him. Hollier rubbed his chest. Damn it, it feels like I've been shot in the chest. The first half ended with the score still at 2-0 Manchester City. In the second half, the situation remained largely unchanged, while Van Gaal's strategy was still clear: let the two forwards face off against Owen, allowing Heskey to shoot. In the 53rd minute, the same plot unfolded again. Owen passed the ball under pressure and Heskey faced Distin unknown. This time Heskey opted for a more delicate dribbling move. He took small steps looking for Distin's weakness. But Distin did not fall for his feint, focusing solely on the ball. Heskey had no choice but to feint to the right, quickly pull back, and then dart to the left, creating a shooting angle. But then came the awkward part. This was a chance for a left-footed shot. However, he was right-footed. With his right foot already lacking finesse, his left foot. But the situation was pressing, so he had to take a shot before Distin could block him. Not shooting meant no opportunity, and shooting might just work. Suddenly, a look of surprise blossomed on his face. The ball's trajectory was quite straight. In that split second, he felt it. The ball was indeed heading straight for the goal's dead angle. But Van der Sar was already prepared, diving out at an angle, palm outstretched to deflect the ball. Heskey's excited expression froze on his face. I finally hit a quality shot, and you just had to save it. Van der Sar got up, his expression seeming to say, if you score, where would I place my face? Hollier sighed in disappointment. Rare for Heskey to strike such a quality shot. How could it not go in? In the following matches, Liverpool never got another opportunity as good as that. After all, that shot from Heskey was definitely an exceptional performance. If he were to try again, he probably couldn't produce such a stunning shot. In fact, brute force striker Heskey's form this season had seriously declined. Had it not been for another forward, Barrows, being injured, he would have been substituted long ago. Hollier glanced at his bench and could only bring on Diouf to play right midfielder. This Senegalese forward gained fame after a World Cup match and was signed by Liverpool, but his performance there was truly disappointing. At this moment, Hollier had no other options but to take a gamble. However, after Diouf came on, well, it was basically like playing with 10 men. Hollier felt he needed a quick remedy for his heart. As time passed, Van Gaal also began to make some personnel adjustments. With the Christmas schedule being quite packed, he had to rotate his key players. Thus, he successively substituted Ronaldinho, Makelele, and Cristiano Ronaldo, allowing the substitutes to stretch their legs. Even so, the score remained unchanged, and in the end, Manchester City claimed a 2-0 victory over Liverpool with goals from Edu and Kaka. This was a crucial victory on the road to the top four. After the conclusion of this round of Premier League matches, the winter transfer window has also arrived as expected. The winter transfer window is a process for all teams to identify and address gaps, and teams with aspirations for the second half of the season will naturally seize this opportunity. The current Premier League standings are as follows. Arsenal is ranked first with an unbeaten record of 13 wins and 6 draws, accumulating 45 points. Manchester United is in second place with 14 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, totaling 44 points. Chelsea ranks third with 12 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses, earning 39 points. Manchester City is in fourth place with 10 wins, 6 draws, and 3 losses, totaling 36 points. Fulham ranks fifth with 8 wins, 4 draws, and 7 losses, accumulating 28 points. Liverpool is in sixth place with 7 wins, 5 draws, and 7 losses, totaling 26 points. Southampton also ranks 7th with the same record of 7 wins, 5 draws, and 7 losses. Newcastle is in 8th place with 5 wins, 9 draws, and 5 losses, totaling 24 points. These are probably the teams most likely to secure European competition spots this season. Currently, Manchester City leads the 5th place team by 8 points and Liverpool by 10 points, which provides a significant advantage in the race for the top 4. Yang Luo is quite satisfied with this record. Logically, there shouldn't be a need for further reinforcement. However, his restless heart still has some desire to stir things up a bit. This is because he has come into a large sum of money. After liquidating his stocks in NetEase in mid-October, his stock account's assets have turned into $1,100 million. Besides purchasing $200 million worth of Apple stocks, he gradually converted the remaining $900 million into pounds. What else could such a large sum of money do in the bank? It seems it can only be spent. As for saving for retirement, that's a joke. In 2004, the two tech giants Google and Tencent both held substantial shares. Although they have been significantly diluted after several rounds of financing, what scale are they at? In a few years, I would be the stable world's richest person, okay? Moreover, the Apple stocks I purchase now will bring me returns of dozens or even hundreds of times over the next few years or even decades. Therefore, money today is just a number to me. Thus, he began planning to buy more players. However, when he mentioned this to Sandetti and Bernstein, both of them started shaking their heads. Sandetti said with a long face, "We only have £30 million left in our account. Isn't it better to keep it as reserve funds?" Bernstein, from a competitive perspective, added, "Our team is currently on the right track, and there's no need to hastily buy new players as it might create unrest among the current players." Yang Luo was taken aback and had no choice but to dismiss the idea of making a big purchase. Although Manchester City does not seem eager to buy anyone, their city rivals Manchester United are busy preparing for significant signings. The vacancy left by Beckham is quite troublesome, so the red-nosed old man needs to buy a replacement. Additionally, their defensive backbone Rio Ferdinand has been suspended for 8 months starting from December 20, 2003, due to a drug test issue. This means Ferdinand is out for the season, which is a significant blow to Manchester United's defense. Thus, they need to buy a right winger and a center back. But this is not a secret. With nothing else to do, Yang Luo had a bold idea. In a few years, Manchester United would be famously known as the price-raising club. Since Manchester United has clearly indicated they want to buy players, shouldn't we, their city brothers, also raise the price a bit? So Yang Luo called Bernstein. "Old Bern, shall we have some fun with this?" Bernstein looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Luo grinned. "You should know that our city rivals are eagerly looking to buy." Bernstein nodded. "I know they want to buy a right winger and a center back." Yang Luo smiled mischievously. "Are we just going to watch this happen?" Bernstein immediately thought of something and said seriously, "Comrade Yang, I need to criticize you. Manchester United is our brother team. Isn't it our duty to help raise their prices?" This big twist almost caught Yang Luo off guard. Looking at Bernstein's mischievous grin, Yang Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, this old man is as mischievous as Yang Luo. The next day, according to reports, Manchester United's vice-chairman David Gill appeared in Seville, Spain. He is a close friend of Ferguson, and his appearance likely represents Ferguson's intentions. Seville is most famous for its two teams, Sevilla and Real Betis. Currently, Real Betis has a famous genius, right-winger Joaquin Sanchez Rodriguez. He is a god in the hearts of countless football gamers, and the two wings of Joaquin and Vicente flying together inspire everyone's imagination. However, he never managed to join a major club in his entire career, which left many people feeling regret. But it cannot be denied that he is undoubtedly one of the most talented wingers in Europe today, so it is only logical that Ferguson is interested in him. Realizing his target, Yang Luo exchanged glances with Bernstein and immediately contacted Real Betis to express their interest in Joaquin. Indeed, Real Betis confirmed that they have received a formal offer. However, they were unwilling to disclose the specific details of the offer. Even if they do not say, Bernstein knows that it must be Manchester United's offer, but the specific amount still needed. So Bernstein exchanged glances with Yang Luo and quoted on the phone, "Mr. Director, our offer for Joaquin is £10 million. He intended to use this moderate offer to gauge the other party. Joaquin's market value should be slightly higher than this number, and Real Betis would not agree to this offer." Sure enough, the other side shook their head regretfully. "Mr. Bernstein, this offer is difficult to meet our requirements. It hasn't even reached the offer from another buyer." Bernstein's mind was clear. Manchester United's offer should be higher than this. After thinking for a moment, he directly stated, Mr. Director, our offer will be increased to £13 million. The other side hesitated for a moment and said our psychological expectation for Joaquin is £20 million. This asking price is indeed a bit high, far exceeding Joaquin's market value. However, considering that it is mid-season, there is generally some premium when buying players, so this price cannot be said to be outrageous. Moreover, there is clearly room for negotiation. But Bernstein smiled. Then may I ask if you have responded to the other offer as well? The other side replied, our response is the same. Bernstein's mind was clear. Manchester United's offer was most likely around £13 million. Now it was his turn to raise the price. Thus he decisively quoted, we offer £15 million. This price is rather clever. Real Betis will most likely reject it, yet it will inevitably raise their psychological expectations. Sure enough, the other side hesitated briefly. Mr. Bernstein, we appreciate your sincerity, but Joaquin is of immense importance to us as well. Very well, they continued. We are willing to reduce our asking price to £18 million. That is our absolute bottom line. Bernstein suppressed a quiet chuckle and feigned deep contemplation. £18 million. I must consult with my chairman first. The other party did not press for an immediate reply, but simply said, we look forward to your response. After all, they held two competing offers. There was no need for them to rush. Bernstein hung up the call thoroughly satisfied and turned to Yang Luo with a wry smile. It's done. Indeed, if they withheld any formal counteroffer, Manchester United, eager to secure Joaquin swiftly, would be forced to pay a far steeper price. The two sly conspirators exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging just how delightfully devious they truly were. Should that red-nosed old man ever learn of their behind-the-scenes machinations, he might well storm straight into Manchester City's headquarters. While these two schemed away, Manchester City entered their first FA Cup match of the season, fielding a rotated squad, and comfortably defeated Leicester City 20 at home, advancing smoothly to the next round. Notably, Cesc Fabregas, who came on as a substitute, scored in the 85th minute, marking his maiden goal for Manchester City. The 16-year-old had already begun revealing flashes of exceptional talent, and next season would undoubtedly bring him significantly more playing time. Yet shortly after this match, negotiations between Real Betis and Manchester United collapsed entirely. Bernstein and Yang Luo were genuinely surprised. After all, young world-class wingers were exceedingly rare on the market, and given Sir Alex Ferguson's legendary hunger for elite talent, he surely shouldn't have balked over a mere few £1 million. Curiosity got the better of him, so Yang Luo instructed Bernstein to call Real Betis directly, only to receive an answer that left them both bemused and faintly amused. It turned out the Spaniard was suffering from acute homesickness. He refused to leave Spain for chilly, rain-soaked. Moreover, Real Betis had never been particularly eager to sell Joaquin in the first place, so they seized the opportunity to retain their prized asset. It was then that Yang Luo recalled an old report. Jose Mourinho, during his first tenure at Chelsea, had shown keen interest in Joaquin and had even considered signing him for his squad. Yet Joaquin ultimately chose to remain at Real Betis, most likely for the very same reason, homesick. No one could say whether Joaquin's refusal was wise or misguided, but he had unquestionably squandered his first chance to step onto the grandest stage of English football. Yang Luo and Bernstein exchanged another glance, both thinking the same thing. Truly, one mustn't meddle in mischief. All that scheming yielded nothing. Meanwhile, having failed to acquire Joaquin, Manchester United swiftly redirected their attention toward another prodigious winger, Ricardo Quaresma. Once hailed alongside Cristiano Ronaldo as one of Portugal's sports twin luminaries, and famed for his mastery of the outside off the foot, the king of the outside was enduring a miserable spell at FC Barcelona. After joining Barca last summer, his on-field performances had been abysmal. In over a dozen appearances, he managed only a single goal, provoking widespread discontent among fans and club officials alike. And privately, he was profoundly unhappy in Catalonia. At precisely that moment, Manchester United extended a timely offer, £4 million, a figure matching what Barcelona had originally paid for him, making the Catalans more than willing to part ways. Agreement was swiftly reached. Upon hearing the news, Bernstein sighed with mild regret. Pity we didn't inflate the price. We let United walk away with a bargain. Quaresma. Yang Luo's expression turned wry. Let's not inflate that one. What if he ends up a total liability? This fellow's track record at elite clubs wasn't merely unremarkable, it was outright disastrous. Worse still, even after extensive retraining, he remained irredeemably underwhelming. Whether even the legendary Sir Alex could salvage his career remained deeply uncertain. Manchester United's transfer campaign showed no signs of slowing. Immediately after securing Quaresma, they shifted focus to central defense, setting their sights on Roberto Ayala. With Manchester United trailing Arsenal by just a single point in the league table, Sir Alex resolved to push hard in the second half of the season, perhaps transforming a modest campaign into something truly extraordinary. Accordingly, he acquired the 30-year-old Argentine center-back for $12 million. These two acquisitions significantly strengthened Manchester United's weakest links, prompting numerous analysts to declare them Arsenal's foremost rivals for the remainder of the season. Yang Luo made no attempt to manipulate this deal. A short-statured, aging central defender held little appeal. This was in fact the cardinal principle guiding his interference: never inflate the price of players prone to catastrophic failure. And just as Manchester United completed these two signings, the Premier League entered its 20th round. Manchester City hosted Charlton Athletic at home. With the gulf in quality now unmistakable, City secured a comfortable 20 victory without expending undue effort. Throughout the match, City dominated both in terms of possession and chance creation. The 20 scoreline barely hinted at the sheer disparity on the pitch. In two matches kicking off almost simultaneously, Manchester United and Arsenal experienced starkly contrasting fortunes. Arsenal conceded a late equalizer away to Everton, drawing 11. Meanwhile, Manchester United triumphed 21 on the road against Bolton Wanderers, propelling them to the top of the league table. Instantly, English football erupted in excitement. Many had assumed Manchester United's performance would plummet following David Beckham's departure, but instead they held firm against Arsenal in the first half of the season, then seized the summit in their very first match of the second half. David Jones, a devoted United supporter, wrote in The Guardian, "This season was meant to be one of consolidation, but evidently our rivals simply couldn't rise to the occasion." With new signings seamlessly integrated, Manchester United grows ever stronger. Those who missed their chance may never get another. Gary Lineker, in his own column, observed the Christmas fixture schedule is notoriously grueling. Many teams buckle under its pressure, rendering their entire season's efforts futile. Though Arsenal remains unbeaten, they now trail Manchester United in the title race. Ferdinand's suspension threatened to cripple United, but their shrewd recruitment has neutralized that vulnerability. Manchester United remains very much in contention for back-to-back titles. Even major betting agencies adjusted their odds, placing Manchester United firmly at the top. Bernstein murmured in admiration, "Sir Alex Ferguson remains as formidable as ever." Yang Luo merely smiled, "Don't rush to conclusions. The season is still long." Indeed, 3 days later, in the 21st round of the Premier League, Arsenal emerged victorious, while Manchester United was held to a draw, leading to yet another change at the top of the standings. The media, which had been so vocal just days prior, fell silent once again. Yang Luo couldn't help but smile. Arsenal's strength this year was clearly superior, making their championship victory inevitable. Meanwhile, Manchester City maintained their good form, defeating Portsmouth 21 away, continuing their quest for a top-4 finish. The critics of Manchester City had gradually disappeared. Even David Jones, who usually wrote about them, dared not discuss the topic anymore. Yang Luo felt a bit bored now. He shifted his focus to the youth academy and approached Van Gaal to consult him about the development of the academy. Yang Luo's goal for Manchester City was not just to be a wealthy club, but to transform it into the world's most outstanding, sustainably developing powerhouse. This top-notch youth development expert had previously worked with Ajax and Barcelona, giving him unique insights and experiences regarding the establishment of a youth academy. With the team's training and youth facilities upgraded, the Dutch coach had no doubt about the owner's intentions to improve the youth academy. Thus, he generously shared his connections and experience. "Mr. Young, I believe there are still some differences between these two youth academies. This is because Ajax focuses more on stimulating players' inherent qualities, while Barcelona's academy leans towards a systematic training based on an attacking philosophy. Of course, the philosophies of both clubs are almost intertwined, stemming from Mr. Cruyff's profound influence on their youth programs." Yang Luo remembered that this Dutch master seemed to have had a poor relationship with Cruyff, yet he graciously acknowledged Cruyff's contributions in front of Yang Luo, indicating that Van Gaal was at least quite magnanimous. The purpose of Yang Luo's conversation was to seek his advice, so he asked Mr. Van Gaal, "If I want to develop Manchester City's youth academy into a top academy like Ajax or Barcelona, what should I do?" Van Gaal pondered for a moment and suggested, "I recommend establishing a data analysis team first to conduct a comprehensive analysis and record of player development and performance to guide their growth." Yang Luo was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a forward-thinking idea from him. However, examples of teams being built into competitive squads through data analysis teams had already emerged in the Premier League 20 years later. That team was Brighton. This team's data analysis team was incredibly capable, continually discovering and developing exceptional players while maintaining the team's competitiveness and consistently selling high-priced players to other clubs. With such examples in mind, Yang Luo was naturally supportive of Van Gaal's idea. Moreover, Fiona's current research direction at school was focused on football data analysis, making her the perfect candidate for the task. Yang Luo also encouraged Van Gaal to leverage his connections to bring back some talents from Ajax, to which the old coach readily agreed. His level of networking was too valuable to waste. The next day, young Luo drove with Bernstein to the University of Central Lancashire. He intended for Phil Johnson to lead the data analysis for the Youth Academy, which would also provide practical activities for his students. He brought along his friend Bernstein to act as a negotiator. The two old men immediately began joking and laughing upon seeing each other, clearly having a good relationship. However, when he heard that Phil Johnson would take on the role of data analysis team supervisor, he immediately shook his head. At my age, running around like that would truly be the death of me. David, you know I switched to being a professor because I found my previous work too exhausting. Bernstein nodded in understanding. That's true. But since we're here, you should at least contribute something, right? Phil Johnson shot him a glare. You're still the same as when you were young, not saying a word unless you get something out of me. Last time we went out for drinks, you took the girl I had my eye on. We still need to settle that score. Bernstein quickly covered his mouth, looking awkwardly at young Luo. Young Luo chuckled inwardly. These two old men even went out for drinks. Bernstein, noticing his teasing expression, hurriedly explained, we were just talking business. Phil Johnson pried his hand away. What's wrong with that? Having a drink, chatting, discussing life, isn't that enjoyable? Young Luo raised an eyebrow, thinking they could talk, yet they didn't bring him along to witness it. However, they quickly returned to the main topic. Phil Johnson scratched his head. Currently, I have a very talented student who is writing his doctoral thesis. He could be responsible for the data analysis of Manchester City players. However, young Luo asked eagerly, what is it? Phil Johnson frowned. He's a bit too introverted, and it might be difficult for him to take on the leadership of a team. Young Luo's eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent he was looking for? Capable and not power-hungry, just the perfect socialist cog. If his sister Fiona takes over the data analysis team, he will be her direct subordinate. Absolutely perfect. So he waved his hand. That's fine as long as he is capable enough. Being less communicative is not an issue. Phil Johnson nodded and stepped out shortly, returning with Fiona and a skinny white guy. Fiona winked at young Luo with a big smile. Seeing this, Bernstein wore a mischievous grin as he looked at Phil Johnson. Introduced, this is one of my most esteemed students, Kevin Sanders. Young Luo nodded at him. Hello. Kevin Sanders appeared somewhat awkward, merely nodding. Fiona quickly chimed in, senior brother, you should sit over there. Kevin Sanders cautiously walked over and sat across from young Luo. Fiona happily sat down next to young Phil Johnson. Intended for Kevin Sanders to introduce himself, but unfortunately, he was too introverted and stumbled over his words as soon as he opened his mouth. Regrettably, they could only let Fiona convey his message. Fiona exclaimed, senior brother Kevin designed a mathematical analysis model that can break down player performances in great detail. Moreover, he adjusts parameters based on the players' ages and developmental states to meet the analytical requirements of different age groups. Phil Johnson added, this is also the content of his thesis. Fiona tugged at young Luo's arm. If you want to establish a data analysis team for the club, my senior brother Kevin would undoubtedly be the top choice. Young Luo naturally believed her words unconditionally, so he turned to look at the somewhat bewildered Kevin Sanders. His expression reminded young Luo of a remarkable figure from the future, Wei Shin, from Peking University. It seemed they belonged to the same kind of people. However, once such individuals entered a domain, they excelled, and they would certainly be different from now. Young Luo spoke. Mr. Sanders, could you introduce your model? Kevin Sanders paused for a moment, glanced at his mentor, and finally replied, all right. He then stood up and wrote a complex formula on the small blackboard in Phil Johnson's office, beginning to introduce. He was indeed not suited for explanations, as he merely recited what was in his mind, glossing over parts that required careful thought. In less than 5 minutes, he finished introducing his model. Young Luo and Bernstein exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. Both of them were industry professionals. Although they did not fully understand some details, they could discern the model's value. With some practical opportunities, he might truly come up with something astounding. Therefore, young Luo said, Mr. Sanders, would you be willing to work with us at Manchester? Kevin Sanders hesitated for a moment, but still replied, my thesis isn't complete yet. Young Luo raised an eyebrow. Your thesis probably needs some data, right? You can join our youth team and gather some data to improve your thesis. Kevin Sanders' eyes lit up. Thank you so much. I am willing to work at Manchester. He truly seemed to be an innocent person, not even mentioning salary. Of course, young Luo would not shortchange him, as he was somewhat of a valuable connection. It wouldn't be good to let him down, especially in front of Bernstein and Fiona. Since Kevin Sanders had not yet officially graduated, he was offered a part-time contract with a weekly salary of £1,500. If his model proved effective, his value would rise exponentially. Meanwhile, Van Gaal had also recruited a youth coach and a seasoned data analyst through his connections at Ajax, further strengthening their youth training team. While they were busy with these matters, another round of the Premier League was taking place. Manchester City was hosting Blackburn in this match. As one of the only 3 champions in the Premier League's history, Blackburn was having a miserable season. They currently sat in 16th place, just 1 step away from the relegation zone. Originally, there should have been no suspense in this match, but Disting was sent off with a red card for a tactical foul in the 16th minute, and Manchester City immediately found themselves in a 10 versus 11 situation. Reluctantly, Van Gaal substituted Chiellini for E2 to shore up the defensive line. The frustrated Leopard kicked over a water bottle on the sidelines as he left the field, causing Van Gaal, who was ready to console him, to change his expression immediately. Yang Luo in the stands subtly frowned. It seemed this temperamental player had not been in good spirits lately. If Van Gaal couldn't manage their relationship, well, it would be quite detrimental to the team. Back on the field, Blackburn took advantage of their numerical superiority and began to attack Manchester City's goal. However, their offensive efforts were ineffective, and in the final moments of the first half, Manchester City seized the opportunity for a counterattack, with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring with a delicate chip. This goal sent the fans into a frenzy, but E2 on the bench wore a gloomy expression. In the second half, Blackburn continued to dominate, knowing this was a rare opportunity to secure precious points, while Manchester City was in a weakened state. They fought desperately and ultimately equalized in the 78th minute with a goal from substitute forward Andy. Notably, the assist came from his old teammate at Manchester United, York, one of the famed Black-Win duo. The match ended 11-0, and Manchester City regrettably halted their 3-match winning streak. This was considered a moderate upset, costing many gamblers involved in betting. However, the biggest upset of this, in another Premier League match held later, Wolves stunned the powerful Manchester United with a 10 victory at home. This left everyone astonished. It should be noted that Wolves were currently at the bottom of the league and a strong contender for relegation, yet they managed to topple the reigning champions Manchester United. This was unimaginable for everyone. In the match, new signings Quaresma and Ayala made their starting debuts, but their performances, the two clearly did not adapt to the pace of the Premier League. Quaresma became an end to the attack on the flank, wasting numerous opportunities, while Ayala allowed an opponent to score the winning goal over him. Losing was not scary for Manchester United, but the fact that Arsenal had won was alarming. In just 2 rounds of matches, the gap between Manchester United and Arsenal had widened to 4 points. This caused the experts who had favored Manchester United just 2 rounds ago to be proven wrong. If the new signings continued to struggle to integrate into the pace of the game, Manchester United seemed to be in danger. Yang Luo was eager to see what David Jones would come up with, but unfortunately, there was no article from him in the newspaper the next day. It seemed this fellow had been so infuriated that he nearly suffered a breakdown. The thought of him possibly being in a fit of rage made Yang Luo unable to suppress his laughter. Just then, another piece of news broke. Manchester United seemed to be interested in a mysterious young player from Huaxia. Yang Luo chuckled, as he certainly knew who Manchester United wanted to sign. Dong Fangzhua. This young genius from Huaxia had transferred to Manchester United that winter. Unfortunately, his development did not meet expectations, and he could only end up retiring in obscurity. Of course, Manchester United might also be eyeing the vast market behind him in Huaxia. Yang Luo certainly would not participate in driving up his price. Sure enough, on January 21, 2004, Manchester United officially announced that they had signed a 19-year-old young player from Huaxia named Dong Fangzhua. After hearing this news, Yang Luo merely smiled knowingly. Another Huaxia player had made it overseas, and joining Manchester United gave him a higher starting point than other players. However, he never managed to showcase his talent. There were reasons related to injuries, but more importantly, he faced psychological and professional issues. One wonders if he can seize this opportunity this time. After finishing the match against Blackburn, E2 and Eshin set off for Africa to participate in the Africa Cup. Fortunately, Manchester City had no matches in the past 10 days, minimizing their impact. However, a question lingered in Yang Luo's mind: is the cheetah really suitable for this team? Throughout his career, he had clashed with his head coach multiple times, and if he continued to have disputes with the stubborn old fan, it would not end well. Of course, even if he were to be moved, it would not be during the winter transfer window, as that would have a significant impact on the team's preparations. 3 days after Dong Fangzhua joined Manchester United, Sun Jihai organized a gathering, bringing Yang Luo along for a reunion with fellow countrymen. Also present was Tizai, who currently played for Everton. Liverpool is not far from Manchester, only about 50 to 60 kilometers away, so it took him just over an hour to drive there. As rumored, Tizai was indeed very fond of blow-drying his hair, almost doing it every 10 minutes, which made Yang Luo, someone without obsessive tendencies, feel an urge to shave his head. Of course, 20 years later, he would probably also be shaved bald in some place. Yang Luo didn't have any good feelings towards such a person. No matter what, one should not walk down the path of crime. Thus, he didn't exchange many words with Tizai during the gathering. Instead, he reminded Dong Fangzhua to learn more English and communicate more with his teammates, as communication is crucial in a foreign land. If you don't even know what your teammates are saying on the field, how can you cooperate well? Unless you have the ability of Messi or Ronaldo, your teammates will have to adapt to you. However, at this moment Dong Fanjua still had a reckless attitude, not knowing whether he could take the advice to heart. Of course, young Luo didn't particularly want to save his career. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a dead ghost with kind words. If he couldn't take good advice, there was nothing he could do. During the gathering, Sun Jihai also told Dong Fanjua to come to him if he needed anything, assuring him that he would. At this moment, this group of national football players still carried a sense of camaraderie, and most players were quite loyal and had some spirit. This alone was far superior to the later generation. If only Chinese football could continue to rise at this juncture, how wonderful would that be? Unfortunately, there is no if. After dining with them, young Luo couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, but as an ordinary person who only knew the outcome, he had no way to change the entire national football system from top to bottom. Given that there was no need to make himself uncomfortable. 3 days later, Manchester City announced a piece of news. They had established a strategic partnership with Vicente Football Club in the Portuguese Super League. Of course, this was just the official statement. In reality, Vicente Football Club was essentially Manchester City's satellite club. Manchester City could send its young players to Vicente Football Club, thus achieving the dual effects of training players and obtaining work permits. Naturally, Manchester City also had to pay a cost of £500,000 each year for this. This news was not particularly eye-catching, but it was an important step for young Luo's upcoming plans. With such a team, those South American talents would have a springboard to more quickly acquire EU citizenship. After a calm transfer window on February 2, 2004, Manchester City faced another heavyweight match. They were to visit Highbury Stadium to challenge league leaders Arsenal. Currently, Arsenal was in high spirits, leading Manchester United by 4 points and naturally wanted to continue their winning streak. In their last encounter, Manchester City had been defeated at home by Arsenal, which ignited a flame of revenge in their hearts. Both teams' starting lineups were quite familiar. Arsenal maintained their classic 442 formation, while Manchester City adopted a 42-31 formation, with Eto'o and Essien replaced by Tony and Dackett respectively, and Arsenal's Kolo Touré replaced by veteran Keown. The national teams represented by Eto'o, Essien, and Kolo Touré were still in the Africa Cup draw, so they would not return for at least another week. Thus, Van Gaal promoted youth team player Mario Gomez to the first team for emergencies. After more than half a year of experience in the Premier League, Tony had made significant progress compared to before. He already showed signs of becoming a formidable player, lacking only consistent playing time. Van Gaal also wanted to take advantage of these matches to give him ample opportunities to grow quickly. As soon as the match began, Arsenal launched an assault on Manchester City's goal, leveraging their home advantage. In the 11th minute, Henry received the ball in the front court, using his body to fend off Deco's harassment before passing the ball to the streaking Pires. Pires began to cut in with his long legs while Sun Jihai interfered from the side, forcing him to continue moving towards the center. At this moment, Makelele had already returned to the position, preparing to assist Sun Jihai in defending and intercepting the ball from his national team teammate. However, Pires suddenly twisted his ankle and played a through ball towards the left flank. At this moment, Ashley Cole had already sprinted forward at high speed, with a huge gap opening up in front of him. He glanced towards the center, where Henry and the right winger Ljungberg were quickly moving into the penalty area, while Bergkamp roamed at the edge of the box. Since Henry was not particularly good at heading, Ashley Cole chose not to send a high ball into the box, but instead unexpectedly played a low ball to the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, Bergkamp was closely marked by Dackett and had no way to shoot directly. But a master is still a master. He managed to flick the ball just before Dackett could reach it, sending it soaring over the heads of the defenders into the penalty area. At this time, Henry was being double-teamed by Stam and Wiferusi, unable to make a play. Therefore, the pass was not directed to him, but to the right winger Ljungberg. The Swedish player smartly positioned himself for the shot, unleashing a powerful strike. The ball hit the sweet spot fast and flat, heading straight for the bottom left corner of the goal. However, Van der Sar reacted quickly, diving down to parry the ball away. Wenger shook his hands in regret on the sidelines. This save showcased Van der Sar's remarkable reflexes. He truly was a world-class goalkeeper. Although this attempt ended in failure, Arsenal's offense had nearly breached Manchester City's defenses. Van Gaal furrowed his brow. Arsenal's attack was very dynamic, with each member of the front four capable of drawing away two defenders, making it extremely difficult for Manchester City to organize their defense. If they relied solely on defense, conceding a goal was only a matter of time. So he waved his hand decisively, calling for a counterattack. They have their foreman group, and we have ours. Thus, in the ensuing match, both sides engaged in a fast-paced exchange of attacks. Indeed, Arsenal had vulnerabilities in this match. Due to Kolo Touré's call-up, their starting lineup featured the soon-to 38-year-old old guard Keown. As the last member of the veteran defensive quintet, he had become a complete substitute this season. His athletic ability had significantly declined, which led Van Gaal to focus the attack on him. Almost all of Manchester City's attacks targeted this weakness, creating several promising opportunities. In the 31st minute, Stam cleared the ball out of the penalty area, and Decourt followed up with a kick, sending Ronaldinho seized the ball ahead of the national team's veteran Gilberto Silva, taking a few steps before delivering the ball to Robin on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Robin used his speed to shake off right back Lauren, looked up at the situation in the box, and delivered a cross. Campbell was aware that there would certainly be issues with old Keown, so he chose to shrink back to Keown's side to help defend against Tony. But Tony smiled slightly. He had already seen a teammate rushing into the box out of the corner of his eye, so he chose not to head the ball directly at the goal, but flicked it to the side instead. At that moment, rushing in like the wind was Cristiano Ronaldo. He shrugged off Ashley Cole and struck the ball with his left foot. Although he was a right-footed player, his ability with his weaker foot was equally impressive. The ball was near the penalty spot, and he unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball soaring into the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Lehmann reacted quickly, but his fingertips only grazed the ball, unable to alter the outcome as it found the back of the net. 1-0. Manchester City takes the lead away from home, despite Arsenal having slightly more chances. It's City that strikes first. On the sidelines, Wenger was dissatisfied with his players' performance on the pitch, waving his arms to rally them to keep. Arsenal's strength was indeed formidable. They began to bombard Manchester City's goal. In the 41st minute, Henry dribbled past Stam, forcing the Dutch defender to bring him down. The referee hurried over and unhesitatingly issued a yellow card. Van Gaal on the sidelines frowned. This was quite detrimental to Manchester City's defense. During stoppage time in the first half, the substitute Wifalusi also fouled Ljungberg, receiving a yellow card. Van Gaal waved his hand in frustration. Although the opponent had yet to score, both of their center backs had already received yellow cards, greatly amplifying the defensive risks for Manchester City. Plus, with distance suspended, his options for adjustments were quite limited. Reluctantly, he had to substitute Chiellini for Stam at the start of the second half. Old Stam was very strong in direct defense, but facing a forward like Henry, who possessed exceptional athleticism and technical skill, proved to be quite challenging for him. Of course, nowadays, who wouldn't struggle against Henry? Van Gaal sighed inwardly, knowing that merely defending would not suffice, so his tactics remained focused on attacking the opponent. Thus, in the first 15 minutes of the second half, both teams maintained a rapid pace, with Makelele and Gilberto Silva each receiving yellow cards. In the 60th minute, Arsenal made a substitution. Reyes, who joined the team during the winter transfer window, came on to replace Bergkamp. This 21-year-old Spanish prodigy possessed excellent dribbling skills and could step in for Bergkamp after the latter grew weary. Although his technical abilities couldn't compare to Bergkamp's, his speed and athleticism provided Arsenal with another potent attacking option. Van Gaal pondered for a moment before making a substitution of his own. Robin off Kako on. You have a sharp arrow, and so do I. Let us inflict wounds upon each other. Wenger couldn't help but glance at Van Gaal, thinking that he was indeed bold. With both head coaches being aggressive, the only ones who benefited were the fans in attendance. The frequent spectacular moments captivated the spectators, but there was a significant downside: their stamina, especially for the older Arsenal players. Many were beginning to struggle. This caused Wenger to frown. He had hoped to equalize quickly through a full offensive effort, but unfortunately, they were unable to convert their chances, putting them in an increasingly unfavorable position. If there was no turnaround in the next 5 minutes, his team could very well be overwhelmed. The stamina of those young lads on the opposite side was truly impressive. Just as he was lamenting, Vieira received the ball and sent a through pass to Thierry Henry. After receiving the ball, Henry noticed that his reliable left-wing partner Pires had not followed up immediately, knowing that it must be an issue with his stamina. Thus, he realized he had to take on more responsibility for advancing the play. Reyes, who was beside him, smartly created space, allowing Henry to exploit it more effectively. At this moment, the only player in front of Henry was Wifalusi, who was already on a yellow card, along with Sun Jihai, who was rapidly closing in. Henry narrowed his eyes and suddenly accelerated. He aimed to break through their defense before the two could close the gap. Wifalusi, bearing a yellow card, dared not make any aggressive defensive moves. Henry was well aware of this and quickened his pace, using his strength and speed to force his way past Wifalusi. At this point, if Wifalusi merely pulled him back, he would undoubtedly be sent off. So he hesitated and chose to stick closely to him. Henry needed only 2 steps to enter the penalty area, and before Chiellini and Sun Jihai could come to cover, he shot for the far corner. This was his signature move. Even with Van der Sar's anticipation, he couldn't close off the shooting angle. The ball rolled into the net, grazing the goalpost. 1-1. The Emirates Stadium erupted with countless fans chanting the name of their king. Thierry, Thierry, Thierry. Henry was equally thrilled, running to the sidelines to perform his classic sliding celebration. Wenger on the sideline clenched his fists in excitement. This goal was crucial. If they didn't equalize soon, Arsenal could truly be overwhelmed. Meanwhile, young Luo sighed in front of the television, recognizing that this was pure individual brilliance with no way around it. In their last encounter, his last-minute goal had helped Arsenal secure victory, and now he had once again equalized at a critical moment. One cannot deny that having such a superstar around during crucial moments can be life-saving. After leveling the score, Wenger pondered for a moment and made a gesture of retreat. Although he is an attacking-minded coach, he clearly understood that his team no longer had the stamina to continue trading blows with the opponent. Therefore, ensuring a draw was not something difficult for them to accept. Consequently, the fans at Highbury noticed that their team began to gradually fall into a passive role. The Manchester City players still had good stamina, especially the newly substituted Kaká, who gained a lot of possession and made life difficult for his marker Vieira. His physical advantage made it hard for Vieira to keep up with him, resulting in Vieira receiving a yellow card. Although Manchester City held the advantage in the last 10 minutes, the score did not change again, and Manchester City managed to draw 11 against Arsenal away. The result of this match may not be particularly surprising, but the process of the game was enough to astonish many experts. Manchester City surprisingly dominated the offensive exchanges with Arsenal, even laying siege to them in the final minutes. When summarizing the match, Lineker couldn't help but say the potential of this Manchester City team is truly immense. There are not many teams that can compete on equal footing with Arsenal at Highbury. Their growth over this half-season has been frightening. Given time, they will undoubtedly be a championship-caliber team in the Premier League. Alan Hansen also agreed, saying both teams have players called up for the Africa Cup of Nations, and Manchester City seems to be the more affected side. Yet they played with even more aggression than Arsenal. They deserve respect. Yang Luo in front of the television calmed down and accepted this result. Although the result was somewhat regrettable, it was entirely acceptable. After all, this is an undefeated Arsenal in the season. Meanwhile, Manchester United finally secured a victory this round, narrowing the point gap to 2. In the following round of matches, Arsenal, Manchester United, Chelsea, and Manchester City all achieved victories, maintaining their lead in the Champions League group. The next match was a significant event for Manchester City. They were set to challenge Liverpool away. Although the point gap between Liverpool and Manchester City had widened to 13, such a match could not be taken lightly. Surprisingly, Van Gaal opted for rotation in this game. Yang Luo in front of the television couldn't help but squint, and after a moment he chuckled. This Dutchman has some ideas. Because 3 days after this match, it would be the FA Cup round of 16. The opponent was none other than Manchester United. It seems he wants to go all out against Manchester United. In this match, Manchester City fielded a lineup of Van der Sar, Wihalusi, Chiellini, Jensen, Makelele, Barton, Kaká, Ronaldo, Robben, and Teacher Tony. Eshin and Eto'o returned to the team 2 days prior, but their physical conditions were still not suitable for play. Liverpool, on the other hand, continued with a 442 formation. In the last encounter between the two teams, Manchester City had won 20 at home against Liverpool. Thus, Liverpool approached this match with a mindset of revenge, launching an offensive from the very beginning. However, Van Gaal's tactics were clear to let Kaká, Ronaldo, and Robben, who roamed between the lines, use their exceptional individual abilities to tear apart the opponent's defense. In the 15th minute, Kaká received the ball and used his speed to break through Hammond's defense, passing to the wing. Ronaldo surged forward using his pace to shake off Reece before crossing the ball. In the box, Teacher Tony leaped high, and under Hypaya's defense managed to head the ball towards goal. Dudek was helpless, and Manchester City led 10. In the 27th minute, Robben received the ball on the left, dribbled past Finnan, and continued his assault towards the penalty area. Carragher came to provide support, but Robben chose to make a reverse pass before he could pounce. The rushing Kaká feinted, and the speedy Barton arrived to take a shot, which Dudek barely managed to deflect, but Teacher Tony smartly followed up with a rebound, sending the ball into the net. 20. Manchester City led Liverpool 20 away. The 2-goal deficit prompted Liverpool to launch a frantic counterattack, but the effect was not very significant. As the first half concluded, the score remained 0-2, with Liverpool trailing at home. Liverpool's current lineup could be described as a mid-table configuration. Without Gerrard and Owen, they would resemble a lower-tier team. Thus, facing Liverpool meant cutting off support for Gerrard in the midfield and Owen up front. Manchester City's squad was capable of accomplishing this. Gerrard had a tough time against Makelele's marking, making it difficult for him to provide support up front. Houllier felt helpless as he had limited options and couldn't make any impactful plays. Therefore, after the second half began, Liverpool still couldn't create many opportunities. In the 60th minute, Manchester City replaced both Ronaldo and Robben with Wright Phillips and Ronaldinho. This made Liverpool's defense even more distressed. In the 73rd minute, Ronaldinho advanced the ball to the edge of the penalty area, and facing the approaching Carragher, he made a lateral move, feigning a pass to the speeding Wright Phillips, but suddenly twisted his ankle and slotted the ball diagonally into the box. Teacher Tony, understanding the situation, intercepted the ball ahead of Hypaya, feigned a shot, and then smoothly evaded Hypaia's defense. Then he connected with a shot using his right foot, and the ball found the net. 30. This goal was nearly identical to the one Ito scored against Hypaia in the previous match. With this goal, teacher Tony completed his first hat-trick with Manchester City. He was extremely excited after the goal, as this hat-trick was truly significant. His teammates all applauded and celebrated him, while only the substitute Ito remained sullen on the bench. The better teacher Tony performed the greater the threat he posed to Ito. As Liverpool fell behind by 3 goals, they began a fierce counterattack. Finally, in the 85th minute, Kewell scored a rebound goal in the box, but this had no impact on the overall result. In the end, Manchester City triumphed 3-1 over Liverpool away, securing a crucial victory in their quest for a Champions League spot. After this match, Manchester City led Liverpool by 16 points, effectively leaving this major contender for a top 4 finish in the dust. Yang Luo turned off the television and comfortably stretched. He suddenly thought of a question. It now seemed very difficult for Liverpool to enter the Champions League. This also meant that next year's Istanbul would not have that memorable scene. It turned out that the biggest winner of this match was not himself, but rather Milan brother. 3 days after their match against Liverpool, Manchester City went to Old Trafford to challenge their city rivals Manchester United. In the previous match, Van Gaal rotated many of his key players all for this encounter to compete once more with the Old Master. Even Yang Luo felt that Old Van was indeed bold. This round of the FA Cup is interesting as the top 4 teams of the Premier League are facing off against each other, with the Manchester duo meeting the London duo. In this match, the Old Master fielded his strongest lineup, employing the classic 442 formation, with new signings Quaresma and Ayala both making their debut in the starting 11. Manchester City also fielded all of their key players, notably the returning Ito from the Africa Cup of Nations remained on the bench. Before the match, Lineker, upon seeing the starting lineup, couldn't help but comment this was supposed to be just an FA Cup match, but unexpectedly both teams have put forth their strongest lineups. It seems both teams place great importance on this match. Alan Hansen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I think Mr. Ferguson is somewhat unwise. Choosing to go head-to-head with Manchester City in this tightly packed schedule could impact their league and champion. Lineker agreed. Indeed, Manchester United still harbors hopes of winning the title. They should make a trade-off. At that moment, both teams' coaches and players entered the field. Van Gaal and the Old Master shook hands, their eyes filled with significant meaning. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Both coaches excelled in wing attacks, and their competition naturally focused on the flanks. In the 6th minute, Scholes received the ball in the center. Seeing Makelele closing in, he glanced up and launched his long pass seemed almost magical as it flew directly to the left flank. Giggs understood instantly, revving up his legs and speeding towards the ball's landing spot. The ball's first bounce was just 2 meters in front of Giggs, but after bouncing it didn't surge forward. Instead, it noticeably slowed down, as if waiting for Giggs' arrival. A slight smile appeared on Giggs' face. This old chap's passing was exhilarating. He effortlessly controlled the ball, then, with a swift move, he faked out Sun Jihai and immediately made another move towards the byline. Sun Jihai was completely thrown off balance by Giggs' 2 quick moves and could only watch helplessly as Giggs sped away. Giggs glanced at the distribution of players in the penalty area and then directly sent in a cross. Inside the penalty area, Stam and Distin were entangled with Saha and Van Nistelrooy battling for position and desperately preventing each other from jumping. But Saha suddenly charged forward, taking Stam with him. Van Nistelrooy leaned back first, then leaped up. Distin was slightly delayed by Van Nistelrooy's collision, and when he jumped again, he realized Van Nistelrooy had already claimed the high ground. At that moment, Giggs' cross arrived perfectly, and Van Nistelrooy powerfully headed the ball, sending it crashing into the goal. Such a close-range header left Van der Sar with no chance to save. The ball predictably smashed into the net. 1-0. Manchester United took a dream start at home. The fans at Old Trafford erupted in cheers as if they could already see a great victory on the horizon. The trailing Manchester City quickly snapped to attention, intensifying their midfield pressure to prevent Scholes from making comfortable plays. As the central playmaker, if Scholes was restricted, Manchester United could only create threats through wing play. However, at this moment, Manchester United's problem became apparent. They were one-dimensional. Quaresma on the right was clearly on a different wavelength from the other players. His few breakthroughs had failed, allowing Manchester City to launch several counterattacks. In desperation, Manchester United's attack could only continue developing on the left flank. Yet with Sun Jihai's relentless tussle and Eshen's active support, their offensive efforts became less smooth. Meanwhile, Manchester City seized the opportunity to counter. In the 23rd minute, Sun Jihai intercepted Giggs' pass and directly delivered a through ball to Ronaldo. Upon receiving the ball, Ronaldo immediately accelerated while Phil Neville rushed in to intercept him. But Ronaldo had already spotted Ronaldinho coming to support, so he chose not to force his way through, but passed the ball to Ronaldinho, executing a 1-2 combination. Such a simple combination immediately shook off Phil Neville. Ronaldo began charging towards the byline. On the sidelines, Ferguson watched his swift figure with a hint of admiration. If only he were one of my players. But that thought only flickered through his mind, for Ronaldo had already reached the edge of the penalty area. He glanced at Tony in the box and directly launched a cross. At this moment, Ronaldo's technique had significantly improved, and the ball found Tony with great precision. The 1.85-meter-tall Wes Brown and the 1.77-meter-tall Ayala posed limited interference for Tony, who had ample time to leap and execute a powerful header. Goalkeeper Howard desperately reached out, but there was no way to stop the ball from entering the net. 1-1 Manchester City leveled the score. This goal was strikingly similar to Manchester United's earlier goal, both being simple low crosses followed by a powerful strike from a center forward. Van Gaal clapped in satisfaction. However, his goal wasn't merely to equalize, but to continue attacking for victory. He waved his hand to the players, urging them to keep attacking. In the 33rd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in midfield once more. Upon receiving the ball, Eschen chose to push forward. Ronaldinho immediately understood, starting to run towards the left side, creating space for Eschen. At this moment, Manchester City's front line had 5 attacking players, leaving Manchester United's defenders unsure of whom to mark. Eschen advanced all the way to the 30-meter area, prompting Wes Brown to step up in an attempt to stop him. However, the Ghanaian bull didn't linger on the ball. He directly passed it to Ronaldinho. At the arc's top, Ronaldinho received the ball and immediately executed a chip pass. Robin on the left flank sprinted in, sweeping across the penalty area before the defenders could react. At this moment, Tony was entangled with Ayala, seemingly unable to make a move in the penalty area. But he suddenly let the ball slip through his legs. And in the path of the ball, a sky blue figure emerged, Eschen. After passing, he charged directly into the penalty area. With no defenders around him, he gently pushed the ball with the arch of his foot, sending it straight towards the goal's corner. Howard hurriedly dove, but couldn't reach the ball. The ball crashed into the net. 2-1 Manchester City took the lead. This goal immediately silenced the home team's supporters. Eschen ran in front of the away fans, celebrating wildly. Van Gaal nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines, applauding their brilliant performance. Ferguson, on the other hand, had a grim expression, already calculating the harsh words he would unleash at halftime. The Manchester United players sensed the urgency, so after the restart they immediately quickened their pace, hoping to equalize before time ran out. In the 39th minute, Manchester United passed the ball to Giggs. Sun Jihai kept close to him, while Eschen also moved in this direction. The Welsh winger glanced around and noticed Scholes making a forward run. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Scholes and began to sprint forward. Even before Scholes received the ball, he had already envisioned the passing route. He sent a direct pass to Saha, who had dropped back to receive the ball, while he himself continued moving toward the penalty area. Saha held off distant behind him, then passed the ball to Quaresma on the right flank. Upon receiving the ball, Quaresma didn't dribble, but opted for an outside foot cross. This was his signature move. The ball, spinning fiercely, flew straight into the center of the penalty area, where Van Nistelrooy was already poised to strike. However, Stam was well prepared. He read the ball's trajectory, leaped high, and headed it away, just in front of the small penalty area king. Yet the ball was deflected by Van Nistelrooy, and the clearance wasn't far. At that moment, Scholes had already arrived at the edge of the box. He adjusted his stance and took a volley at the incoming ball. The shot was fast and fierce, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. Scholes struck the ball with great force, having scored countless times from such positions. As soon as he struck the ball, he felt it was going to be a great shot. Ferguson on the sidelines couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. But in front of Manchester City's goal stood Van der Sar. Van der Sar quickly moved 2 steps, then stretched out his body, just managing to touch the football with his fingertips. The moment he made contact, the ball's trajectory changed instantly, clipping the crossbar before flying out of play. Scholes regrettably held his head. Ferguson's look of expectation turned into disappointment in an instant. He chewed a few times on his gum in frustration, mumbling discontentedly. Yang Lua, watching from the television, couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, old master, that was supposed to be your goalkeeper. After missing this golden opportunity, Manchester United failed to create any threatening attacks before halftime, and the score remained at 1-2. What Ferguson said during halftime remains unknown to outsiders, but the players came out with expressions of apprehension. After halftime, Ferguson made a substitution, bringing on Roy Keane. With his entry, the 442 midfield turned into a diamond formation, allowing Scholes to position himself further forward, thus posing a greater threat to the goal. However, the major issue with this formation is the vulnerability of the lone defensive midfielder to the backline, which led to the gradual decline of the diamond formation in later years. After Ferguson, only Real Madrid in 2017 managed to find success with a diamond 442, which was a smaller diamond involving Isco as the central midfielder. Deploying such a large diamond formation with an attacking midfielder, a defensive midfielder, and two wide midfielders takes a lot of courage. Yang Luo, watching on TV, couldn't help but chuckle. The old master really is bold. Thus the second half indeed transformed into a fast-paced back-and-forth struggle. Van Gaal, upon seeing the opponent's formation, immediately instructed his players to launch a furious attack on Roy Keane. Now at nearly 33 years old, Roy Keane's form was no longer comparable to previous years, making him their biggest weakness. In the 53rd minute, Ronaldinho received the ball in the attacking third, and faced with Roy Keane's defense, he executed several feints to bypass the Irishman before charging toward Manchester United's defense. Realizing the situation was dire, Roy Keane quickly turned, shouldering Ronaldinho and knocking him down. The referee's whistle blew, signaling a foul against Roy Keane. However, no yellow card was issued. Van Gaal on the sidelines was very dissatisfied. "Aren't you going to give him a yellow card? What are you doing, referee?" The fourth official immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Van Gaal, please be mindful of your words and actions." Van Gaal waved his hand in discontent. If Roy Keane could have received a yellow card at this moment, it would have been crucial for their offensive strategy. But the referee chose not to show it, likely to spare Ferguson's feelings. Having escaped a yellow card, Manchester United began to launch a counterattack. Their five-man frontline allowed for a much more composed offensive play. In the 60th minute, Giggs once again obtained possession. Scholes and Saha both moved to this side, preparing to form a trio in this area. Giggs understood their intention and directly passed the ball to Saha, who received it with his back to the goal before feeding Scholes, who was making a forward run. Gingerhead controlled the pace, glancing at the advancing Giggs before delivering a delicate chip pass right. At this moment, Giggs had already outmaneuvered Sun Jihai, beautifully receiving the ball, and after taking a step, he passed it toward the center. Van Nistelrooy and Distin leaped high in the center, but the ball sailed over their heads. It turned out that the ball was never meant for Van Nistelrooy. It was aimed for the back post. Quaresma surged forward at high speed, executing a delicate lob. The ball zipped into the net at lightning speed. Van der Sar had no chance against such a close-range shot, helplessly waving his hand. 2-2, Manchester United equalized. This goal sent the fans at Old Trafford into a frenzy. Quaresma, elated after scoring, sprinted off. It was his first goal for Manchester United. The old master celebrated with his assistant, thinking to himself that his tactics were indeed effective. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing that this was merely an equalizer and more effort was needed to secure victory. On Van Gaal's side, he frowned, directing his gaze toward the bench. The Cameroonian was sitting there looking serious as he observed the field, lost in thought. Van Gaal clapped his hands. "Samuel, get up and warm up." Itu's eyes brightened, quickly shedding his coat and preparing to enter the match. With Manchester United's defense appearing vulnerable, it was the perfect moment for a speedy forward to shine. 5 minutes later, taking advantage of a dead ball, Manchester City announced their substitution. Van Gaal advised Itu on the sidelines, "When you come on, utilize your speed and impact to break through their defense. Remember, I want you to accelerate." Itu nodded in understanding. At that moment, Tony also ran to the sidelines. Van Gaal patted Itu on the shoulder. "Go Cheetah." After Itu took the field, he swiftly dashed into the pile of Manchester United defenders. In recent matches, he had sensed the dangerous atmosphere, as if the scales in the coach's heart had gradually tipped towards Tony. Especially during his absence at the Africa Cup, Tony had performed exceptionally well, which intensified his sense of Therefore, he had to perform brilliantly in this match, showcasing his best form to let Van Gaal know who the true top striker of Manchester City is. At this moment, Manchester United's morale was high. Their formation pushed forward, preparing to take down their opponent in one fell swoop. But this was precisely Itu's opportunity. In the 73rd minute, Quaresma's cross was cleared by Stam, and the Ghanaian Buffalo sent the ball forward. Ronaldinho intercepted the ball ahead of Roy Keane, combining with Robin on the left for a 1-2, shaking off the Irish veteran before sending a precise through ball. Itu, who had been in line with the defensive line, understood instantly, accelerating to burst through the gap between Brown and Ayala, seizing the through ball. He glanced ahead and saw the goalkeeper had yet to charge out, so he began to accelerate with the ball. In just 2 steps, he had already created distance from the pursuing Ayala and Brown. The speed of the African cheetah was truly extraordinary. Goalkeeper Howard had no choice but to rush out, confronting Itu. But in the face of such an opportunity, Itu had 1,000 ways to score. He feigned a shot first, shifting Howard's weight, then swiftly changed direction, completely outmaneuvering Howard. Then he gently pushed the ball, which rolled into the net without a doubt. 3-2. Manchester City had taken the lead once more. Taking advantage of Manchester United's aggressive push, City executed a classic counterattack to score. After scoring, Itu was extremely excited, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration he had within. Van Gaal couldn't help but glance at Ferguson, who looked quite gloomy, muttering something under his breath. As the match resumed, Manchester United continued to press forward, hoping to equalize. Ferguson also brought on Solskjaer, hoping this super substitute could create another miracle. However, this Norwegian was not always in form, especially without the support of his teammates. In the 80th minute, Van Gaal made another personnel adjustment, substituting Stam and Ronaldinho for Uithris and Kaka to maintain the vitality of the lineup. Kaka's entry was a significant blow to Roy Keane, as this young man was incredibly fast. In the 84th minute, Kaka received the ball in midfield, and with a burst of speed, he easily shook off Roy Keane's defense. Roy Keane had no choice but to pull Kaka down. The referee showed no mercy this time, brandishing a yellow card. Roy Keane did not argue, merely backing away while glaring at Kaka. But Kaka's performance was far from over. 3 minutes later, he received the ball again and charged towards the opponent's penalty area. At this point, Roy Keane dared not commit another foul. He could only try to keep up and use some minor tactics to disrupt him. But Kaka shook him off with force, accelerating away. Center-back Wes Brown had no choice but to step up, preparing to intercept Kaka. But Kaka smiled slightly and sent a direct through ball. The Cameroonian, who had been lurking, instantly accelerated, getting ahead of Ayala to seize the ball. Ayala hurriedly positioned his body to block, but the speed of the cheetah far exceeded his expectations, poking the ball away just before he could position himself. The Argentine center-back felt a chill. He knew the opponent was about to get a clear shot, so he instinctively reached out to pull, causing Eto'o to lose his balance and fall. Fortunately, this position was outside the penalty area, but he paid the price with a yellow card. Van Gaal expressed his dissatisfaction, believing it should have been a red card. However, at Old Trafford, Ferguson's team would always receive some favoritism. Ferguson sighed in relief, knowing that issuing a red card for this foul would have been entirely justified. Soon, under the referee's arrangement, the wall was set up. With Ronaldinho off the field, Kaka was entrusted with the ball was just outside the penalty area, making it a bit too close for comfort for the player taking the free kick. But Kaka suddenly struck a low shot. The ball darted under the wall and headed straight for the dead corner of the goal. Howard was completely taken by surprise that the shot came from there. He hurriedly dove to make the save, but the ball bounced in front of him and flew into the net. 4-2. Manchester City had completely secured the victory. Commentator Lineker couldn't help but exclaim, "What a genius goal." Van Gaal also couldn't help but applaud his disciple. Ferguson returned to the bench in disappointment, sitting down. He knew that the game had already slipped away. Although the Manchester United players continued to attack in the remaining time, they struggled to create any significant opportunities. Ultimately, with the referee's final whistle, the FA Cup match concluded and Manchester City emerged victorious in this Manchester derby. After the match, Lineker commented, "In this game, Manchester City defeated Manchester United with their technical ability. The progress of this young team is evident. Manchester United needs to consider strengthening their squad in the upcoming transfer market." Alan Hansen nodded in agreement. It seems Manchester City will become contenders for the Premier League title next season. After facing Manchester United, Manchester City's performance received unanimous praise from the media. As for Mr. David Jones, he simply acted as if nothing had happened, heavily reporting on a cricket match instead. Yang Luo saw his report and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. David Jones must be about to faint from anger. After playing against Manchester United, Manchester City was given 7 days of rest. 7 days later, they won 3-1 against Bolton away, continuing their good form. On the other hand, Manchester United, after losing to Middlesbrough in the previous round and then drawing with Leeds United in this round, saw their points gap from Arsenal widen to 7 points. Leeds United was now deeply entrenched in the relegation zone, failing to win even this match, which was almost fatal for Manchester United's title chase. In contrast, Arsenal had a smooth path to the title after defeating Chelsea away in this round. With the results of this round, Manchester City surpassed Chelsea by a point, rising to 3rd place in the standings. In the next match, City was set to visit Stamford Bridge to challenge Chelsea. February 28, 2004. Stamford Bridge Stadium. This is a highly anticipated match. If Chelsea wins, they can surpass Manchester City and reclaim 3rd place. If Manchester City wins, they will extend their lead in 3rd place. Both 3rd and 4th places can qualify for the Champions League, but the 3rd place does not require playing in the playoffs, making it worthwhile to fight for. In this match, Eto'o appeared in the starting lineup, while Stam was suspended, allowing Wihaluchi to start. However, Chelsea's signings last year were not particularly successful, especially as Crespo struggled to adapt to the pace and life of the Premier League, leading to ongoing issues with their front line. Moreover, their failure to secure Makelele left their midfield lacking in strength, making it very difficult for them against teams with a strong midfield. Coincidentally, Manchester City is such a team. Chelsea's coach Ranieri is well aware of this and chose to pack the midfield. He set up a 41-41 formation for this match, placing the versatile Greamy in the defensive midfield position, while the midfield consisted of Glenn Johnson, Varane Lampard, and Duff, ready to compete with Manchester City's midfield. Van Gaal was determined, regardless of the opponent's formation. His approach was simple attack. Thus, as the match began, Manchester City took the initiative and began to press towards Chelsea's goal. Chelsea seemed to have received Ranieri's orders, playing defensively and counterattacking, so they were not in a hurry and instead held their ground. Yang Luo, watching on television, knew of Ranieri's prowess in defensive counterattacks and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Van Gaal. Indeed, in the 31st minute of the match, Grueling intercepted Ronaldinho's pass and handed the ball to Verón. After receiving the ball, Verón observed for a moment, and just as Eschen approached to pressure him, he decisively launched a long pass to the forward Hasselbank. The Dutch forward was strong in unknown situations, and after fending off distance harassment, he shielded the ball. At this moment, Glenn Johnson, Duff, and Lampard sprinted forward at lightning speed. This was the counterattack opportunity they had been waiting for. Duff was the fastest, reaching the 30-meter area first, and Hasselbank passed the ball to him without hesitation. After receiving the ball, the Irishman charged forward while Sun Jihai desperately chased back, but still fell half a step behind. Duff seized the moment, glanced at the penalty area, and sent in a cross. Due to Hasselbank's height of only 1.78 meters, he had no advantage in heading duels. Duff was well aware of this, so he opted for a low, fast cross. Upon reaching the penalty area, the ball was slightly touched by Van der Sar, but it bounced off the back of Wihalucci and soared high into the air. At this moment, a figure clad in deep blue appeared at the ball's landing spot and unleashed a volley. It was Lampard. Van der Sar had no way to save it, and the ball inevitably crashed into the net. Chelsea took a 10 lead. This goal instantly ignited the passion of Chelsea's fans, as they did not expect their team to score first under such passive circumstances. Van Gaal shook his head in frustration. He hadn't expected to be bitten by the opponent first. He waved his hand, keep pressing forward. With his personality, he needed to regain control through offense. However, once Ranieri obtained the lead, he would immediately defend in a more extreme manner, leaving Van Gaal somewhat helpless. In such a tight defensive battle, Itu found it difficult to contribute, which left him quite frustrated. Van Gaal noticed this issue and repeatedly glanced towards the bench at Tony. However, he also knew that if he substituted Itu in the first half, Itu would certainly explode with anger. Thus, he suppressed his impulse and decided to wait until halftime. Indeed, during the remaining time in the first half, Manchester City failed to score and Chelsea maintained a 10 lead. However, looking at the overall data from the first half was quite alarming. Shots were 2-9, possession was 33% to 67%, yet the score was still 10. Lineker shook his head. It seems the Italian coach is determined to defend to the end. He did not care about the pride of being at home, but instead chose the most practical way to face Manchester City, which has proven effective. As for defense, one must look to the Italian head coach. After a while, the second half began. Van Gaal made a personnel adjustment. Tony took the field, replacing Itu. Itu sat quietly on the bench, seemingly lost in thought. The broadcast camera deliberately gave him a close-up typical of one who loves to watch the chaos unfold. With Tony in the front line as a pivot, Manchester City's attack suddenly showed signs of improvement. It wasn't that Itu was inferior to Tony, rather Manchester City currently needed a battering ram. In the 55th minute, Ronaldinho maneuvered past Grimy in the midfield and delivered a through ball into the penalty area. Luca Toni held off Terry to stop the ball and then gently pushed it away. Cristiano Ronaldo surged in from outside the penalty area, striking the ball as he arrived. However, Cudicini reacted quickly, diving to parry the ball out for a corner. Manchester City earned a valuable corner kick opportunity. A set piece is also a great opportunity to break through a tight defense, so both of Manchester City's center-backs entered the penalty area ready to attack the ball. Ronaldinho took the corner kick, sending the ball in with a beautiful arc into the penalty area. But Terry jumped high, beating Tony to head it away. The ball landed perfectly for the speedy Duff on the flank. After receiving the ball, he immediately galloped forward. Lampard and Hasselbank quickly started to sprint towards Manchester City's backline. At this moment, Manchester City's backline only consisted of Makelele, Sun Jihai, and Evra, creating a very precarious situation. Sun Jihai grit his teeth, preparing to step up and directly foul to disrupt their attack. However, Duff had already seen through his intentions, passing the ball to Lampard and then maneuvering around Sun Jihai's tackle to continue forward. Eschen and the two center-backs were still sprinting back, but Chelsea's front players were even faster, and Lampard quickly passed the ball to the advancing Glenn Johnson on the right. The Danish winger was also exceptionally fast. He strode forward, quickly reaching the 30-meter zone. Evra was returning to defend against Hasselbank in the middle, giving him ample space. Fortunately, Makelele had returned to the penalty area, closely marking Hasselbank. Upon seeing this, Evra rushed out ready to block Glenn Johnson. Glenn Johnson merely smiled slightly, directly sending in a cross. The ball had a great arc and found its way to the back post of the penalty area. Their Duff had already arrived. He met the ball with a push and it hit the net. 28 Chelsea scored another goal through a counterattack. This goal sent a chill down Van Gaal's spine. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, Chelsea seized another opportunity. This truly served as a lesson for Ranieri. This old man who is the same age as me is really quite bad. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the Italian next door who still wore a look of deep resentment. Why aren't you cheering? Van Gaal helplessly shook his head and turned to the players on the field. Get your spirits up. Haven't you all eaten yet? The imposing figure of the Dutch coach certainly had a way of intimidating, making several young men tremble. Thus they intensified their attacks on Chelsea, and the atmosphere around Chelsea's goal became increasingly tense. However, Chelsea's two centre-backs Terry and Gallas performed exceptionally well. Teacher Tony found it hard to gain any advantage against them. Of course, no matter how good a centre-back is, they cannot completely defend against every attack. In the 75th minute, Manchester City finally seized their chance. Cristiano Ronaldo's cross was blocked by Bridge, resulting in another corner for Manchester City. Ronaldinho took the corner, and the penalty area was once again crowded. This time Sunjai was secretly eyeing Duff, thinking that if he received the ball again, he would undoubtedly take him down immediately. But this time Luca Toni jumped high after the corner was taken, beating all the defenders to head the ball, and Cudicini had no way to deal with it. 2-1 Manchester City pulled one back on the road. After scoring, Teacher Tony did not celebrate excessively. He picked up the ball and ran towards the center circle. There's still one more goal, and with just over 10 minutes left, they still have a chance. On the sidelines, Ranieri frowned, his already serious face appearing even more contorted. After hesitating for a moment, he made a substitution, bringing on Joe Cole for Duff. Joe Cole, known as the most skillful Englishman, could control the ball and waste some time in the match. This substitution indeed matched his personality. However, Van Gaal was pleased. Duff was a sharp weapon for counterattacks. Although his stamina had decreased, he was still worth marking closely. But Joe Cole was different. While his skills were good, he lacked speed. This posed less of a threat to Manchester City. On the stands, Abramovich also frowned slightly. His love for football made him sense that something was off. Perhaps this highlights the gap between Ranieri and top coaches. At this moment, Van Gaal immediately responded by substituting Kaká for Robben, continuing to attack Chelsea's. This time Van Gaal's demand was for the entire team to push forward. Indeed, in the following moments, Manchester City's attacks became even more frenzied, putting Chelsea's goal in greater danger. Seeing this, Ranieri directly withdrew Glenn Johnson and substituted in German defender Robert Huth, filling the penalty area with players. It seemed he was planning to hold on defensively. Van Gaal also went all out, pushing Evra up to become a de facto winger. With 7 or 8 minutes left, at all depended on whether this spear could pierce Chelsea's shield. In the 88th minute, Ronaldinho cut and passed right back Glenn Johnson and smoothly passed the ball to the advancing Evra. Evra received the ball and headed for the baseline, but Terry was already closing in. However, Evra chose not to confront Terry directly, but instead passed the ball to Makelele, who had moved up to the edge of the penalty area. Even the French defensive midfielder had pushed forward. Seeing that defensive midfielder Grimy had already provided cover, Makelele made a lateral pass to Kaká at the top of the penalty area. Kaká, under Lampard's interference, made a diagonal pass to the rapidly advancing Cristiano Ronaldo, who used his speed to cut into the penalty area and then directly swept the ball across the goal. At that moment, Teacher Tony threw himself forward, but Cudicini was a step ahead and managed to deflect the ball. The football flew towards the center of the penalty area, where Ronaldinho was already waiting. He struck the ball with fury, sending it flying toward the goal like a cannonball. At this moment, Cudicini had not yet gotten up, and he saw the ball heading straight for the net. But at that moment, a blue figure rushed forward, using his body to block the ball. It was the young Robert Huth who leaped in to deny this certain goal. The home fans erupted in immense cheers. This young player earned a standing ovation for his fighting spirit. Ronaldinho revealed a bitter smile, stifling the cheer that was about to escape his lips. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the German youth, who was still rubbing his chest. Clearly, he also felt that the opponent performed exceptionally well. But before Chelsea could catch their breath after escaping a crisis, Manchester City's attack came again. In the 92nd minute, Manchester City executed a beautiful combination on the left flank, with Ronaldinho and Makelele completing a 1-2 before directly feeding the ball to the swiftly advancing Evra. Facing Terry's defense, Evra first made a feint to cross before directly delivering a back pass to Kaká near the edge of the penalty area. Kaká adjusted his steps and unleashed a powerful shot. Although the shot was taken with his left foot, it was aimed at a tricky angle, heading straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. However, Cudicini, who had performed brilliantly throughout the match, made a super save. He leaped into the air, stretching his body to the limit, and managed to poke the ball with his fingertips. The ball slightly changed direction, hitting the goalpost and bouncing out. Chelsea escaped another crisis. This was also Manchester City's last great opportunity of the match. In the end, Chelsea narrowly defeated Manchester City 2-1 at home, securing valuable 3 points. As the referee's whistle blew, Abramovich finally let out a sigh of relief. This 3 points were hard-earned. Although they secured the win, Abramovich couldn't help but glance at Ranieri on the sidelines, uncertain of what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Lineker commented in the studio shots were 4-17, possession was 29-71. Statistically, Manchester City held the absolute advantage. Yet the ultimate victor was Chelsea. Youth football has once again proven its wonders. Alan Hansen shook his head and remarked Chelsea's victory in this match was mainly due to luck. In the first half, Ranieri's tactics were not wrong, but in the second half, he was too conservative, putting the team in an extremely passive position. Lineker nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chelsea's plight in the second half was partly related to the coach's tactics. One wonders if such a performance could satisfy the club's owner. At this point, the two exchanged glances, revealing a meaningful expression. 3 days after facing Chelsea, Manchester City arrived for the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, challenging Fulham away. Due to the intensity of the previous match, Van Gaal deployed a substitute lineup. Confronted by an opponent fielding their strongest squad, Manchester City ultimately lost 12, halting their progress in the top 8. Fortunately, the FA Cup is not particularly significant for Manchester City. Retaining their Champions League qualification is the paramount concern. Currently, Manchester City stands 4th in the league, 15 points ahead of 5th-placed Liverpool, which is a considerable lead with 11 rounds remaining. However, Van Gaal has another goal: to secure a top 3 finish in the league to qualify directly for the Champions League group stage. Despite losing the recent confrontation with Chelsea, he remains confident. Following this FA Cup match, an international match day will commence. At this moment, Phil Johnson arrived at Manchester City with Kevin Sanders and Fiona. They plan to utilize Manchester City's youth players to enhance their research data. Yang Luo naturally wanted to see how much weight Kevin Sanders carried, so after ensuring that the data would not be leaked, he allowed them to stay with the youth team for about 10 days. Since Yang Luo was still accumulating his training hours for validation, he often spent time in the youth training camp. Every day, he watched as Kevin Sanders wandered around with a laptop, unsure of what he was calculating. Yang Luo was curious to see what was on his computer, but ultimately resisted the urge. He even inquired with Fiona, but she shook her head, indicating she didn't fully grasp her senior brother's thought process either. After 10 days, Phil Johnson approached Bernstein and Yang Luo. "Thank you for the data you provided. I believe Kevin can now enhance his thesis. Could you share your findings with us?" Phil Johnson brought Kevin Sanders over. "Kevin, introduce your analysis results to Mr. Yang and the others." Kevin Sanders, donning a large pair of black-framed glasses, adjusted the frames and nervously looked at Yang Luo. "Mr. Yang, I do have some discoveries." Yang Luo was intrigued. "Sanders, go ahead." Sanders instinctively glanced at his mentor and junior sister. Seeing their encouraging looks, he began. "Currently, Manchester City's youth academy has diverged from traditional English youth academies, placing higher demands on players' technical and tactical adaptability. Based on this criterion, the two standout players in the U23 category are undoubtedly the promoted Fabregas and Messi." Having said so much in one breath, he felt a bit unaccustomed, and glancing at Yang Luo, who was nodding in agreement, he continued, "These two players will soon possess the capability to compete in the first team." Yang Luo raised an eyebrow. His discernment was indeed commendable. However, he still pressed on, "Which of the two do you favor more?" Sanders did not hesitate. "Messi." Bernstein perked up at this. "Oh? It is a common consensus that both Fabregas and Messi are exceptionally talented, but most coaches generally lean towards Fabregas as his playing style is remarkably mature and his physique resembles that of a typical player. As for Messi, despite his remarkable dribbling ability, a child who can barely reach 1.6 meters thanks to growth hormones, can his body withstand adult-level confrontations? Moreover, his game relies heavily on dribbling, placing significant stress on his knees and ankles." Bernstein has always believed that Yang Luo's investment in this deal would lead to losses. Nonetheless, he felt that spending £20 million solely on Fabregas did not seem too bad in hindsight. Yang Luo couldn't help but ask Sanders, "Why do you think Messi has more potential?" Sanders pushed the laptop towards him. "According to my statistics, Messi's required movement distance and the shift of his entire center of gravity during each dribble are less than those of dribbling experts like Ronaldo and Ronaldinho. Moreover, with his lower center of gravity, his energy expenditure is significantly less than that of these players." Yang Luo couldn't help but feel intrigued. This was indeed a novel perspective. He nodded. "Continue." "Furthermore, he has an exceptional learning ability, far surpassing that of ordinary players in acquiring new skills. Thus, he will undoubtedly evolve into more than just a flanking attacker in the future." Yang Luo couldn't help but reassess him. What he said was entirely correct. He didn't expect this silent fellow to possess such insight. So he continued to probe, "What about the next tier of youth teams?" Sanders thought for a moment. "Mika Richards from U18, and Sturridge from U16 are both promising." Yang Luo nodded. This was also the consensus among their youth coaches, that these two players are local talents. However, Sanders hesitated for a moment before mentioning another name. "There's also a lad named Trippier. Under certain circumstances, I have high hopes for him." This left young Luo utterly shocked. Trippier is currently struggling in the Manchester City Youth Academy, and his physical attributes as a right winger are insufficiently explosive, leading many youth coaches to doubt his future. Although young Luo suggested he try playing as a right back, his poor positional sense has made youth coaches skeptical about his prospects in that role as well. In fact, Trippier had to toil for several years in the Championship before eventually garnering interest from big clubs. Now Sanders directly expressed strong faith in him. Young Luo couldn't help but be curious why. Sanders pulled up his data. He has good resilience and ball skills. The only thing lacking is positional sense. If England's tactical system continues to align more with the continental approach, he would be an outstanding attacking defender. Young Luo couldn't help but silently praise him. This silent fellow indeed possesses some merit. As more and more continental coaches appear on the benches of the Premier League, the elements they bring will gradually overturn England's traditional 442 formation, and players will be endowed with greater responsibilities in matches. Players like Trippier, who have transitioned from wingers to fullbacks, will also gradually showcase their strengths in the game. But for now, he is merely a gem covered in dust. However, the fact that Sanders can recognize this indicates his keen eye for talent. Thinking of this, young Luo couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Sanders, once you graduate, you must join my team immediately. After completing the data statistics at Manchester City club, Phil Johnson and his group returned to school. Even Fiona was called back by her mentor to perfect her thesis, shattering her hopes of slacking off. A few days later, the Manchester City players who participated in the international competition returned to the team, beginning preparations for the upcoming matches. Originally, Manchester City was supposed to host Manchester United in the Premier League, but due to the proximity of this match to Manchester United's Champions League game, the FA granted Manchester United a favor by postponing the match to May 11, 2004, right between the penultimate and final rounds. Although Manchester City was quite reluctant, the FA insisted on prioritizing the greater good. After all, Manchester United was representing the country. Thus, Manchester City could only endure. After all, they were still a small club. Meanwhile, Manchester United's opponent in the Champions League was Porto, led by Mourinho. In the first leg match, Porto defeated Manchester United 2-1 at home, and returning to Old Trafford, Manchester United naturally sought to overcome Porto and secure advancement. Young Luo remembered that this was Mourinho's rise to fame, shining in a trench coat at Old Trafford. Therefore, he certainly would not miss such a classic scene. Of course, given his identity, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to appear in the box or VIP area, so he secretly bought a ticket and sat in the regular fans section. To disguise himself, he wore a large baseball cap and put on a pair of black-framed glasses. Soon, both teams' players and coaches began to enter the field. Young Luo's ticket was in a great spot. He quickly spotted the familiar old man with the red nose and a middle-aged man in a trench coat. It's worth mentioning that this middle-aged man was indeed at the pinnacle of his career. At 40, he was still considered a young coach. While not very tall, his handsome features and a hint of rebellious charm made him incredibly charismatic. No wonder he could land endorsements as a head coach. His charisma was truly exceptional. Even the equally handsome Mancini paled slightly in comparison. Ferguson, who shook hands with him, had no idea that this Portuguese would become his fierce rival. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially began. In this match, Porto wore blue and white striped jerseys, while Manchester United donned their traditional red shirts. Right from the start, Manchester United launched a fierce attack towards Porto's goal. The score of 2-1 made the match very delicate. If Manchester United scored, the advantage would return to them. If Porto scored first, Manchester United would need to score twice to force extra time. This is the allure of the away goals rule, yet years later UEFA would eliminate this magical system. Nonetheless, Manchester United's home advantage was still very apparent as they suppressed Porto and proceeded with relentless attacks. As expected, in the 30th minute of the first half, Van Nistelrooy scored for Manchester United. This was a classic cross from the wing inside the box. Zaha flicked it with his head, and Van Nistelrooy volleyed it into the net. This goal immediately sent Old Trafford into a frenzy. This meant Manchester United had regained the advantage. However, young Luo on the stands frowned, remembering that it was Scholes who had scored in this match. But then he thought the players on the field were different now, so naturally the scene would be different as well. Would the final result also be different? Thinking of this, young Luo suddenly felt a surge of excitement. A match with a known outcome could not compare to one filled with uncertainty. On the sidelines, Mourinho frowned, calling over Manish to convey the game plan. After the match restarted, Porto indeed pushed their formation forward, giving the ball more often to the unassuming. At this point, Deco could definitely be considered a top midfielder. He was the true brain of this Porto team. Without a dedicated defensive midfielder, Manchester United struggled to deal with his ball control, frequently allowing Porto to create good opportunities. Unfortunately, Porto failed to score for a long time, tipping the balance of victory gradually in Manchester United's favor. Young Luo in the stands couldn't help but wonder, could the outcome of the match really change? If Porto were to be eliminated, would Mourinho lose Abramovich's favor and take another path? Would that lead to drastic changes in the Premier League? But just as the match reached the 89th minute, Porto was awarded a free kick in the attacking half. Young Luo instinctively straightened up. If he remembered correctly, Porto had used a set piece to achieve a last-minute victory. He couldn't help but gaze at the soccer ball. However, it seemed that this ball wasn't suitable for a direct shot. A pass was more appropriate. Deco stood over the ball, glanced at the situation in the box, took a run-up, and crossed. Chaos erupted in the box. At that moment, a man in a blue and white striped shirt leaped high, heading the ball towards the goal. It was Carvalho. Goalkeeper Howard was startled, instinctively parrying the ball, but it didn't go far. Suddenly, a Porto player burst out from the crowd and knocked the ball into the net. It was Costinha. Young Luo's heart skipped a beat. Although the method of scoring was different, the scorer was still the same. This goal instantly flipped the situation. If the match were to end like this, Porto would advance to the next round. Immediately, Porto fans were thrown into a Meanwhile, Mourinho, clad in a trench coat, leapt down from the bench in ecstasy, rushing towards the celebrating players. Young Luo in the stands raised his eyebrows. This classic scene had emerged. Although he had somewhat anticipated this outcome, witnessing the iconic moment firsthand still left him with a strange feeling. However, Mourinho's exuberance left the fans in the stands very displeased. They erupted into a chorus of boos. Yet the special one was indeed the special one. He cared little for such things. Meanwhile, Ferguson chewed gum, expressionless, watching all of this unfold. He understood what this conceded goal meant, but at this point it was too late. Fortunately, he had experienced enough already. After the restart, Manchester United launched a desperate attack on Porto, but they were unable to alter the situation in the few remaining minutes. As the final attack ended in failure, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. Ultimately, Porto triumphed over Manchester United with a total score of 32, successfully advancing to the next round. And the name Mourinho was successfully etched into the hearts of every fan at Old Trafford. Young Luo gazed at his departing figure, sighing inwardly. It seems that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Well then, see you next season in the Premier League. Manchester United has recently faced a series of misfortunes. They were eliminated by Manchester City in the FA Cup, struggled in the league, and suffered a last-minute defeat in the Champions League. In preparation for this Champions League match, they specifically postponed their game against Manchester City, only to end up with nothing. To make matters worse, Chelsea won this round, surpassing Manchester United by 2 points to claim second place. Although they have played one more match, second place is still a solid achievement. After 28 rounds in the league, Arsenal stands tall with 68 points. Chelsea follows in second with 58 points, while Manchester United and Manchester City, having played one less match, sit in third and fourth with 56 and 53 points respectively. The top four positions are becoming clearer, but the rankings between second, third, and fourth are still open for competition. In the next round of matches, all top teams managed to secure victories, continuing to push forward together. Manchester City won 21 away against Leeds United, pushing them further toward the relegation zone. In the 30th round, both Chelsea and Manchester City won easily, while Arsenal found themselves facing Manchester United. Ultimately, Arsenal drew 11 with Manchester United at home, maintaining their unbeaten streak for the season. The points gap between Manchester United and Chelsea widened to 4 points. Even if they win their postponed match against Manchester City, they will still be in third place. Moreover, Manchester City also won in this round, narrowing the gap with Manchester United to just 1 point. This left Ferguson somewhat irritated. Fortunately, in the 31st round, both Chelsea and Manchester United won their matches, while Arsenal and Manchester City played to a draw, which slightly solidified Manchester United's third position. In the 32nd round, Arsenal defeated Liverpool. Manchester United beat Birmingham. Manchester City triumphed over Wolves, while Chelsea drew with Middlesbrough. In the 33rd round, Arsenal drew with Newcastle. Manchester United beat Leicester City. Manchester City drew with Tottenham, and Chelsea lost to Aston Villa. After this round of matches, the rankings once again changed. Arsenal topped the table with 77 points, followed by Manchester United with 69, Chelsea with 68, and Manchester City in fourth with 64. However, Manchester City and Manchester United have played one match less, leaving room for changes. It's worth noting that Liverpool, currently in fifth place, has 51 points. If Manchester City wins their next match, they will secure a Champions League spot. This was almost a foregone conclusion. Indeed, in the 34th round, Manchester City won 31 against Southampton, securing their place in the Premier League's top four with 4 matches to spare. This result brought immense joy to all Manchester City supporters. They have not felt the thrill of the Champions League for far too long. At the post-match press conference, a reporter asked Van Gaal, "Mr. Van Gaal, congratulations on achieving your goal of reaching the Champions League. Will you implement a rotation policy in the upcoming matches?" Van Gaal shook his head. "We have higher goals, aiming for a top 3 finish." Another reporter then asked, "Do you think this goal is realistic?" Van Gaal smiled. Football is round. However, 2 hours after Manchester City's match ended, Manchester United surprisingly lost to Portsmouth, while Chelsea drew with Everton. In the meantime, Arsenal crushed Leeds United 50, extending their lead to 11 points. Thus, Arsenal was on the verge of locking in the league title. In the 35th round, Arsenal drew with Tottenham. Manchester United lost 0-1 to Liverpool. Chelsea fell to Newcastle, while Manchester City was held to a draw by Leicester City. The situation has become interesting. Arsenal leads by 12 points. If they secure just one more point, they will firmly clinch the Premier League title. Furthermore, they have a 10-goal advantage over Manchester United, essentially locking in the championship. Meanwhile, both Manchester United and Chelsea currently have 69 points, with Manchester City trailing closely with 68. This means anyone could still claim second place or potentially drop to fourth. Manchester United and Manchester City still have a direct confrontation ahead. This match will be decisive. In the 36th round, Arsenal hosted Birmingham. Although Arsenal's form was average in this match, they ultimately drew 11 with their opponents, thereby securing the Premier League title for the season. At the moment the final whistle blew, Wenger excitedly raised his hands in triumph, applauding the fans at Highbury. At that moment, he could never have imagined that this would be his last league title with Arsenal. The tide of the times, accompanied by money, will crush his painstaking efforts into dust. In other matches of this round, Manchester United lost to Blackburn, while Chelsea and Manchester City both secured victories, causing Manchester United to drop directly to fourth place. With this match concluded, Manchester United surprisingly faced a rare 3-game losing streak, leaving many in disbelief. Of course, Manchester United's coach Ferguson is not facing any crisis of dismissal. However, their recent slump has led everyone to believe that Manchester United needs to strengthen its squad in the summer. When reporters posed this question to the old sir, he simply replied with a stern face, "I'm sorry, no comment." Upon hearing this, the reporters knew he would go back to ranting at his players. The reporters silently expressed sympathy for those star players. Nevertheless, Manchester United's chances of finishing in the top 3 still lie in their own hands. In the 37th round, Manchester United hosted Chelsea. If Manchester United can win this match, they could still surpass Chelsea on goal difference. However, our comrade Ranieri has deployed his classic counter-attacking tactics, leaving Manchester United somewhat helpless at Old Trafford. After all, as long as Ranieri doesn't want to win a match, the likelihood of him losing is very low. In the 35th minute of the first half, Crespo scored a goal, maintaining the lead until the 80th minute. Manchester United bombarded Chelsea's goal, but Chelsea's defense was remarkably solid, with even Van Nistelrooy unable to gain much advantage over the young Terry. It wasn't until the 80th minute that Giggs' cross struck Glenn Johnson's arm, prompting the referee to award a penalty to Manchester United. Van Nistelrooy converted the penalty, leveling the score. In the end, Chelsea stubbornly held Manchester United to a 11 draw, keeping their lead at 3 points. On the other side, Manchester City also missed their opportunity, drawing with Middlesbrough away. However, Manchester City fielded a rotated squad, with even Fabregas appearing in the latter stages of the match. It seems Van Gaal is fully prepared to take on Manchester United heat in 3 days. If he can win this match, he can secure the top 3 in the league. This will also be Manchester City's last tough battle of the season. On May 11, 2004, at the Manchester City Stadium, Manchester City faced their city rivals Manchester United. This match drew a significant amount of attention. If Manchester City secured a victory, they would lock in a top 3 position. Conversely, if Manchester United triumphed, they could surpass Chelsea and Manchester City to claim second place. In this match, Ferguson made a tactical change. He set up a 4,411 formation with goalkeeper Howard, defenders Neville Brothers Brown, and Ayala, midfielders Quaresma, Roy Keane, Fletcher, and Giggs, and attacking midfielder Scholes, and forward Van Nistelrooy. Van Gaal, on the other hand, stuck to a 4,231 formation, but this time, he promoted Kaká to the starting lineup, forming an attacking quartet with Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Edu. Upon seeing the starting lineup, Lineker immediately shared his thoughts. Mr. Ferguson's bold tactical shift in such a critical match is indeed admirable for his courage. It seems he aims to counter Manchester City with a more layered formation. Alan Hansen nodded. In previous encounters, Van Gaal excelled at exploiting the gaps between the 2 lines in a 442 formation. I wonder if this adjustment by Manchester United will be effective. Lineker nodded. However, most of the starting players for Manchester United played in the last match against Chelsea, so their stamina might be an issue. Let's see if Manchester United can establish a sufficient advantage before their stamina becomes a problem. As they spoke, the players from both sides had already entered the field. Van Gaal and Ferguson shook hands, both wearing enigmatic smiles. However, there was no further communication, just mutual nods. As everyone took their positions, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Since Manchester United was the more eager side, they immediately committed all their forces to the attack. In the 3rd minute, Manchester United launched a threatening attack. Giggs received the ball on the left flank, quickly pushing forward. Facing Sun Jahai's defense, he faked an inward cut, then swiftly changed direction to create space for a cross. Sun Jahai rushed to defend, but Giggs delivered the cross directly. However, Van Nistelrooy was surrounded in the box, and his cross seemed unlikely to pose a significant threat. Yet the trajectory of the ball was not headed toward the box, but rather towards the edge of the penalty area. Under everyone's gaze, Scholes appeared at the landing spot of the ball. He swung his right foot and volleyed. The shot was powerful, sending the ball on a beautiful arc straight toward. This was Scholes' signature move. With everyone's eager eyes upon him, the ball headed towards the bottom corner of the goal. Bang! The ball struck the crossbar and soared high into the air. The away fans let out a massive sigh. Ferguson also frustratedly slapped his thigh. However, Van Gaal seemed unfazed, arms crossed, calmly observing everything. Yet internally he felt a series of tremors. One must acknowledge that Giggs and Scholes, the two from the class of '92, were the foundation of Manchester United's dominance. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this time. Having escaped a crisis, Manchester City began their counterattack. In the 11th minute, Roy Keane made a passing error and Makelele intercepted the ball before handing it over to Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho surged forward along the left flank and chose to cut inside. Gary Neville attempted to intercept, but was brushed aside. Roy Keane had no choice but to close in. However, Ronaldinho's intention was to draw Keane away from his defensive position. He glanced at the center and then passed the ball to Kaká. After receiving the ball, Kaká made a deft touch to evade Fletcher's pressure and then accelerated toward the penalty. Fletcher, trailing behind, helplessly pursued but could not catch up. Within just 5 or 6 steps, Kaká reached the edge of the penalty area. Ayala had to retreat to defend, trying to stay close to limit Kaká's next move. But Kaká deftly nudged the ball to the right and accelerated again. A flashback to that night in 1998 crossed Ayala's mind, recalling the image of that young Englishman. However, unlike that year, he was prepared this time, quickly adjusting his balance to keep up with Kaká. But Kaká clearly had more tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, he came to a sharp stop, quickly flicked the ball forward, and gained a decisive advantage. Then he feigned a shot, but delivered a pass across the goal. Edu, understanding the play, suddenly darted in front of Wes Brown and made a swift shot. At this moment, he was positioned near the small penalty area, leaving Howard no chance to make a save. Yet inexplicably, the ball veered away from the goal. The Manchester City fans could not believe the ball had not gone and letting out a large collective sigh. Since the beginning, both sides had missed excellent opportunities. In the ensuing time, Manchester United continued to dominate the attack, while Van Gaal seemed unhurried to let Manchester City press forward, leaving City in a state of waiting for opportunities. Despite Manchester United missing great chances after their initial opportunity, they consistently failed to create better scoring opportunities. While they had numerous crosses from the flanks, Van Nistelrooy struggled to find good chances against the towering Stam and Distin. While Manchester United was unable to seize opportunities, Manchester City remained poised, waiting for the perfect moment. That moment arrived in the 31st minute. Quaresma's cross from the right was once again cleared by Stam, and Eschen gained the upper hand in a tussle with Scholes, controlling the ball at his feet before passing it to Kaká in the center. Fletcher and Roy Keane quickly surrounded the Brazilian, determined that they would not let him accelerate, even if it meant fouling him. Kaká, however, was not one to be easily cornered. He passed the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo just before the two closed in. This time, Ronaldo did not choose to go to the byline, but opted to cut inside. Phil Neville was caught off guard, suddenly losing distance to Ronaldo. Ronaldo then accelerated directly toward the penalty area. At this point, only Ayala stood about 5 meters ahead of him. Ayala, uncertain of Ronaldo's next move, intentionally left a bit of distance to give himself some time to react. After all, these players were speed demons, and his only asset was experience. Ronaldo took a few more steps, now only about 3 meters from Ayala. Ayala was fully alert, waiting for his next move. But Ronaldo suddenly swung his leg, exerted force, and it completely caught Ayala off guard. He rushed forward to block, but it was too late. The ball flew past him, darting toward the goal. Howard recognized the danger and quickly leapt up. But the ball was faster and more cunning than he expected. It slipped through his fingers and crashed into the net. 1-0. Manchester City has broken the deadlock first. The home fans erupted with a tremendous cheer. A world-class strike. Cristiano Ronaldo has executed a stunning long-range shot at this critical moment. Yang Luo in the VIP area couldn't help but applaud. Cristiano Ronaldo has scored for Manchester City against Manchester United in the Manchester Derby. This gave him a peculiar feeling. The old sir watched the Portuguese player, who was dashing to celebrate, and once again sighed in his heart, "How wonderful it would be if this player belonged to me." In the studio, Lineker exclaimed in admiration, "I didn't expect Cristiano Ronaldo's long-range shooting skills to be so remarkable. He has many more methods of scoring than a traditional winger, and he could truly become an invaluable player in the future." Alan Hansen nodded in agreement. These forwards are not just ordinary players. After celebrating, the Manchester City players returned to their half, while Manchester United prepared to kick off from the center circle. If the score remains as it is, Manchester City would secure a top 3 finish without needing to play in the playoffs. More importantly, Manchester City would once again finish ahead of Manchester United at the end of the season after who knows how many years. This is something Manchester United would not want to see. Under Ferguson's request, they pressed forward, trying to equalize as soon as possible. However, after taking the lead, Manchester City was in no rush to attack, leaving very little space for Manchester United. Thus, their threat to Manchester City's goal remained minimal. Conversely, in the 43rd minute of the match, Manchester City seized another opportunity for a quick counterattack. This time, Quaresma was intercepted, and Evra passed the ball directly to Ronaldinho in front of him. At this moment, Manchester United's formation was pushing up, collectively exposing large gaps in their defense. Ronaldinho made a slight touch to evade Gary Neville and charged towards the penalty area with the ball. At the same time, Ida began to move towards the right side of the penalty area, drawing Ayala away. He trusted Ronaldinho's unknown ability. Wes Brown was simply no match for him. Sure enough, Ronaldinho first cut inward, then suddenly made a sharp change of direction, completely off-balancing Brown. He then charged directly into the penalty area. Facing the rushing Howard, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He pulled the ball back with his right foot, and Howard was faked out and lost his balance, helplessly watching the football sail over his head. Just as the ball was about to land in the net, a red figure dashed and clearing the ball off the line. Ronaldinho's smile froze on his face as he hurriedly gestured to the referee that the ball had gone in. However, the referee looked at the assistant and shook his head, signaling that the ball had not crossed the line. E2 rushed over, pointing to his eyes, indicating that he clearly saw the ball had crossed the line. On the sidelines, Van Gaal approached the fourth official to complain, asserting that the ball should have counted. But the referee's gestures were resolute. In the studio, Lineker and others repeatedly reviewed the footage from various angles, finally confirming that the ball had not fully crossed the line. Alan Hansen sighed, "What a pity. It was just a little bit off." Lineker nodded. However, Ayala appeared at just the right moment, demonstrating his commitment to contest every ball. This is the essential quality of a world-class center back. Yang Luo in the stands also sighed in regret. If only we had goal line technology now. However, goal line technology would only arrive after Lampard suffered that major blunder in the South Africa World Cup, which is still a long way off. Under the referee's insistence, the chaos on the field finally settled down. Ronaldinho accepted the decision that the ball hadn't gone in and once again wore his signature smile. Although he was indeed a bit ugly, his smile charmed everyone. E2 ultimately conceded the argument under his persuasion, and the match resumed. However, there were only a few minutes left until halftime, and neither side created any threatening attacks, leading the referee to blow the whistle for halftime. Lineker commented on the first half. Although Manchester United had a higher possession rate, the actual clear-cut chances to threaten the goal belonged to Manchester City. This was likely Van Gaal's deliberate arrangement before the match, and it appears to be very effective now. Alan Hansen nodded. Although Manchester City scored with a world-class strike, with a bit more luck, they could have been 2 goals ahead. It can be said that if Manchester United does not make adjustments at halftime, this match will be very difficult for them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the 2 dressing rooms was completely different. Van Gaal was relatively satisfied with the players' performance, so he didn't say much, just encouraged them a bit. He then approached Robin, who was a substitute for this match, and quietly said to him, "Get ready to warm up as the second half begins." Robin nodded excitedly. "Okay, Mr. Van Gaal." Van Gaal was not dissatisfied with the on-field player's performance. He had actually planned to use Robin as a strategic reserve for this match. On the Manchester United side, the old sir scolded the players and then made a substitution. Saha came on for the underwhelming Quaresma. This was also his reserve strategy. He pushed Giggs and Saha to the front line, forming a 3-forward combination with Van Nistelrooy. It seems the old sir is going all in. Thus, after the second half began, Manchester United's attacks became frantic, with 3 forwards rolling around in Manchester City's penalty area, significantly increasing the pressure on City's defense. In the 53rd minute, Giggs received the ball on the left side of the penalty area. Seeing that Sun Jihai had blocked his path forward, he passed the ball sideways to Van Nistelrooy, who was coming to support. Van Nistelrooy held off Stam, and after receiving the ball, smoothly passed it to the right. Thaw, upon receiving the ball, chose to shoot. No, it wasn't a shot, but a pass. The ball curved strongly, hugging the edge of the 6-yard box and curling to the far post. Giggs, arriving in position, made a direct shot. Van der Sar could only instinctively wave his hand, but he couldn't stop the ball from finding the net. 1-1, Manchester United has equalized. The away fans immediately erupted into madness. In the studio, Lineker couldn't help but exclaimed Sir Ferguson's tactical changes at halftime instantly paid off, bringing both sides back to the same starting line. Van Gaal's face darkened as he called Robin, who was warming up, over. "Ally, it's your turn to come on." "Remember?" Robin nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Van Gaal." Soon the fourth official displayed the substitution board. Arjen Robben came on for Kaka.